On the streets, Xianxia walked carelessly, thinking about what had happened to Huangpu Ruyan. Although she didn't say anything, Xianxia could more or less guess what was going on in his heart. For an incomparably large family like the Huangpu aristocrat clan, it should be said that it would be very difficult for them to remain single-minded. This was the first time he had met someone from the emergency response team in the Northern Domain, and he had also met experts from the emergency response team at the Eastern Domain and Exile Island exhibition. This meant that a portion of the Huangpu aristocrat clan should have already joined forces with the Profound Sky sect. Thinking back to the poison pills he had seen in Mengdai's hands, the poison pills were precisely the peculiar cold poison that Huangpu Ruyan's younger sister weighed. The heavenly demon sex people poisoned Huangpu Ruyu, and the emergency team had colluded with the Profound Sky sect. As for the people from the Bai clan in the other world, they were always the backing of the Profound Sky sect. This thousand strands of connection made Xianxia's mind a little confused, and he couldn't figure it out for a moment. Coupled with Huangpu Ruyan's sudden chase, Xianxia thought that the only people in the world who dared to attack the Huangpu aristocrat clan's direct bloodline were probably their own people. No wonder she kept quiet. It seemed that the interior of this large business family was beginning to decay. This family was too big, too bloated. This was the last thing Xianxia wanted to see. The battles between the various sects had already caused him a headache. If the number one clan in the world also started a civil war, it would truly be a great chaos. Especially when the Bai clan secretly coveted this world. In such a chaotic period, their Bai clan was even easier to fish in troubled waters. Xianxia suddenly began to miss the Azure Water continent. Their warriors were not allowed to fight in human gathering places. Once they fought in the city, the military would immediately come out to suppress them. He had walked through the 4 major regions, including the Central Plains, and had seen many of them before. In the end, they were still the most memorable places on the Blue Tide continent. That was his home. Unknowingly, Xianxia walked to Pine Boulevard. This was a very famous street in Amethyst City, and it could be considered a wealthy area amongst the wealthy. On the Pine Tree Avenue there was an incomparably huge building. It was the arena. When Xianxia first came to Amethyst City, the first place he came was the arena. This was the first time he met Su Ran here. At this moment, the arena was packed with people, and tens of thousands of people surrounded the entrance of the arena in a mess. Xianxia thought that there would be another rodeo today, but he looked up and saw 2 huge flying ships slowly passing by in the sky. The flying ships were pulling huge banners with the words, Su Ran Tour written on them. Oh! Xianxia tilted his ears and listened. The deafening cheers of the spectators came from the arena, as if everyone had gone crazy. Xianxia increased his hearing, and amidst the cheers, he could vaguely hear someone singing. The people outside the arena were already restless. They were shouting and cursing as they pushed to enter the arena. The person in charge of the arena, along with hundreds of martial artists, pulled open the human wall, blocking the excessively enthusiastic citizens. Today's tickets are sold out. Those who like Miss Su Ran, please come back at this time tomorrow. There's still a chance tomorrow. Tomorrow is the opening day of the competition. There will still be Miss Su Ran's singing performance that night. Please calm down. Calm down. A person in charge poured yuan qi into his throat and shouted loudly. However, the crowd was too excited and no one listened to him. Really amazing. Xianxia smiled and shook his head. This Su Ran's popularity was really high. In other continents, the people worshipped martial arts experts or wealthy great figures. In the Iron and Steel continent, which was already rich and incompatible with martial arts experts, they preferred a resplendent star like Su Ran. The lights were red, the wine was green, and the paper was shattered. Perhaps it was the fallen sect disciples who had caused too much damage to the Steel continent. So much so that the commoners began to feel like they were venting their anger. They were drunk today and put entertainment at the forefront of their lives. There is no lack of money, only happiness. Looks like it's not necessarily a good thing that everyone has money. Xianxia bypassed the arena. There was a famous roasted chicken shop in the alley behind the arena. The people who came to buy the lotus leaf roasted chicken had already formed a long queue, and they had been lined up from the alley to the streets. Xiang Nan was helpless and could only stand behind the queue. He could only hear the endless roars and cheers in the arena. The first day they saw Su Ran singing in the arena, everyone was still calm. But today, they suddenly went berserk. That's right. Xiang Nan nodded. On the first day, the people in the arena did not know that Su Ran was there, much less that Su Ran had personally participated in a competition. Those people were all sports enthusiasts and were relatively rational. Today, all of them were Su Ran's suitors. They had long been moved by Su Ran's singing and lost their rationality. The queue for buying roasted chicken was still very long. Xiang Nan was bored as he stood in line. He had been worrying about Huangpu Ruyan in his heart for fear that something unexpected would happen to her all of a sudden. It was late at night. Xiang Nan waited in line from dusk until late at night and finally bought the steaming lotus leaf roasted chicken that was famous in Amethyst City. It really smells good. Xiang Nan walked out of the alley with the roasted chicken in his hand. At this moment, the realm elder suddenly let out a loud boom, and a heaven-shaking cheer rang out. From afar, on the wide street opposite him, men and women excitedly shouted, "Miss Su Ran is coming out! Miss Su Ran has finished singing. She is leaving. Quick! No matter what, I have to see Miss Su Ran today. These people haven't left yet?" Xiang Nan looked at those people in disbelief. They didn't buy tickets at all and didn't enter the arena. They actually waited in the cold wind until now just to see Su Ran with their own eyes? Crazy, really crazy. Xiang Nan shook his head. He was about to cross the street when he discovered that this place was packed with people. Everyone was crowded at the entrance of the arena without a single crack. Directly flying over, Xiang Nan looked around. There were flying mounts circling everywhere above the arena. Even the military in the city had mobilized to protect Su Ran. If he suddenly took off at this time, would he be shot down as a sneak attack on Su Ran? Xiang Nan was helpless and could only retreat to see if he could bypass the pine tree avenue from the side. But just as he reached the back of the arena, he saw a back door creak open in a dark alley. Immediately after, a person dressed in a fluffy coat hurriedly walked down the stairs at the entrance. It had just snowed, and the stairs were very slippery. The man was in a hurry, as if he was running away from something. He left in a hurry. In this careless moment, the man suddenly slipped and fell down in an extremely unsightly posture. Ayo! Xiang Nan was quick-witted and rushed forward one after another. He wrapped his left hand around the man and said, "Are you all right?" The man raised his head, and the thick fur hat on his head naturally fell off, revealing a fresh and beautiful face. "Ah, yes," Xiang Nan said. The man hurriedly covered Xiang Nan's mouth and hurriedly said, "Shua! Don't shout. Take me away. They will soon find out that I didn't leave through the main door." Xiang Nan looked at Su Ran, one of the three treasures of the Iron and Steel continent, with astonishment. In the blink of an eye, Su Ran saw Xiang Nan's face clearly and immediately frowned. "Is that you?" Xiang Nan laughed self-deprecatingly. "It is truly fortunate for a punk like me to be remembered in the heart by someone as big as you." "Don't be so glib." Su Ran frowned and said, "Do you want to help me or not? If you don't, just leave me here." Xiang Nan glanced at her feet and found that her right ankle was swollen, so he squatted down to treat her injuries. Unexpectedly, Su Ran suddenly shrank his foot and warned, "What are you doing?" Xiang Nan sighed and said, "I'll set your bones." "What are you doing? What else can I do?" "You still know how to set bones?" Su Ran asked curiously. Xiang Nan shook his head. He grabbed Su Ran's ankle with his left hand and placed the roasted chicken on the snow with his right hand. Then he grabbed his neck and said, "I'll count to 3. I'll be right here for you. It might hurt a little. You can endure it. 1. Kacha." "Ah!" Su Ran cried out in pain and quickly covered her mouth. "Why didn't you keep your word?" Su Ran whispered angrily. Xiang Nan picked up the roasted chicken and said, "Try and see if you can walk." "No." Su Ran tried to take 2 steps, his face pale with pain. Xiang Nan shook his head and said, "I'm going to help you. Don't think that I'm trying to take advantage of you anymore." With that, he held the roasted chicken in his left hand and pulled Su Ran's arm over with his right hand. helping her limp along the road. It hurts. It hurts. Su Ran was sweating profusely in pain. Then what should we do? Where are your guards? Xianxia said helplessly. Su Ran said unhappily, I asked them to take a dancer out. I asked the dancer to pretend to be me. I slipped through the back door and met them outside. Xianxia said, I was trying to help you out with good intentions, but you didn't give me a good look. All right, take your time and I won't accompany you. After Xianxia finished speaking, he carried the roasted chicken and was about to leave. How come you don't have any sympathy? Su Ran was so anxious that cold sweat poured down his face. On the other side, the entrance to the arena had already caused a sensation. It was possible that the commoners had already discovered the fake Su Ran. Hurry up and take me away. Otherwise, it will be too late. Su Ran was anxious to get angry. Xianxia frowned, strode over, picked up Su Ran, stuffed the roasted chicken into her hand, and quickly walked towards the opposite street. Su Ran pushed Xianxia's shoulder and said, Hey, put me down. How can you be unreasonable? Be honest. Xianxia said angrily, Why are you such a difficult woman to serve? You can't do this either. If you act recklessly, be careful of me touching your butt. You dare. Su Ran stared. See if I dare. Just try. I'm a gangster. What am I afraid of? Xianxia gritted his teeth and said. Su Ran was really scared. She was so scared that she whispered, Don't act recklessly. I have many experts protecting me. If you act recklessly, I'll let them beat you to death. His words were quite vicious, but his tone was getting weaker and weaker. Xianxia was too lazy to waste time talking to such a spoiled person. He just silently lowered his head and rushed forward. Su Ran tilted her head and looked at Xianxia's face. Yesterday, she thought that this young man was just a shameless gangster. But today, he didn't do anything out of line and even took the initiative to help her. Could it be that he had misunderstood him? Pasha, Pasha. A soft chewing sound came from behind him. What are you doing? Xianxia suddenly turned around and glared at Su Ran. Su Ran was shocked. She stared blankly at Xianxia with a chicken wing stuffed in her mouth. She whispered, Nothing, nothing. That's my roasted chicken. Xianxia said angrily. I know, but I'm hungry, Su Ran said as she waited for her big eyes to flash. Xianxia was so angry that he said as he walked, Do you know how long I waited in line to buy this roasted chicken? Why didn't you ask your master and eat it yourself? Su Ran frowned and said, You stubborn man. Why are you so cautious? Eating your chicken wings isn't eating your arms. You deserve to. Poochie. As Su Ran spoke, she was amused by her words. Xianxia did not know what to say, but shook his head. Today was the day he lost. After filming the team for a night in vain, how should I explain to Miss Ruyan when I return later? The thought of Huangpu Ruyan still starving and waiting for her roasted chicken at home infuriated Xianxia. Are you angry? Su Ran tilted her head and whispered to Xianxia, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were so poor. How about this? I'll buy 100 roasted chickens for you tomorrow. Xianxia was angry and didn't say anything. Then Su Ran said, Otherwise, I'll give you 1,000 gold coins and buy 10,000 roasted chickens. Xianxia remained silent. Then Su Ran was anxious. How can you forgive me? Xianxia said, Don't you know some martial arts? Why did you suddenly sprain your ankle? Hearing this, Su Ran became excited. Did you see my battle in the arena? Isn't it wonderful? Xianxia said, Wonderful. That's. Su Ran said happily, I have been practicing using combat puppets since I was a child. I am incomparably proficient in all kinds of formations on puppets. However, I have never cultivated martial arts. I only know how to control puppets. No wonder Xianxia nodded silently. Afterwards, the two of them were speechless again. In the snow and ice, Xianxia walked with a deep foot. There were no pedestrians in this alley, and everyone nearby was crowded on the arena far behind him. Looking at the snowstorm that filled the sky, a memory that shouldn't have belonged to him appeared in Xianxia's heart. That was when the real Xianxia was a child. At that time, the Xiang clan had just declined. Their houses were in ruins, and there was only an old butler in the courtyard. In the 12th month of the 10th winter, heavy snow fell, and wind leaked everywhere on the roof, causing the young Xiang Nan to be unable to fall asleep. Mother hugged Xiang Nan in her arms. While looking at the snow outside the window, she hummed a song to Xiang Nan and coaxed him to sleep. Those days were tough. The clansmen defected, the Wang clan suppressed, and the Xiang clan's grandfather and grandson couldn't see any hope. However, on such a cold night, her mother's gentle ballad had become everything in Xiang Nan's small world. That memory made Xiang Nan feel extremely warm. He had never seen his mother before, but the real Xiang Nan's mother had played a substitute role in his heart. Uncontrollably, Xiang Nan's heart melted, and his eyes turned red as he softly hummed the song. There were even some words that he had forgotten, but he vaguely remembered the general melody. Su Ran lay on Xiang Nan's back and could hear his powerful heartbeat through Xiang Nan's thin shirt. Following Xiang Nan's song, Su Ran narrowed her eyes and gradually fell asleep. It would be great if I didn't have so much hatred and responsibility. It would be great if I could stay by my parents' side and perform my duty of loyalty and filial piety on behalf of Xiang Nan and his two elders. Only after experiencing pain and suffering could he say such a sentence that touched the hearts of others. While Su Ran was sleeping, she vaguely heard Xiang Nan muttering to herself. She did not know what she had dreamed of, and sparkling tears rolled down from the corner of her eyes. "You're here." After an unknown amount of time, Xiang Nan shook Su Ran awake and pointed at the row of guards in front of him, saying, "Your men are here to pick you up." Su Ran rubbed her eyes and immediately ran towards the guards happily. Those guards rushed forward like flying, immediately protecting Su Ran and looking at Xiang Nan with vigilance. Su Ran was stunned. Suddenly, he found that he was still holding a roasted chicken in his hand. He hurriedly turned around and said, "Ah, yours." But she didn't finish her sentence. Xiang Nan had already walked far. In the endless snow, strands of faint lights pulled Xiang Nan's back very, very long. Su Ran stared blankly at Xiang Nan's back, and it was as if the song that Xiang Nan had hummed before had resounded in his ears. "Miss Su Ran, who is that?" A guard approached and said respectfully. Su Ran held the roasted chicken and said, "I don't know. Maybe it's just an admirer trying to get close to me." In the distance, Xiang Nan heard these words, but he did not react at all. When Xiang Nan returned to the inn empty-handed with guilt in his heart, he discovered that Miss Ruyan had already left. There was only a letter left on the table. Xiang Nan did not turn on the light. He moved his chair and sat quietly in front of the window. Then the moonlight went to read the words on the letter. "I'm sorry, young Master Xiang, for suddenly leaving without saying hello to you. I know you really want to help me. Just like when we first met, you risked your life to help me and my sister. However, there are some things that are related to personal honor and disgrace. You must personally solve them. I believe that you must understand this feeling very well. Just like the first time we parted ways, I still wish you a bright future. I'm sorry I didn't get to eat the lotus leaf roasted chicken you personally bought. I'm fine, so there's no need to worry about it. There's a long way to go. See you later, Miss Ruyan." Xiang Nan closed the envelope, and Miss Ruyan's body fragrance was still left on the envelope. Sitting in front of the window, he was silent for a long time and felt an indescribable sour in his heart. Once, when she was in her most desperate state, when her family was at the end of the road, it was she who stood up and pulled back the Xiang family, who was on the verge of despair. Nowadays, she was also faced with her family's problems, but she had no way to help her. "Up until now, she is still thinking about me." Xiang Nan sighed. He knew that she did not want him to get involved, nor did she want him to be implicated. The Huangpu aristocrat clan was an enormous force that could cover the sky with one hand. She did not want herself to get involved in this muddy water and become unable to extricate herself. Xiang Nan didn't do anything all night. He just kept recalling every detail of his relationship with Miss Ruyan in front of the window. This meeting was very unexpected. Neither Xiang Nan nor Miss Ruyan had expected it. However, their separation was also very hasty. Xiangnan realized that the Huangpu aristocrat clan's problem might be a little big this time. Otherwise, Miss Rian's performance would not have been so abnormal. He took out a message and said to it, "Feng Xian, help me investigate the current situation of the Huangpu aristocrat clan. Remember, do it according to your strength. You must ensure that you can stay out of this." With that, he sent the message flying. In the far north, I don't know when the messenger will be able to fly to the southern domain. I'm afraid it'll take at least 2 months. Early the next morning, the entire Amethyst City became lively. Today was the opening ceremony of the competition. All the influential people in the city went to the arena. The arena that could accommodate 100,000 spectators suddenly became a little inadequate on this day. The entire Pine Tree Avenue was packed with people from the streets to the end of the alley. Everyone held money and tickets high up in their hands. There were too many people. Many people who had clearly bought tickets were blocked at the end of the street because they couldn't squeeze in. They were all sweating profusely and cursing endlessly. Xiangnan stood at the end of the street. Seeing this, he realized that he might not be able to enter. However, he had to find Old Man Tianji as soon as possible. In the blink of an eye, some gorgeous carriages passed through a small alley beside Pine Boulevard. Those people should also be attending the opening ceremony, right? Xiangnan pondered for a moment before following a large number of gorgeous carriages into the alley. Only then did he realize that this alley was a VIP passageway that was strictly guarded by military guards in the city. Only those with high status could enter the arena directly from here. The distinguished guests jumped out of the carriage and showed their invitations. Then, they went down an inclined staircase and entered the underground passageway. Even so, because there were too many rich people in this alley, they had to queue up. By the time the queue reached Xiangnan, he was in a bit of a dilemma. The 2 guards stopped Xiangnan and politely said, "Please show me your invitation letter." Xiangnan hesitated for a moment before suddenly thinking, "May I ask if this arena competition is officially sponsored, or is it a private one?" When the 2 guards heard Xiangnan's question, they knew that he was not an honored guest. One of them said impolitely, "There is no invitation letter. Please leave this place." The other guard had a good temper and said to Xiangnan, "The arena competition is jointly organized by several large clans. We only received orders from the city lord to help maintain order." "Oh!" Xiangnan came to his senses. He took out a small card and handed it to the 2 guards. One of them took the card and saw that it was black. There were 18 pentagrams on it. He was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Xiangnan said, "Show this to the manager of the organizer. He will understand." The guard left doubtfully with the card in his hand. "Hurry up. Get lost if you can't get in. Who is blocking the way? Don't waste my time. I still want to go in and participate in the opening ceremony." The people behind had already started to curse the streets. Xiangnan ignored them and waited quietly. Not long after, a middle-aged man ran over hurriedly. When he ran to Xiangnan's side, he was still panting. It seemed that he ran quite far. "Excuse me." The middle-aged man held Xiangnan's martial god card and wiped his sweat as he said, "Is this card yours?" Xiangnan nodded. "Is it yours or your friend's?" The man asked. "I must confirm that." Xiangnan thought for a moment and said, "A friend gave it to me." The middle-aged man heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. "I see. I thought Master Lei Gui had personally come. It doesn't look like your age. Since your identity is special, please follow me. I will personally bring you in." After saying that, the middle-aged man respectfully led the way in front of him, while Xiangnan followed behind him with astonishment in his heart. "I didn't expect that Grandmaster Lei Gui's name would spread so far. From the eastern region to the northern region, it seems like this martial god card is really awesome. That Death Eye is not lying. Why should he be personally brought in by the person in charge? That's right, who is he? I'm a super big shot. If you don't believe me, go and ask around." When those distinguished guests saw Xiangnan's special treatment, they couldn't hold back any longer and felt that their identities were being discriminated against. As a result, no one paid any attention to their complaints. The guards continued to strictly control the order of the scene. Xianxia followed the person in charge into the arena. At this moment, only 1/3 of the spectators in the arena had entered. The person in charge respectfully returned the card to Xianxia and said, "Since all the VIP rooms in the arena were reserved 2 years ago, I really can't make room for you. Please feel wronged and watch the opening ceremony in the spectator stands. May I ask if you are satisfied with the arrangement? If you are not satisfied, please give me 2 hours. I will definitely find a way to free up a private room for you." Xianxia really did not expect that this martial god card would bring him such a respectful treatment. He said, "No need, I'm fine here." "All right then." The person in charge sighed and said, "It's my honor to be able to serve you. In 10 minutes, I will send someone to bring you the highest standard key to the inn in Amethyst City, as well as 80% of the restricted area passes. If you need anything, we can arrange for you to have dinner with the city lord tonight. Here is a 1 million gold storage card. Please keep it. At this time, your martial gods overdraft this week. If you need it, please call me at any time." After saying that, the person in charge bowed to Xianxia and left. Xianxia was stunned. He held the coin storage card in his hand and couldn't react for a while. This card is actually this powerful? The audience entered one after another. In a few minutes, Xianxia's left and right sides were already filled with people. A few minutes later, an entire row of maids, dressed in uniform, holding trays in their hands, walked in neat steps and filed towards Xianxia. The tray in the first maid's hand was filled with iced fruit wine and a few delicate desserts that looked very expensive. On the tray in the second maid's hand was a towel for wiping the sweat and 2 plates of cut fruit. The third maidservant placed it in her hand. The entire row of maids stood in the crowded aisle, respectfully facing Xianxia. At the same time, they bowed slightly to Xianxia, as if they had bowed respectfully. "Are they all for me?" Xianxia pointed at his nose and asked curiously. The first maidservant nodded with a respectful smile. "If you don't have enough, just give us your orders. As long as you don't exceed our capabilities, we will try our best to satisfy your needs." The spectators around Xianxia were speechless. "My God! Is that blue crystal fruit on the plate? It really is blue crystal fruit. I heard that this thing only grows in certain plantations in the extreme cold of the north, and the annual mass production does not exceed 10,000. Another spectator licked his lips and sniffed the fragrance of the wine in the air. The 150-year-old Heavenly Palace intoxication. I remember that last time when Amethyst City celebrated its 500-year anniversary, only 20 jars were opened. Only those with distinguished status could taste it. The people here were indeed knowledgeable. They immediately called out the names of the things on the trays. Xianxia had never even heard of these things. He only knew a lot about martial arts, but he didn't know much about the delicacies of a mortal world like this. Xianxia looked at the audience beside him and coveted the delicacies, so much that he smiled and said, "Divide them up for everyone. I can't eat them by myself." "Yes." The maids immediately distributed the items in their hands to the spectators nearby. The audience laughed from ear to ear. They all nodded and bowed towards Xianxia, wishing they could rush forward and pinch his shoulders. "All right, let's go down. Without my orders, there's no need to come back." Xianxia waved his hand. Only then did the maids nod with a smile and flew away. "Little brother." "No, little hero, what is your background?" A spectator approached and chuckled. "Are you a relative of the royal family? Or the young master of some great figure on our steel continent?" Xianxia didn't want to talk too much with them and said, "Look, it's about to start." Seeing that Xianxia didn't want to talk much, the more people felt that his status was extraordinary, so they didn't dare to greet him frequently. Xianxia sat in his seat and kept playing with the storage card in his sleeves. He thought to himself, this item seems to be extremely heavy and can bring him many unexpected benefits. If he could make good use of it, it should be convenient for him to do many things. Soon, the opening ceremony of the competition officially began. 10 commentators from the scene filed into the arena. They held a small loudspeaker in their hands, and the loudspeaker was painted with a loud enlarged profound Tao diagram. Every time he spoke, The formation on the horn would light up slightly and spread the sound to the entire audience, so that everyone could hear him. Today is a good day for the Amethyst City Athletic Tournament. Thank you, guests and friends. The 10 commentators stood in different corners, chatting and teasing each other, making the audience laugh, while saying some insignificant polite words. After they finished chatting, the puppet squadron would appear on the stage. The neatly dressed squad members walked into the arena with neat steps, while the spectators cheered wildly. There were a total of 100 teams participating in the competition, 50 of them representing 50 provinces on the Iron and Steel Road. There were no other 10 teams, and they were composed of the private forces of great figures, representing the nobles of the Iron and Steel continent. Each team had their own team name and their own combat puppets. Please, Dongling Province Guild. A group of combat team members entered the arena, followed by a corresponding number of combat puppets. Those combat puppets took a unified step, and their bodies were painted with patterns representing the provincial emblem of Dongling Province. Squads kept coming in until the appearance of a squad attracted Xianxia's attention. Please come out, Su Ran's squad. At this moment, the cheers of everyone present reached their peak. 10 tall and handsome youths lifted their proud heads high and entered the arena. Behind them were 10 10-meter-tall combat puppets. These puppets were carrying 10-meter-tall sabers on their backs, and their bodies were painted with beautiful patterns of phoenix tails. Miss Su Ran also has a squad? Xianxia curiously asked an audience member. Of course. Miss Su Ran is a first-class fan of the puppet tournament. Don't you know? Singing can only be ranked second in her hobby. This is the puppet tournament. Another spectator greedily ate the blue crystal fruit as he interrupted. That's right. Only people with Miss Su Ran status are qualified to form their own puppet squad. Xianxia felt that it was quite interesting. He rubbed his chin and looked at Su Ran's squad incessantly. The members of the squad were all 25 or 16 years old, and they were at the peak of their youth. The figures of these people were extremely well-proportioned. It could be said that there was not a single bit of extra flesh on their entire bodies. This figure could be used in actual combat, and it was likely that its beauty was greater than its actual combat effect. However, if it was used to control the profound Dao puppets, it would be quite suitable. The symmetry of his figure meant that when he did some difficult movements, he would not be hindered by his overly strong muscles. When all the squads arrived, everyone began to talk about their own squad manifesto to canvass for votes. In fact, Miss Su Ran even personally came out and sang 2 songs for everyone to publicize her squad. This time, the atmosphere at the scene was naturally abnormally hot. Xianxia had been secretly searching for him and had focused his attention on the VIP rooms on the high platform in the distance, trying to find traces of old man Tianji. Unfortunately, there were too many people on the scene, and the number of martial artists was as large as a crucian carp. Those spiritual chi fluctuations, yuan chi fluctuations, and even astral chi fluctuations were all mixed together. Using the lightning photoelectric eye to look over, it was completely filled with light that filled the heavens and earth, and there was no way to find it. Today's opening ceremony would not be a formal match. Instead, they would introduce the teams and randomly select a few teams to carry out 10 friendly matches. The host shouted loudly, "In the national puppet competition, the first place will be won. 3 5th-level Heaven Scryer puppets will be refined from fallen diamonds." Holy shit! Xianxia couldn't help but curse. Fallen diamonds? That thing was a blue stone of the same value as the Blue Wave Heavenly Blue Stone. This thing can be directly used to refine profound grade weapons. A battle puppet only needed to incorporate a single fallen diamond to give it the hardness of a true beginner profound weapon. Moreover, it was a puppet at the 5th level of Heaven Scryer. The value of this item was far beyond imagination. Xianxia's heart was dripping with blood. 3 pieces of fallen diamonds. To use it to refine a puppet was truly a waste of heavenly treasures. The spectators at the scene had already exploded, and the cheers were louder and louder. Could be seen that Su Ran's eyes lit up when she heard the prize. She yearned for these 3 priceless puppets. What did a 5th-level Heaven Scryer puppet represent? How many realms could a martial artist reach in his lifetime? A person like Xianxia had cultivated for a lifetime and was only at the 3rd level of the heavenly Yuan realm. However, if an ordinary person obtained a battle puppet forged from a fallen diamond, he would immediately possess the combat power of the 5th level of the Heaven Scryer realm. Although a puppet could not unleash any martial skill, even if it was only the 5th level of Heaven Scryer, it was still very frightening. At least, it could easily kill a few 1st or 2nd level Heaven Scryer martial artists. I'm truly amazed. Xianxia shook his head non-stop. The wealth of the Steel Continent was constantly refreshing his values. Little Sparrow's 2 small eyes were about to emit a strong light. Perhaps that strong light could pierce through the entire arena and burn everyone to ashes. Kept shouting, pointing its wings at the 3 combat puppets. Xianxia touched its head and smiled. We can't get that thing. Don't worry about it. Lord Little Sparrow said that he was very unhappy. He narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Don't cause trouble for me, Xianxia said. If you dare to steal a puppet, the entire Iron and Steel Continent will be looking for us. Lord Little Sparrow rolled his eyes at Xianxia, which meant that he was a bastard. Xianxia also rolled his eyes at him, which meant that you bit me. Gotcha. The little bird bit Xianxia's nose. Fuck your uncle. Xianxia held the little bird's leg and said, Eat the roasted bird tonight. The atmosphere at the scene was still lively. The teams left one after another and drew lots at the scene. The 2 teams contributed their first friendly match ahead of time. Friendly matches are not counted in the rankings, and it doesn't matter whether you win or lose. It's just for the entertainment of the audience. Coincidentally, in the first friendly match, Su Rant's team and Wuxia's provincial team were drawn. A member of Su Rant's squad jumped onto the combat puppet and entered the arena first. This combat puppet was painted with a phoenix tail pattern. It looked very beautiful and compatible. The puppet was 10 meters tall, and its arms and legs were made to be very standard. It was suitable in length and thickness. The puppets of the Blue Sea Provincial Guild were exceptionally tall and strong. Although it was also 10 meters tall, it had 4 arms and 4 legs. The height of the puppet was clearly limited in the competition. The maximum height could only be 10 meters, and it was not allowed to exceed this height. However, the exact shape of the puppet was not clearly defined. The puppets of the Blue Sea Provincial Guild were obviously more complicated and powerful. A host jumped onto the arena and said, Su Rant's team, Li Haoming, is a very famous competitor in the Iron and Steel Continent. He once had 150 battles and 88 victories. As for his profound Dao puppet, it is restricted by the rules. The puppet realm is at the 5th level of the heavenly Yuan realm, and it is called the Yuan Chi Bladesman. The crowd applauded warmly. Immediately after, the host introduced the members of the Blue Sea Provincial Guild and said, Blue Sea Provincial Guild, Zhong Wufeng. He is a renowned first-tier competitor. In his 18-year career, he has participated in more than 1,000 matches, and his winning rate remains above 70%. As for his combat puppet, it is at the 5th level of the heavenly Yuan realm. It is called the Primordial Beast. The audience cried out in alarm. More than 1,000 battles. The corner of Su Rant's mouth twitched slightly. Obviously, she couldn't find such a highly qualified veteran athlete, so the pressure in her heart was very great. Xianxia looked over and saw that Zhong Wufeng was only 25 or 16 years old, yet he had 18 years of athletic career. This meant that he had begun to come into contact with puppets at the age of 7 or 8. All right, the 2 teams have finished their introductions. Now, the friendly match officially begins. The commentator immediately jumped off the stage. On the arena, the 2 combatants jumped onto their own puppets and triggered multiple formations on the puppets. The 2 puppets immediately moved. Su Ran whispered a few words of encouragement to Li Haoming on the edge of the arena. Then, Li Haoming made a gesture, which seemed to mean that it was wrapped around me. The battle began. The 2 puppets drew their huge sabers from behind them and rushed towards each other. When the primordial saber cultivator was still 10 meters away from the primordial beast, his body suddenly shortened. His entire body slanted over the ground and directly attacked the primordial beast's footwall. Could be seen that Li Haoming had quite a lot of combat experience. He knew that the primordial beast had 4 arms and would suffer if he fought head-on. However, Zhong Wufeng had 1,000 battles of experience. The corners of his mouth curved upside down. As he ran, his 4 legs flicked slightly, causing his entire body to jump up and down. The primordial behemoth wielded its saber in both hands, and its other 2 hands directly grabbed onto the gliding Yuan-Chi bladesman and pulled him away. The primordial saber cultivator twisted his waist and his legs grabbed onto the primordial beast's waist. Then, he twisted the primordial beast and spun it in the air. "All right." Su Ran clapped his hands excitedly. Seeing Su Ran applaud, Zhong Wufeng's jealousy rose. He shouted, "How dare you embarrass yourself in front of me with such a small trick?" With that, the primordial behemoth suddenly looked like a giant spider and hugged the Yuan-Chi bladesman. Immediately after, the primordial behemoth released 1 leg and kicked the Yuan-Chi swordsman out, while its other 2 arms grabbed onto the giant saber and slashed down with 1 saber. Chi! The Yuan-Chi bladesman was actually cut into 2 halves on the spot. Li Haoming rolled out of the room in a sorry state and hurriedly dodged the descending primordial behemoths. That brat Zhong Wufeng harbored malicious intentions and tried to pretend that he landed unsteadily, wanting to trample Li Haoming to death. "Stop!" Su Ran shouted angrily. The primordial beast tilted its body and its 4 legs landed on the ground. In the end, it did not dare to step on Li Haoming. "Sorry, I lost my composure." Zhong Wufeng controlled his mighty puppet and came to Su Ran. He bowed slightly to Su Ran like a well-educated young master. Everyone applauded loudly. Su Ran stood in his way and smiled at Zhong Wufeng. "Thank you for showing mercy. This primordial beast is indeed worthy of its reputation." Xianxia watched such a match. To be honest, novelty was more exciting than excitement. Puppet games were fought with the same principle as martial artists. They were fought in a certain space with high intensity and rapid change. He relied on about 3 points. One was his rich combat experience, and the other was his on-the-spot judgment of the changes in the battle, which was the so-called battle consciousness and reaction ability. Third, it was the combat puppet's own attributes. Each puppet contained different formations, and its attributes were also different. It was only after countless training that it formed its current appearance. Su Ran's puppets were more balanced and flexible, with more than half of them being wind-type formations, while the puppet's body was limited, so there were relatively fewer power-type formations. The puppets of the Blue Sea Provincial Guild were mostly earth-type formations that represented strength, while the wind-type formations were fewer. Such a puppet was easy to grasp by the enemy, but once he had the chance to counterattack, how could he deal an extremely heavy blow to the place? Xianxia only used his lightning vision to scan through all of this information, and he basically grasped all of it. The reason why novelty outweighed interest was because the combat skills of these puppets weren't worth mentioning to Xianxia. Xianxia smiled and shook his head. A toy is a toy after all. The audience beside him was immediately dissatisfied and said, "Dear sir, I don't like to hear you say that. When our puppets fight, it's even more exciting than a martial artist's battle. It's even more exciting. I suppose you haven't seen many real martial artists fight." Xianxia smiled. The audience curled their lips and said, "I don't think you have any experience. You bumpkin. Here's your blue crystal fruit. I won't eat it anymore." As he spoke, the audience stuffed 2/3 of the fruit into Xianxia's hand and then turned around, looking very angry. Xianxia smiled helplessly and didn't say anything else. The following friendly matches were quite exciting. Xianxia had to admit that there wasn't much difference between a puppet battle and a martial artist battle. The only difference was that the competitors weren't real martial artists. All the combat knowledge they had learned was how to defeat the opponent's puppets. However, killing people was essentially different from destroying a puppet. The opening ceremony of the first day ended in a vigorous atmosphere. It was already dark, and the puppet performance was over. Su Ran appeared again and sang for everyone. The puppet battles were hot-blooded, and Su Ran's singing could soothe everyone's hearts. Those were 2 completely different emotions. However, The enthusiasm of the audience towards Su Ran was not inferior to their passion for the competition. Xianxia sat here and watched for a whole day. He also had a full understanding of these so-called puppet competition modes. Kill, you have to see each other's expression change, guess each other's intentions, and even look at every detail of the enemy's body. The ice-cold puppets didn't have eyes at all, and their body structures weren't as varied as the human body. Therefore, when fighting, it was very simple and rough. However, just like the excitement of the audience, it was because this kind of battle was too crude and simple, too red, and it could actually arouse the primordial beast nature in the hearts of the audience. Xianxia smiled and returned to his inn with the key. As for the place that the organizer had arranged for Xianxia to stay, it happened to be the Crystal Palace. After the waiter saw Xianxia, he was very vigilant. After Xianxia reported the name of Xiangbei and showed him the key, the waiter's face turned green. I didn't expect you to be such a big shot. The waiter hurriedly rubbed his hands and said with a flushed face, I really deserve to die for offending you last time. Please do not forget this villain. Xianxia said, if I'm not a big shot, do you want to throw me out again? The waiter was so frightened that he hurriedly lowered his head and did not dare to refute. Xianxia shook his head and strode in. The Crystal Palace leaned against the Amethyst Mountain and had its own hot spring. Xianxia took a comfortable bath and then went to the hall on the 6th floor to eat. He ate all kinds of expensive snacks that could not be named and drank valuable wine, but he kept on muttering in his heart. What exactly could he do to find Old Man Tianji? He didn't even know what Old Man Tianji looked like. This is outrageous. I spent so much money to give you the best food, the most comfortable accommodation, and the best training, but is this the reward you gave me? Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the other side of the hall. Xianxia turned around and saw Su Ran walking over under the protection of a group of people. As he walked, he reprimanded Li Haoming, who had lost the match during the day. Li Haoming lowered his head in shame and said, that Zhong Wufeng's puppet was obviously personally modified by a mysterious Dao expert. There is something wrong with his puppet's speed and strength. You still dare to retort? Su Ran said angrily. When you jumped up, didn't you think that someone would hug you? What is your saber for? Is it just a decoration? Don't you know how to force him away with your saber? If you lose, you lose. How can there be so many reasons? If you really are on the battlefield, do you still have the qualifications to talk back to me? You even lost your life. Yes, yes. Li Haoming nodded. At the side, the other 9 contestants were also silent, but their expressions were clearly gloating over their misfortune. As for Su Ran's martial artist guards, they didn't care about these matters at all. They were only responsible for protecting Su Ran's safety. Su Ran sat down angrily and raised his head, colliding with Xianxia's gaze. It's you. Su Ran's eyes lit up, and he immediately stood up and strode towards Xianxia. The 2 guards rushed to Xianxia 1 step ahead of time. One of them pressed down on Xianxia's shoulder, while the other reached out to touch the knife on Xianxia's back. My saber is not something you can touch, Xianxia said indifferently as he held the wine cup in his hand. No stranger is allowed to wear a weapon and talk to Miss Su Ran. I will temporarily take care of your saber. The guard grabbed the hilt of the knife and was about to pull it out. What a big shelf. Xianxia smiled coldly. Last reminder, you can't touch my saber. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences. Stop! Su Ran hurriedly scolded, and the 2 guards nodded before retreating. Su Ran pulled up her chair and sat down opposite Xianxia. She crossed her hands on the table and looked at Xianxia as a superior. Xianxia did not like to be seen like this by others, as if he was a good being evaluated by others. He only drank lightly, but did not look at Su Ran once. Then Su Ran frowned and said, Say, you've been following me for a while now. Why on earth are you following me? Stalking you? Xianxia shook his head and said, You are too self-effacing. Su Ran laughed. Don't think that you can ignore the etiquette in front of me, just because you helped me out that day. Speak of etiquette. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. I don't seem to allow you to sit opposite me. Su Ran chuckled. She adjusted her posture and leaned against the back of the chair. I asked about it. Did you come to the Crystal Palace that day to apply? Do you want to be my bodyguard? If that's your goal, then you might want to get to know yourself again and figure out how to talk to me. Finished. Xianxia put down his glass and said, Please leave now. I'm going to eat. Xianxia himself did not know why. He clearly had a request for her. But now he felt that she was very annoying. Whether it was her attitude towards people or her tone, it made Xianxia annoyed. He felt that she was completely different from the singing Su Ran. You want to make me dislike you and arouse my interest first, and then slowly treat me gently? Su Ran laughed. Those who pursue me can be discharged from the steel continent to the endless sea. I've seen all kinds of methods. If you don't have anything new, why don't you get straight to the point? Xianxia took a sip of wine, put down his glass, tidied his collar, stood up and turned around to leave. You'll come back for me. Su Ran held the wine glass and enjoyed the wine slowly swaying in the glass. She watched the wine die on the glass and then slowly slide down. She was very confident, but Xianxia ignored her. Xianxia did ask her, but he was not a person who put down his dignity and posture for his own purposes. If a person was alive and didn't even have this bit of backbone, even if he placed all the world-devastating divine lightning in front of Xianxia would still feel that he had lost his life and lost his dignity. What exactly is that lotus leaf roasted chicken smell? It actually makes Miss Ruyan miss it so much. Xianxia arrived at Pine Street again and arrived at the alley behind him. Today it was still overcrowded. Xianxia had been standing in line for 3 hours and was still in the middle of the line. He just wanted to taste the roasted chicken and experience the taste that Miss Ruyan had experienced before. If you line up like this, I'm afraid you won't be able to buy it even in the middle of the night. Behind him, a burst of fragrant wind blew over. Xianxia did not turn around. Come on. I'll take you to buy it. Su Ran patted Xianxia on the shoulder and strode towards the door. Is this considered peace? Xianxia asked. You can think of anything you want. Su Ran said without turning his head. I owe you what I owe you. I should return it to you. This is my bottom line. Su Ran was wearing a medium-sized thick-furred robe. Her tall collar covered most of her face, and the white velvet hat on her head covered her forehead. No one could see her appearance. The two of them arrived at the roasted chicken shop. The roasted chicken waiter frowned and said, Queue up! Su Ran lifted her hat and smiled sweetly at the waiter. My friend wants to eat your roasted chicken with lotus leaves. Can you please be kind? When the waiter saw Su Ran's face, his entire body was petrified. After a while, he nodded desperately. All right, since it's you. Shoo. Su Ran made a silent gesture and pretended to be cute. Can you not reveal my identity? The waiter was so excited that he cried. He really cried. Tears rolled down her cheeks. This scene left Xianxia speechless. It was simply unimaginable. Good. Good. The waiter choked and handed a wrapped roasted chicken to Su Ran with both hands. Thank you. Su Ran raised her eyebrows lovingly, then pulled Xianxia's arm and left. The waiter was behind him, looking at Su Ran's back as if he was intoxicated. He had already forgotten the whole world happily. Why can they jump the queue? You're not fair. That's right, we've been waiting for hours on this cold night. Shut up, the waiter said angrily. Get lost? I won't sell it today. After cursing, the waiter happily hummed Su Ran's tune. As he packed his things, he kept caressing his hands. This is the hand that I passed to Miss Su Ran to roast chicken. I can't wash it again in this lifetime. I need to take good care of it. Piercing. Su Ran tore off a chicken wing and took a small bite at the side of her mouth. Xianxia looked at her blankly. You ate my chicken again. Then Su Ran said, Such a big man. You can't be generous. Eat your chicken wings. Not your arms. Poochie. Xianxia was speechless. This woman had already been amused twice by her, and she had said the same thing twice. She was simply mentally ill. Take this. From today onwards, you are mine. As Su Ran ignored the image of the chicken wings, he stuffed a small token into Xianxia's hand. There was a phoenix tail pattern on the token. Didn't you just want to be my bodyguard? I'll give you a chance. Xianxia stuffed the token back into her hand and said, I don't want the chance to give. Then, how much commission do you want? Su Ran ate Xianxia. She felt that Xianxia wanted money, but also her beauty. If she gave both to Xianxia, Xianxia could not refuse. Me? You can't afford it. Xianxia laughed. There are only a handful of people in this world who can hire me. Starting from today. Su Ran held the chicken wings in her mouth and put the sticker on Xianxia's arm. You are my personal guard. You can do whatever I ask you to do, and you can say whatever I ask you to say. Not many questions. Don't resist, and don't question my words. I didn't agree. Xianxia was going to tear the badge apart. Su Ran said, If you dare to tear it off, the friendship we just established will be over. You heard right, it's friendship. I'm not giving you charity, nor am I angry. It's just because you helped me, and I think you're a kind person. Friendship? Xianxia asked. Friendship? Su Ran nodded and said seriously, You have a sense of righteousness. Usually, I have a higher tolerance for people like you. How is it? You still want me to humbly beg you to protect me? You're a man. Understand? You have to be modest with women. 2 conditions. If you agree, I will be hired. Xianxia said. Su Ran rolled her eyes and said, I don't like a man with a small belly like you the most. Say it. Xianxia said, Firstly, I am the bodyguard you hired, not your slave. In the future, when you talk to me, you'd better not be so beaten up. Second, I will obey your orders at my discretion. If it is against justice and morality, I will refuse. Su Ran tore off another chicken wing and said, The first half agrees, the second half rejects. The second agrees, so it's settled. Follow me. Su Ran turned around and walked towards the night. Xianxia sighed. Looking at the roasted chicken without 2 arms, he didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Crystal Palace. Su Ran strode forward and told Xianxia without turning his head. My schedule is very tight every day. You have to adapt to my fast-paced and stressful lifestyle. I have someone to take charge of the itinerary, and you can protect me 24 hours a day. You can't leave my sight without my permission. Finally, look what you should see, don't look what you shouldn't. You should know your limits. Close? 24 hours. Xianxia said, Do I even follow you when you go to the bathroom, sleep, and take a bath? Refer to my last request, Su Ran said. This is my room. Su Ran handled things very nimbly and directly brought Xianxia to the door. She pushed open the door. The dwelling inside was extremely luxurious. The floor was covered with a carpet made of expensive demonic beast fur. The huge floor-to-ceiling window gave a bird's-eye view of the entire territory of Amethyst City. It was located on the 228th floor of the Crystal Palace. In the middle of the bedroom, there was a big bed that could allow 17 or 18 young men to stand on it and fight in groups. Where are your other guards? Seeing that there was no one else in the room, Xianxia asked curiously. Su Ran said, They? I can't believe it. They are just daily guards. Only you are a personal guard. You believe me? Xianxia said, Should I be flattered? Su Ran said, You think too much. I believe you. It's all because you can do something to me that snowy night, but you didn't. This means that you are at least an upright person. This is your bunk. Su Ran took out a set of blankets from the wardrobe and said, Go take a shower. After washing, sleep on the ground. Xianxia reached out to receive it. Su Ran's hands shrank. Your hands are dirty. Go wash them first. Xianxia was helpless, so he could only go to the bathroom that was big enough for 28 young men to do a good toilet. Only then did he wipe his hair and walk out. Su Ran was sitting in front of the dressing table, drawing her eyebrows and putting on her makeup. She gently smeared the expensive rouge on her face with her 2 fingers. Are you going out? Xianxia said. After Su Ran finished dressing up, she picked out a set of jewelry from a large box of 18 rats and said, I said, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. You can do whatever I tell you to do. On the 7th floor of the wardrobe, there's a gown I ordered for you just now. I'll give you 2 minutes to dress up and follow me. Su Ran also wore a black evening gown and commanded Xiang Nan. After Xiang Nan finished dressing, Su Ran's eyes lit up. I didn't expect that your body would be quite sturdy. Oh right, I forgot to ask. What realm of martial artist are you? 6th Heaven Scryer. Xiang Nan said. Su Ran laughed out loud. Yeah, I'm still at the 9th level of the Heavenly Tribulation. It's getting late. Follow me. Su Ran grabbed a small bag and walked out. I'm really at the 6th level of Heaven Scryer, Xiang Nan said. Su Ran nodded. I know. If someone asks you, just say so. I have a light on my face. Remember to disguise yourself a little. Don't show your tricks. If someone asks you to release your astral chi, just say that you've been cultivating an unfathomable cultivation technique recently. It's not suitable for you to casually circulate it. Xiang Nan shook his head. Whatever you say is fine. Walking out of the room, there were already 2 rows of guards waiting in the corridor. One of these guards was an expert at the 5th level of the Heavenly Yuan realm. 2 of them were at the 8th level of the Heavenly Yuan realm, while the other 10 were at the 5th level of the Heavenly Yuan realm, ranging from the 6th level to the 5th level of the Heavenly Yuan realm. A Heaven Origin realm martial artist was a very powerful character on the other roads. It was more than enough for him to find a small corner and be the overlord of one side. However, in the Iron and Steel continent, people of this level were not uncommon. Of course, the reason why people at this realm were willing to be hired as mercenaries was largely because of the word Su Ran. The guards looked at Xiang Nan with a look of contempt. They saw how Xiang Nan hooked up with Su Ran with their own eyes. He was very disdainful of such a pretty boy like Xiang Nan. Crystal Palace has different elevators, some for ordinary people, some for staff, and some for distinguished guests. Then Su Ran brought Xiang Nan into the VIP elevator and said to the guards outside, "Get down ahead of time. Prepare a carriage and wait for me. Xiang Bei will come with me." With that, the elevator door closed. The elevating tunnel was a straight tunnel. A disc was used for people to stand. On the disc was a floating array. This array was one of the wind-type formations that could rise and fall without any support. Xiang Nan looked at the platform beneath his feet. The floating array on it was very new, and it was obvious that it was often maintained. "Take my arm," Su Ran said. "What?" Xiang Nanchi said. "Arm in arm." Su Ran said, "I remind you for the last time, ask what you should ask. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. You can do whatever I ask you to do. I have my own reasons." Xiang Nan nodded and grabbed her arm. "Let me remind you for the last time, don't talk to me like you're directing a slave. I'm your employer, so there's no difference between us," he said. Su Ran said, "Remember, from now on, you are the son of a wealthy family in the Iron and Steel continent. Your name is Xiang Bei, and you are the direct descendant of the Xiang family in the Iron and Steel continent. You have 2 major industries under you, namely, the development of Huangashan mineral resources in the northeastern region of the Iron and Steel continent, and the shipyards of 2 flying ships. You are 22 years old this year. You have already reached the 6th level of Heaven Scryer. You came to Amethyst City because you pursued me. Do you really think these 2 industries exist? What if someone asks and I slip up?" Xiang Nanchi asked. "It really exists." Su Ran said, "These 2 industries do belong to the Xiang clan, but they are the famous Xiang clan in the Iron and Steel continent. They have nothing to do with you. Furthermore, if others ask further, you will say that it is a trade secret, so it is inconvenient to disclose it. They will also treat you as a young master who has nothing to do with you. They will not pursue you any further. There are still some details of etiquette. Let me tell you properly. Don't mess up at the banquet later. Otherwise, your commission will be deducted. Remember, shake hands with someone. If the other party is an elder, if you want to attack later, don't dare to rush up and reach out. Otherwise, if others don't shake hands with you, you will be ugly. This is also respect for the elders. Secondly, use both of your hands to receive anything that the elders have passed you. Bow slightly. Also, when talking to an elder, don't nod your head. If you don't understand, ask. If you do, ask as well. Let an elder have a chance to show off his knowledge in front of you. And Su Ran said a long string of things. The two of them had already arrived at the ground floor and walked towards the carriage. Xianxia said, "What if it's a peer?" Su Ran said, "Junior? Then there's no need to worry. How do you usually talk to me? Just take out your bull chi and don't give me any loss. If anyone comes looking for trouble with you, just directly greet them with your fists. If you break it, it's mine. If you lose, I'll punish you." Xianxia laughed. That last sentence sounds pleasant to the ear. The carriage galloped through the night. Su Ran and Xianxia were in the same carriage. She supported her cheeks and quietly looked at the night scene outside the window, but her expression was somewhat sad. Xianxia did not know what she was thinking and was too lazy to ask. Finally, the carriage stopped outside the city lord's mansion. The city lord's mansion was hosting a dinner party, and a big shot with a lot of face had arrived. As soon as Su Ran came down, she immediately became the focus of attention on the scene. Almost everyone wanted to rush up and talk to her. As for her guards, they were very diligent in blocking the scene for her and escorting her into the banquet hall. The identities of the people inside were different. Could be seen that Su Ran was really comfortable in the Steel Continent. She knew almost everyone with high authority. Holding her wine glass, she walked around like an actress, constantly entering the circles of all kinds of people. She had a kind of ability, and she could make the big shots laugh loudly in just a few words, and quickly merge into their conversation. Xianxia had seen a lot of women, but he had never seen a woman like Su Ran who had changed between different roles like flying. I wonder if Miss Ruyan did the same thing at the banquet. As Xianxia thought about it, he couldn't help but laugh self-deprecatingly. What was Miss Ruyan's identity? In this world, there were only people who curried favor with her. No one had ever allowed her to rush up and curry favor with her. Of course, at this moment, a handsome and tall man walked over. This man was 1.9 meters tall, and he behaved very appropriately. Upon seeing this person, Su Ran's expression became unnatural. She directly turned around and walked in another direction. The handsome man hurriedly rushed forward and grabbed Su Ran's hand. "Are you still angry with me? I arranged a guard for you for your own good. Besides, you didn't accept it." Su Ran shook off his hand and said, "Shui Bufan, listen carefully. I, Su Ran, can live on my own. I don't need your stinking money. I accepted you because I was moved by your sincerity, not because I liked your background. Yes, I know. But..." Shui Bufan looked at the surrounding guests and whispered, "Shall we take a walk on the rooftop?" "No." Su Ran shook off Shui Bufan's hand. Shui Bufan forced her to leave. Su Ran had no choice but to say to Xianxia, "Xiangbei, take a look by yourself. I'll be right back." The two of them held hands and walked down the stairs towards the rooftop. Xianxia looked around. He didn't know anyone here. He just felt bored and felt that this kind of occasion really wasn't suitable for him. "I've been paying attention to you for a long time. Hello. My name is Huangpu Changlong." A young man walked over from the crowd and extended his hand towards Xianxia. "Huangpu." Xianxia looked at this person curiously and extended his hand. The man smiled and said, "If I'm not mistaken, you are young Master Xiangbei Xiang." "You know me?" Xiang Nanchi said. The man nodded. "Eastern Region, General Manor." Oh, Xianxia suddenly understood. In the general's mansion, there were indeed 3 great clans attending the birthday banquet of General Rong, and there were people from the Huangpu aristocrat clan. "I didn't expect to encounter an acquaintance here." Huangpu Changlong smiled and said, "Go out for a walk?" "Yes." Xianxia nodded and walked out of the hall side by side. This caused a sensation. Many guests were whispering in private, guessing Xianxia's identity. There was not a single person who could be called out by Huangpu Changlong to chat privately throughout the banquet. Beside the railing, Xianxia and the other two looked at the night in the distance. The Huangpu Changlong said, "You are the one who shattered the plans of the Night Demon Master on the Island of Exile, right?" Xianxia did not say anything. Huangpu Changlong smiled and said, "Our Huangpu clan has many spies. There are some things that we know very well, but we just don't say it out loud." "So?" Xianxia said, You want to avenge the emergency team? You think too much. Huangpu Changlong smiled and said, I am from the southern race. It's the people of the northern race who are causing trouble on the island of exile. Xiangnan did not quite understand. The Huangpu Changlong said, Our Huangpu clan is also divided into many clans. To put it more simply, we are divided into 4 major clans, the North, South, East, and West, as well as the headquarters of the elders in the Central Plains. I've been paying attention to you since the general's mansion. I just haven't had the chance to communicate with you privately. It seems like today is a good opportunity bestowed upon me by the heavens. What do you want? Xiangnan went straight to the point. Huangpu Changlong smiled and said, Sure enough, this is the case. There is a small problem with our family's northern clan. I came here specifically to investigate them. If young Master Xiang Bei has time, can you be my personal guard and protect me? You know, family disputes can be quite cruel. I can't completely trust the experts sent to me by the family. I already have an employer, Xiangnan said. Huangpu Shanglongqi said, What? Other than our Huangpu aristocrat clan, there are people who can hire experts like you? You know, even the people from the first stage hall and the Northern Clan's emergency response team haven't eaten good fruits in your hands. Xiangnan pointed at the opposite side. On the opposite rooftop, Su Ran and Xue Bufan were arguing fiercely about something. Huangpu Changlong gave Xiangnan a very ambiguous look. It seems that you are really a romantic person. It was my plan. If I had known that you would have served the general family because of Miss Xue Lu, I should have known you through Miss Su Ran earlier. He thought that Xiangnan was a person who only valued beauty, but Xiangnan was too lazy to explain. Although we can't reach a deal, I hope we can maintain a good friendship. Huangpu Changlong handed a message to Xiangnan. If you need it, feel free to call me. I will help you solve any problems. In addition, if my life is in danger, please help me. I will definitely remember your kindness. The other party spoke one by one, making Xiangnan feel a little embarrassed. He said, Take a look. If I happen to encounter your death, I will act righteously. Xiangnan could not sit idly by for no one else but Miss Ruyan. That's great. An expert like you is willing to give me a promise. He is even more flattered than me obtaining 10 cities. Huangpu Changlong was very happy. Then today, we are acquainted. I won't disturb you anymore. Please go ahead. Huangpu Changlong nodded to Xiangnan and left with his glass in hand. Xiangnan turned around and saw that Su Ran was already alone. She was grabbing the railing and looking at Xiangnan in surprise. Xiangnan shrugged his shoulders and entered with a glass of wine in his hand. As the banquet entered a lively stage, the city lord of Amethyst City came. Beside him stood Huangpu Changlong. When the city lord introduced Huangpu Changlong's identity, all the guests stood up and applauded. Xiangnan was lost in thought. It seemed like something big was going to happen to the Huangpu aristocrat clan. A person appeared in Xiangnan's field of vision. A well-dressed young man with calluses on his palms stood outside the crowd with a smile. His eyes were always on Huangpu Changlong for a brief pause. That callus was produced by holding the sword all year round. Xiangnan secretly paid attention. Miss Su Ran. Today's singing is exceptionally moving. A man with a face full of flesh walked over and greeted Su Ran. Su Ran chatted with him with a smile, and more people walked over. Someone suddenly asked Xiangnan. They had to pay attention to this man who had been standing beside Su Ran. Oh, this is young Master Xiang Bei, a direct descendant of the Xiang clan. Su Ran introduced to everyone proudly, and her tone was very heavy. She glanced at Xue Bufan in the distance. So it's young Master Xiang. Everyone immediately surrounded Xiangnan and kept asking questions. Su Ran continued to help Xiangnan out of the encirclement. More than half of the questions they asked were questions that Xiangnan did not understand. At this time, a woman stumbled over, as if she was drunk. She accidentally bumped into Su Ran's body and spilled the wine all over Su Ran's body. Everyone exclaimed. Su Ran frowned and looked at the woman. You Tian, what are you doing? The woman stroked her forehead and smiled. Isn't this Sister Su Ran? Sorry, She drank too much and accidentally bumped into her. Someone, bring Sister Su Ran a set of my dress. Yutian bit the word mine very hard. Su Ran also smiled and said, Big Sister Bu Lao Yutian is worried. I have my own dress. Yutian giggled and said, What are you afraid of? You even used other people's men to enjoy it. Do you still care about a mere set of dresses? As soon as these words came out, the people nearby stopped talking and the scene became extremely quiet. Yutian, what did you say? You'd better make it clear. Su Ran was furious and gritted his teeth. Who stole your man? As she spoke, she looked towards Shui Bufan, who was not far away. Shui Bufan smiled and strode over. He pulled Yutian away and kindly said to Su Ran, Let's go. I'll take you to change your clothes. Shui Bufan. Yutian was also enraged. Tell me clearly today, do you like Su Ran or me? Yutian, stop messing around. I'll explain it to you when we get back. Shui Bufan shook his head and gave Yutian a stern look. Then he said to Su Ran, Ran, let's go. I'll take you to change your clothes. Everyone looked at Su Ran with playful eyes, making Su Ran unable to get off the stage. Su Ran did not know what to do. If she spoke coldly to Shui Bufan, it would become jealous of the two women. Instead, if she did not refuse, she would be more convinced of her actions of robbing other men. Shui Bufan had already reached out to pull Su Ran, and Su Ran stood there blankly, not knowing what to do. At this moment, a hand grabbed Su Ran's arm in advance. Xianxia smiled faintly and said, Of course. Why are you so careless? You have to learn to dodge the dirty water that others have broken. Otherwise, you will be dirted by others in vain and won't be able to cut it. Who do you think is dirty? Yutian was furious and rushed forward to pull Xianxia's clothes. Shui Bufan quickly stood in front of Yutian. He looked up and down at Xianxia and said, May I have your name, young master? Xiang Clan, Xiang Bei. Xianxia said. Then Shui Bufan said, How many properties are your subordinates worthy of Su Ran? You want to compete with me for women? Do you know how many kilograms you have? Normally, I have 10 mines and 5 flying shipyards under me. I can barely make ends meet. What about you? Xianxia chuckled. 10 mines? 5 shipyards? Why didn't you say that half of the steel continent belongs to your family? Shui Bufan was stunned and suddenly laughed. He really isn't bragging. Huangpu Changlong walked over and stood beside Xianxia with a smile. He said to Shui Bufan, This young Master Xiang Bei is my good friend. Actually, he's being modest. What he's talking about is his property in the northern region, and he still has 10 times as much property in the eastern region as in the northern region. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. It was a joke to say this from anyone's mouth, but to say it from Huangpu Changlong's mouth was absolutely certain. This Shui Bufan's face suddenly turned pale. Rich is amazing. No matter how rich you are, it is not yours. It belongs to your family. Without your family, you are nothing. Can I hit him? Xianxia smiled and asked Su Ran. Su Ran gritted his teeth and nodded heavily. Attack! As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia rushed forward one after another and sent Shui Bufan flying with a heavy punch. What courage! Shui Bufan rubbed his face and got up. He said angrily, How dare you hit me in my territory? Someone, take this brat down. Someone actually dared to charge forward. Even after hearing about Xianxia's terrifying identity, there were still people who dared to come and capture him. It seemed that Shui Bufan did indeed have some hard power in Amethyst City. Do you need help? Huangpu Changlong held the wine cup and smiled at Xianxia. No need. Xianxia stretched his shoulders and said, I have long since found this group of weird guys unpleasing to the eye. It's time for me to release them. 17 or 18 strong men of the Heaven Origin realm ferociously pounced towards Xianxia. Strangely, the city lord actually stood in the distance and witnessed everything, but he didn't have any intention of stopping it. Instead, he seemed to be very interested. Unfortunately, before Xianxia could make a move, Su Ran's 12 guards also rushed forward, and the two groups of people immediately formed a ball. Let's go! Su Ran dispelled the hatred in her heart and happily held onto Xiang Nan as she prepared to leave. "Young Master Xiang, we'll talk again when we have time." Huangpu Changlong raised his glass to Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan turned around and nodded, but his gaze suddenly noticed that the mysterious man had already walked towards Huangpu Changlong. The scene was chaotic and no one noticed the man's movements. "Go ahead. I'll go greet Changlong." Xiang Nan patted Su Ran on the shoulder and turned around to walk towards Huangpu Changlong. The smile on Huangpu Changlong's face grew even more intense when he saw Xiang Nan return. He did not know that danger was approaching. The mysterious man's footsteps were urgent but steady. He walked with a feeling of leisure, but he arrived at Huangpu Changlong's side in 3 or 5 steps. With a flash of his body, he walked past Huangpu Changlong. At the same time, he flipped his right hand, which was hidden in his sleeve, and with a cold sparkling blade between his fingers, he sliced towards Huangpu Changlong's back. Xiang Nan placed his left hand on Huangpu Changlong's shoulder. His right hand circled around him and grabbed the mysterious man's wrist. He smiled at Huangpu Changlong and said, "Talk to your friend." "My friend." Huangpu Changlong was stunned when he saw Xiang Nan pulling a stranger out of the door. At that moment, the unfamiliar man's right hand retracted into his sleeve, and a cold light flashed. Seeing this scene, Huangpu Changlong felt a chill run down his spine. "Friend's name." Xiang Nan hugged the man as he spoke. At the same time, his right hand smashed towards the man's stomach. The man also wore a smile. He held Xiang Nan's fist with his left hand and said, "Nobody is worth mentioning." The man supported Xiang Nan's wrist, pushed him, turned his index finger, and pointed at Xiang Nan's chest. A fierce finger force burst forth, and it was Dipper Chi. Xiang Nan's right hand changed its fingers and pointed at them head-on. Their fingers immediately collided and were about to explode. In an instant, the man's left hand chased after him and wrapped around the 2 balls of astral chi, forcefully suppressing the explosion. The 2 of them secretly exchanged blows, but in the eyes of outsiders, they looked like 2 old friends who could hook their shoulders and shoulder to shoulder, chatting happily with each other. The man's left leg was pinned between Xiang Nan's legs, his right hand supporting Xiang Nan's waist, and a wave of Dipper Chi rushed towards Xiang Nan's spine. Xiang Nan took a step forward and flipped his right hand. His elbow pushed open the man's right arm, and his left hand turned into a hand knife that stabbed directly into the man's left rib. The man snorted painfully and hugged half of Xiang Nan's body. The Dipper Chi in his right hand condensed into a sharp blade and stabbed towards Xiang Nan's stomach. Xiang Nan pushed back and stepped on the man's right foot. With the help of the man's staggered body, a Mo-Ku finger pierced through the man's heart. Xiang Nan dragged the dead man to the door and let his corpse lean against the railing. He patted his shoulder and smiled. "Don't drink so much in the future. Rest for a while and go home." With that, Xiang Nan put his hands behind his back and walked towards Su Ran's carriage. In just a few short steps, Xiang Nan had already killed the experts of the emergency team sent by the Northern Clan in an invisible manner from the main hall to the door. Watching this scene, Huangpu Changlong felt incomparably shocked. He was speechless. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced that he had encountered Xiang Bei by chance today. Otherwise, he would have died an unknown death. Xiang Nan won the battle, but he couldn't laugh at all. He knew that he had caused great trouble. "Get in the car." Su Ran greeted Xiang Nan happily as if he had won a battle, and then rode away on Juechen. Crystal Palace. "Sleep on the ground." As Su Ran took off his clothes, he said, "Turn around." Xiang Nan was helpless and could only turn around to shop on his own floor. After that, Su Ran extinguished the light and lay on the bed without saying a word. Xiang Nan was lying on the ground beside the bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Tonight was the beginning. He had helped Huangpu Changlong for the first time, so he might have to help him for the second time. The emergency team had all moved out, and Huangpu Changlong was likely to be in danger. However, there were too many things on his body and he had no avatar. Forget it, let him go. The Huangpu aristocrat clan's problems should be solved by themselves. If he encountered them, he would help them. If he couldn't see them, he would pretend that it hadn't happened. Huangpu Changlong didn't know where he came from, and what his relationship with Huangpu Ruyan was. If they were to help the wrong people, it would really be troublesome. Are you asleep? Su Ran suddenly said. I'm asleep. Xiang Nan stared at the ceiling and said, You know Huangpu Changlong? Su Ran suddenly regained her spirits and lay on the edge of the bed, her two big eyes glittering in the dark as she looked at Xiang Nan. I've met him once before. I don't have any friendship. Xiang Nan said. What exactly is your background? Su Ran asked. Nobody worth mentioning, Xiang Nan said. What realm are you at? Su Ran asked again. Sixth heaven scryer. Xiang Nan said. Forget it if you don't want to say it. You're stingy. Su Ran curled her lips and said, 19-year-old heaven scryer 6th layer. Why didn't you say you were at fortune 6th layer? I am at the 6th level of good fortune, Xiang Nan said. Su ran through a pillow over and angrily said, I'm at the 7th level of the divine martial arts. Just kill you. Xiang Nan pillowed his arm and said, That Shui Bufan will cause trouble for you. Just look for him. Are you afraid of him? Su Ran said in an atmosphere. I fell in love with someone with great difficulty, but I ended up with a married man. He's married? Xiang Nan asked. Su Ran shook her head. No, but I'm engaged, and you Tian. I almost fell for him. I almost. At this point, Su Ran could not continue. Xiang Nan rolled over and fell asleep. In the corridor stood a handsome, middle-aged man. The man looked familiar. He had chatted with Xiang Nan in the tavern before jumping off the building. Do you think he's good or bad? The handsome man said. Immediately after, he actually spat out a female voice. I don't know. Maybe it was deliberately trying to get close to Su Ran. What's the reason? Greed for Su Ran's beauty. He spat out a third hoarse male voice. Perhaps, it's good to pay more attention to it, so as to avoid being taken advantage of by people who harbor evil intentions. The female voice said. The handsome man smiled and said in a female voice, It's not a bad thing to keep him. When that day comes, maybe he can protect Su Ran. Yes. The handsome man nodded again. There will be big trouble then. We have no avatar. With him here, is it all right? After saying that, the handsome man raised his head. His face was old, like an old man over 100 years old. But in the next moment, his expression changed again and he became a middle-aged beauty. He shook his head and took a step forward, disappearing without a trace. The moment he disappeared, the guards in the corridor suddenly moved as if they were alive again, completely unaware that someone had stopped here just now. 3 hours later, it was still dark. Xiang Nan had already heard Su Ran get up. She did not turn on the light and was only dressing up by the hazy night. Get up. Follow me. After Su Ran settled himself, she called out to Xiang Nan. So early. Xiang Nan looked at the sky and said, You've only slept for less than 3 hours. Su Ran said, I've already said that my life is very fast. You have to quickly adapt. Today is the first day of the competition. I have a lot of things to do. Hurry up. Xiang Nan didn't care. He didn't sleep much anyway. He just got up and washed casually before following her down. In the Crystal Palace restaurant, Su Ran sat at the dining table, eating while encouraging her team members. I've chosen all of you carefully. You will definitely get good results in today's battle. Understood. The 10 young contestants nodded in unison. Don't worry. We'll definitely be able to do it. Look. Su Ran pointed at the contestants and said to Xiang Nan, This is youthful energy. Look at you again. You're so lazy all day. You don't look like a person who does big things. The 10 contestants immediately looked at Xiang Nan proudly. One of them said in a strange tone, Yes, we rely on our strength. We are not like some people. We can live a good life with just one face. Xiang Nan knew that they were talking about him, but he wasn't interested in seeing these little bastards with incomplete fur. Then Su Ran casually took a few mouthfuls and said, Follow me. I've invited the best combat mentor in the city while the competition hasn't started. The group arrived at the training ground on the first floor. An old man was standing there arrogantly. The 10 contestants hurriedly lined up and waited nervously. The old man nodded and said, "A mob." Su Ran hurriedly said, "Mr. Wuxia, for my sake, guide them. Although they are young and have little experience, they are all good seedlings." The old man stroked his beard and nodded. "All right. If it weren't for you Su Ran personally inviting me, I wouldn't have wasted precious time. You should learn from it as well." Su Ran pushed Xianxia and said, "Only a good heart is not enough. Strength is the most important." "Yes." Xianxia nodded. Mr. Wuxia was practicing the contestants, while Xianxia was watching boredom from the side. Xiangnian's attitude made Su Ran very angry, but after saying it a few times, Xiangnian was still like this, and she had no other choice. Come, brother Xiangbei. Let's go outside and have a chat." The 12 guards couldn't bear to watch any longer. 2 of them walked up and carried Xiangnian out of the training ground. At the entrance, a guard said to Xiangnian, "Kid, don't think that you can act so arrogantly here just because you look good. Now that Miss Su Ran is protecting you, you can't say for sure in the future." "What do you mean?" Xiangnian asked. 12 people surrounded Xiangnian. One of the strong men said, "What do you mean? I'll teach you a lesson. Brothers, attack. Let him know what martial arts are. Don't regret it." Xiangnian said. The 12 men had already pounced on him. In less than 3 seconds, the 12 people lay on the ground and snorted. Xiangnian wiped the blood from his fist and said, "Since when do you want to play? Come and find me. You can stay with me at any time." The guards were so frightened that they didn't dare to say a word. "Stand up and clean up. I didn't hit you in the face. No one else can tell." Xiangnian waved his sleeves and turned around to enter the training ground. The 12 of them looked at each other in horror. The competition had officially begun. The scene was still bustling with activity. Xiangnian, as Su Ran's personal guard, stood in the lounge and watched the match proceed. At the same time, his eyes swept across the spectator stands, searching for old man Tianji. Why hasn't this elder of heavenly secrets appeared yet? He came out earlier and got the profound ice bomb earlier so that he could meet up with Xiao Jun and the others in the north. The first day of the battle was exceptionally exciting. All the contestants put their lives on display. Su Ran's team's results were not bad. He had fought 3 battles and won 2 battles. Only one of them had lost to Shui Bufan's team. This made Su Ran very unhappy. Xiangnian changed his appearance and claimed that he didn't want to cause more trouble for Su Ran. Su Ran looked at Xiangnian's new face and felt that he had deliberately made himself ugly. "Your disguise technique is quite exquisite. Even I can't see any flaws." Su Ran looked at Xiangnian curiously. Xiangnian, on the other hand, was still observing the audience. For some reason, he felt that there was something wrong with the atmosphere today. There was nothing wrong with the specifics, and it could not be said. There was always an inexplicable feeling that someone was eyeing the contestants. To be exact, they were eyeing the competition. The people from Su Ran's team had just finished their match today, and it was only noon. Su Ran brought the guards and Xiangnian back to his lounge. People came and went in the corridor, and the military guards of the arena strictly guarded every checkpoint. Xiangnian followed Su Ran through the corridor, but he had a bad premonition. In the lounge, Su Ran was sitting in front of the dressing table, simply eating. Her right hand was holding onto the chopsticks, and her left hand was still drawing an eyebrow. Outside the lounge, a group of Su Ran's admirers would rush in from time to time, clamoring to see Su Ran. "The match is over. There's another performance tonight." As Su Ran ate, he said, "I'm going to leave in a while to meet an old friend. Prepare yourselves. Escort me out. Don't get blocked. Otherwise..." Before he could finish his words, a loud shout suddenly came from the corridor. "Who is it? Retreat!" Immediately after, there was the sound of someone falling to the ground. Su Ran's expression changed. The 12 guards immediately pulled out their weapons and blocked the door. Boom! The door of the lounge was knocked open and a group of people rushed inside. Xiangnian's heart skipped a beat. Everyone in the corridor had been killed. There must be experts among these admirers. "Let's go!" Xiangnian's left hand protected Su Ran and rushed out. The 12 guards were the first to throw the crowd out and fight in the corridor. "Don't hurt civilians! Don't hurt civilians!" Su Ran shouted loudly. A soldier rushed over from the other side of the corridor, but he heard a lot of weapons handing over, followed by a large group of people collapsing. However, it was not the soldiers who were kidnapped, but a large group of admirers. There were even 2 so-called admirers with half of their intestines hanging on their hands. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and whispered, "Those who come are not kind. Quickly leave." He protected Su Ran and quickly walked towards the other end. Su Ran was already stunned by the scene in front of him. "Miss Su Ran, can you shake hands with me?" The crowd rushed up. As they shouted, one of them held a dagger and stabbed towards Su Ran's waist through the crack in the crowd. Xianxia grabbed the man's wrist with his left hand and slashed down on his shoulder with his right hand. The man immediately lay on the ground. His shoulder bones shattered and his bones stabbed into his heart. He died on the spot. Another person flashed in, his right hand condensing yuan qi, slapping towards Su Ran's back. Xianxia circled back, pushed Su Ran forward with his left hand, and slapped Wei Tuo's palm on the sneak attacker's palm with his right hand. The sneak attacker's entire right arm exploded with flesh and blood, but he died in the air. "Let's go!" Xianxia pulled Su Ran and ran quickly. Su Ran was so scared that her face paled, but she gritted her teeth and didn't cry. The 2 of them had just turned to another corridor when they saw a large group of dead soldiers lying on the ground. Amongst the corpses, there was a man standing with his head lowered. The man's hair was hanging down to cover his face, and his hands were holding 2 daggers as he continued to play with them. Xianxia protected Su Ran with his left hand and whispered, "I'll shout 3 times. You can run." 1. The man smiled and grabbed the dagger. He turned into an afterimage and rushed forward. This person had an astonishing level of Heaven Scryer level 3, and his speed was astonishingly fast. His pair of daggers suddenly stabbed at Su Ran's throat. That state clearly wanted Su Ran's life. 2. Xianxia pushed Su Ran back, slammed his shoulder, and smashed the man into the wall with a boom. The 2 of them rushed into the same room at the same time. The man landed on the ground and rolled. Then, with a whoosh, his body turned into an afterimage and flashed past Xianxia. The dagger in his hand had already been thrown away and shot towards Su Ran's chest. Xianxia grabbed the man's ankle with one hand and pulled him back abruptly. At the same time, his body leapt up and the tip of his foot heavily clicked on his back. His entire body flew out at high speed. Shaking his hand was a strand of dipper chi. The flying dagger was sent flying by Xianxia. Almost at the same time, a shadow flashed from behind and collided with Xianxia's waist. Xianxia was knocked flying and smashed into the wall opposite him with a loud boom. Dust was everywhere. 3. Su Ran screamed in fright, hugging her head and running towards the exit. A shadow flashed out and chased after Su Ran, followed by another shadow. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky. Boom! The man was struck by lightning. He slapped flat on the ground and shot again. His reaction was extremely fast. He still held the dagger in his hand as he rebounded, turning into 2 black marks that sliced across Xianxia's neck. Xianxia smashed his fist into the man's chest, causing his entire body to explode on the ground, turning into a human-shaped bloodstain. Xianxia grabbed onto his broken wrist and quickly caught up to Su Ran. At the door, 3 black-clothed men pounced over like bats. Xianxia's left hand trembled, and the giant saber was unsheathed with a clang. One of the 3 people hugged Su Ran, and the other 2 came straight towards Xianxia. Dragon Spirit Steel. Xianxia stepped forward and hugged Su Ran from behind. A Dipper Chi shield appeared. With a buzzing sound, the 3 of them were sent flying by the air shield and immediately returned. One of them slapped the ground with both hands, and a large amount of terrifying plants soared into the sky. The plants suddenly split apart and turned into a terrifying thing that was 3 meters long and had 4 rows of fangs, biting towards Su Ran. Dragon Spirit Break. Xianxia slashed back, and the little azure dragon sliced through with the huge saber in its mouth, slicing that person's waist on the spot. Shape-shifting and shadow-changing. Xiang Nan flashed again and appeared on the street 50 meters away with Su Ran in his arms. Run west, don't look back. Xiang Nan put down his words and rushed back towards the arena exit with a huge saber in his hand. The two of them jumped up and turned into a metal giant. He was already 7 meters tall, his entire body shining with a dark golden luster. Exploding tiger! The man roared and a giant tiger phantom appeared behind him. His entire body shot down towards Xiang Nan like a meteor. Xiang Nan raised his hand to block the falling meteor and roared. Dragon spirit shattered. On the blade, the little azure dragon rushed out. Once it hit the strong metal man, it immediately exploded. The burly man exploded into pieces of metal. The other person strangely sank into the ground, as if he had sunk into a pool of muddy water. Earth escape. Xiang Nan narrowed his eyes and stamped his right foot on the ground. Get out! A heavenly-grade Earth-type martial skill shook the earth. With a buzzing sound, the ground instantly turned pure gold. A person was squeezed out of the golden ground in a sorry state. Xiang Nan raised his saber and the man's head rolled on the ground. Xiang Nan picked up his huge saber and sprinted towards the west at a speed as fast as flying. The crowd on the street was already shocked. Everyone screamed and fled everywhere. A 10-meter-long giant monster descended from the sky, and a pair of sharp claws grabbed towards the fleeing Su Ran. Beginner heavenly stage, vacuum crack. Xiang Nan clenched his left fist and smashed it into the air. The air suddenly shattered like a mirror, giving off a crisp clanging sound. The big monster was shaken back a few meters and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Demon race. Xiang Nan frowned, and the big monster spread its wings and rushed into the sky with a whoosh. The monster's movements were extremely sharp, and its entire body was like a soaring sword. He actually flew towards the clouds against the sound barrier. Xiang Nan squatted down and shouted in a deep voice, Yunchong Jiu Xiao. In his previous life, Xiang Nan had used Bai Muqin's martial skill to an incomparably proficient degree. His people transformed into a sharp wind sword and chased after him with a whoosh. The big monster turned around and spat out a fireball at Xiang Nan. The fire bullet burned fiercely, causing the air to distort. Xiang Nan opened his mouth and spat out an ice ball. The fireball collided with the ice ball, creating an incomparable explosion that blew away all the clouds in the sky. Flames and ice spread out in the air like two halos of ice and fire. The rain of fire and ice in the sky was akin to the apocalypse. Strong enough. Xiang Nan swung his saber and shouted, Secondary light slash. The big monster still wanted to resist, but it didn't even see anything clearly. Its entire body suddenly split in half. Xiang Nan didn't even look at the corpse. He immediately descended, grabbed Su Ran with his left hand, and immediately ran towards the west. Then, who are those people? They're so powerful. Are they all sent by Shui Bufan? Su Ran was so frightened that her face turned pale, and her entire body trembled endlessly in Xiang Nan's embrace. Xiang Nan said in a deep voice, Shui Bufan doesn't have that much ability. These people are all experts of the first grade hall. You're in big trouble. Who is the first grade hall? Su Ran asked in a trembling voice. Xiang Nan hesitated. He had originally thought that he would only come to Amethyst City for a stroll this time. By the way, he would find Old Man Tianji to trade the profound ice bombs and leave. But unintentionally, a lot of unexpected things happened. What exactly was Su Ran's identity? He was actually able to lure all the experts of the first grade hall over. Night Demon's people were not bored to the point that they would assassinate a singer girl. Could it be that Su Ran had another identity that he didn't know? However, judging from her state, she was completely confused and did not understand her situation at all. Want to kill a singer? Any Night Demon expert could do it. There was no need to lure out the first grade hall. Although these people hadn't reached the terrifying combat strength of Guan Shao, they were only one level apart. What exactly is your ident? Tai. Xiang Nan shouted and asked, I'm not joking with you. Tell the truth. Su Ran trembled. I don't have any status. Seeing that she did not look like she was lying, Xiang Nan felt even more confused. What's going on? You must leave Amethyst City. I will take you with me now. Xianxia said. I'm not leaving. Suddenly, Su Ran screamed, I still want to participate in the competition. Xianxia said angrily, Since when is that stupid competition so important? Su Ran, who had always been strong, suddenly cried, I won't leave, I won't leave. I have to win the championship. That was my father's lifelong wish. Your father? Xianxia said, Does your father want to win the competition? Su Ran cried, My father has been studying combat puppets all his life. Before he died, he wanted me to win the championship. Xiangxia's heart skipped a beat. Something's wrong. Those stupid combat puppets weren't of much value at all. Her father fought for these things all his life. In all likelihood, the people from the first grade hall had come for some of the things that had happened to her father when he was alive. However, the people of the first grade hall needed battle puppets? Obviously not. Then what other problems were hidden in this place that he didn't know about? Who is your father? Xianxia asked. Then Su Ran suddenly stopped talking. Seeing that Su Ran didn't say anything, Xianxia knew that it wasn't the time to ask more questions. He grabbed Su Ran's arm and said, Follow me back to the Crystal Palace first. After saying that, Xianxia pulled Su Ran and ran wildly all the way. Is it safe to go back now? Su Ran is scared again. They are so divine. They must know that we live in the Crystal Palace. Don't worry, the Crystal Palace is the property of the Huangpu clan. Right now, they still don't dare to touch it, Xianxia said. There was a clear difference between internal strife and external invasion. The Huangpu aristocrat clan could fight amongst themselves, but if an outsider wanted to touch the Huangpu aristocrat clan, that would be a different situation. After arriving at the Crystal Palace, Xianxia pushed Su Ran into his room and carefully inspected the corridor before following him. Su Ran rubbed her hands restlessly and kept walking around. Her mind was already in a mess. She didn't know what she was thinking. Now! Xianxia grabbed Su Ran's shoulders and said seriously, Tell me, what exactly is your father's background? Su Ran hesitated. What secrets are more important than your life? If even you die, the meaning of the secrets themselves will no longer exist. Xianxia said, A secret is important because it is in the hands of a small number of people. If no one in the world knows about it, it will be worthless. Su Ran gritted her teeth and said, It's not that I refuse to tell you, but that even I don't know what my father does. In my childhood, he has always been very mysterious. All I know is that he has spent decades researching Shendao puppets. But why should I study it? I don't even understand what the meaning is. At first, I thought it was just my father's hobby, but now that I've grown up, I realize that things might not be that simple. How old are you this year? When was the last time you saw your father? What did he tell you? Xianxia muttered. The last time I saw him was when I was 6 years old, Su Ran recalled. It's been 14 years now. I remember very clearly that the last thing he said to me was that he wanted me to win the championship of this year's competition. This year, Xianxia said seriously, Are you sure it's not the last one, nor the next one, but this one 14 years from now? Su Ran nodded. Of course. I remember very clearly that it was this year. Xianxia frowned and said, This is the last time you saw your father at the age of 6. Then how did you survive all these years? Su Ran said, Since the last time I was separated from my father, there was always someone who took care of me. He gave me money, taught me singing, and taught me life experiences. I only know that people call him Old Man Tianji, but I don't know exactly what his relationship with my father is. Perhaps he's a fellow disciple or something. I don't know much about the world of martial arts. Old Man Tianji. Xiangxia's heart skipped a beat. That's why. It turned out that the world had misinformed about the relationship between Old Man Tianji and Su Ran. Others thought that Old Man Tianji and Su Ran were friends. However, in reality, Old Man Tianji seemed to have been entrusted by Su Ran's father to take care of Su Ran. He had played an elder role in Su Ran's life. You have to come with me. After thinking for a while, Xianxia still felt that it was not safe. He said, I want to take you out of here, At least leave the Steel Continent. This place is no longer safe for you. I told you, I'm not leaving, Su Ran said seriously. You don't want to die? Xianxia asked. If I can't fulfill my father's last wish, then I'd rather die, Su Ran said. Xianxia took a deep look at Su Ran, then spread out a blank sheepskin scroll on the table, and wrote Su Ran's name on the scroll. Afterwards, he wrote the words Old Man Tianji and Su Ran's father, and connected the names of Su Ran and these two people together. Then, he wrote down the experts he had encountered in the first grade hall, and formed a circle around Su Ran's name. Finally, at the center of the circle, next to Su Ran's name, the words Grand Competition Champion were written. What are you doing? Su Ran came over curiously. Xianxia held the brush and pondered while explaining, I know I'm very smart, but compared to some people with great wisdom, I'm still a bit lacking. I have a friend. He is very good at analyzing, and he is good at dissecting the chaotic problems one by one. Look, this is you. The others are more or less related to you. Xianxia pointed to the name on the scroll and thought, if I write all these relationships with a pen, it will be much easier to understand. The experts of the first grade hall are targeting you. They obviously want to obtain something from you, but they are very clear that they want to kill you, not capture you alive. That means they want to take something from you, and you don't need to be alive. What kind of thing can survive a person's death? Xianxia rubbed his chin and looked at Su Ran up and down. Is there something special about you? Think carefully and don't miss any details. Su Ran was at a loss for a long time and said, No, there's nothing strange in my storage ring. If you don't believe me, look. She poured out everything in her storage ring. Sure enough, there was nothing worth paying attention to. Apart from some gold coins, there were also storage cards, cosmetic boxes, clothes, and the like. Xianxia stared at Su Ran thoughtfully, making Su Ran somewhat uncomfortable. If it's not your personal belongings, then it's very likely that it's yours. Xianxia thought for a long time, but he didn't think of an accurate target. It can be your blood, heart, or even your soul, or just your flesh and blood. But where is the connection between this and the championship? Xianxia drew 3 more 5th stage Heaven Scryer golems on the paper and said, These 3 are the prizes for the championship. Could it be that these 3 golems are what the profound sky sect wants? No way. Although these 3 puppets have a high level of cultivation, they aren't considered treasures to the first grade hall. They wouldn't have to pay such a high price to compete for them. There must be some details that I've missed out, or that even you and I don't know. Xianxia walked around the room, thinking non-stop. Time slowly passed. Su Ran covered her stomach and said, I'm hungry. Can I go down and eat something? Su Ran helplessly looked at her and said, Mortal, alas. He had no choice but to take her downstairs for dinner. On the dining table, Su Ran secretly sized up Xianxia while eating. What are you looking at? Xianxia asked. Su Ran smiled and said, I found that you really weren't hired for nothing. You are indeed very powerful. I already said that. It's just that you don't believe me, Xianxia said. You're in big trouble, you know? You're laughing. Su Ran did not really care. What are you afraid of? I have already escaped alive. Are those people who are chasing me very powerful? My relationship in Amethyst City is very strong. Wait until I find some of the city's main personal guards. Then I can't do anything to them at this moment. You underestimate them too much. Xianxia shook his head and said in a deep voice, Those people are different from the martial artists you understand. What's the difference? Su Ran curled her lips and said, They are just 5 experts. I can find 15, 25, 35 experts to protect me. Previously, I wasn't willing to let go of my posture and beg for help. But now, as long as I speak, there will be a large number of experts willing to protect me. Xianxia pointed at his right arm and said, What did you see? Su Ran asked curiously. Injury. Xianxia nodded and said seriously, In this world, there are only a handful of martial artists with similar cultivation bases who can injure me. The person who ambushed you just now can let me hang up the lottery. Do you know what this means? It means that every single one of them can turn the entire Amethyst City upside down. Bullshit. Su Ran giggled. Aren't you just praising yourself in disguise? I know you're powerful. Okay? Xianxia knew that there was no point in talking nonsense with her, so he said seriously, I want you to say something sincere. Are you really going to stay here, regardless of life or death? Su Ran also became serious and nodded. You must stay, even if you die. All right? I'm relieved to hear your words. Xianxia nodded. You chose the path yourself. You have to bear all the consequences yourself. Since you are so determined and you hired me, I will do my best to protect your life. From now on, I will be responsible for your life. Whoever wants to hurt you, you have to ask my saber first. Xianxia took a big sip of the wine jug and suddenly felt his chest was filled with pride. Since you want to stay, then you should live a dignified life and show them a little bit of life. What do you usually do? What do you still do now? There's no need to make any changes. Su Ran also drank a large mouthful of wine like Xianxia and coughed repeatedly. He also waved his hand like Xianxia and said, Do it! Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although this woman was as stubborn as him, she still had backbone. Xianxia knocked on the table and thought, Since your father let you win the championship, then take it. The most important thing is to win the competition. On the one hand, you can fulfill your father's last wish. On the other hand, you may be able to force out the true intentions of the first grade hall. Su Ran said, The entire competition needs to last for 12 days, 10 battles a day. The team that remains after 12 days is the champion. That's why. Xianxia suddenly understood. There was a clear difference between a battle puppets competition and a martial artists competition. When a martial artist fought, even if he was injured, he could recover and continue to participate in the following battles. However, if a battle puppet was seriously damaged, it would normally require a long time to repair. Depending on the degree of damage, the repair time would vary from 3 to 5 days to 1 or 2 months. This meant that puppet battles could not be repeated. If a puppet was eliminated, it would be eliminated forever. In 10 battles a day, 10 puppets were completely disqualified. Su Ran introduced, the first 10 days were all single puppet competitions, and the last 2 days were team competitions. Xiangbei, my team members should have already returned. Help me take care of them. Don't let them be killed by the assassins. As for me, I'll send a message to the City Lord right now. I'll wait here for the City Lord's support. Don't worry. The City Lord will send a large number of experts to protect me. Xianxia went to the underground training ground, and the 10 players had already started training again. They were gesturing in the training ground, practicing their fists and feet. On the other hand, 10 combat puppets were standing behind him. One of them had been split into 2 on the first day of the friendly match and was completely crippled. 3 others participated in today's battle. One of them failed and was destroyed. The other 2 won, but they were also injured to varying degrees. Xianxia knocked on the 2 damaged puppets. Hearing the sound, he realized that the damage was not too serious. He cast his lightning eyes again and swept them over the puppets. However, he couldn't help but shake his head and said, Too low level. Heh, what a big tone. Suddenly, an old man wearing a long robe strode into the training ground and heard Xianxia muttering to himself, Mr. Guanhai. When the 10 contestants saw the old man, they immediately lined up respectfully. The old man waved his hand and went straight to Xianxia, saying, Little Junior, boast. Are you saying that the puppet I personally refined is very low level? Did you refine these puppets? Xianxia sized up this Mr. Guanhai and discovered that this person was a Xiandao cultivator with a decent cultivation realm. Mr. Guanhai was at the 5th level of the Heaven Scryer stage. Of course, he was a cultivator of the profound Dao. The moisture in his martial Dao was too great. He was basically half a cripple of the martial Dao. However, this person's soul was also at the 5th level of the Heaven Scryer stage, so this was amazing. Mr. Guanhai proudly put his hands behind his back. Naturally, this old man is the mysterious Dao expert that Miss Su Ran invited after 5 visits. These 10 combat puppets were personally refined by this old man. Xianxia nodded. The puppet is not bad, but the formation on it is not very exquisite. Nonsense. The old man was instantly enraged and shouted. Go out and ask around. Who doesn't know the name of my Guanhai? The person who dares to point fingers at me in this steel continent has not been born yet. At this time, Su Ran brought a large number of experts down as well. First, there were 20 people clearing the path ahead. After investigating the safety of the training room, they let Su Ran in. Behind Su Ran were 20 guards. These 40 guards were all at the 3rd level of Heaven's Scryer. Their realms were ridiculously high. Xianxia nodded slightly. The first Great Hall experts he met today were also at this stage. It seemed that Su Ran's request for help was very important. Normally, it would be impossible for an ordinary person to invite 53rd stage Heaven Scryer experts at a time. That's right, there are 50 of them because there are still 10 people who disguise themselves as ordinary people and have been keeping watch in secret. Those 10 people didn't show up so easily, so they could be considered scouts. What's the matter? Su Ran quickly walked over and smiled. Mr. Guanhai, what made you so angry? Guanhai snorted coldly and said arrogantly, I say, little girl Su Ran, since you have such a powerful master of the profound Tao under you, why should you invite my old man out of the mountain? This. Suddenly, Su Ran panicked. Mr. Guanhai, why did you say that? The old man Guanhai stretched out his hand and pointed at Xianxia's nose. This yellow-mouthed child actually dares to question my masterpiece. Girl Su Ran, you better give me a reasonable explanation today, otherwise I won't do it. Su Ran stamped her feet angrily and glared at Xianxia. Xiangbei, if you don't follow you later, you'll cause trouble for me. Apologize to Mr. Guanhai quickly. Xianxia chuckled. Originally, I only said it casually. I didn't expect that this old man would actually start to play petty. Then I have to be more serious with you, Mr. Guanhai. I said that the formation you set up on the puppet is not exquisite. Don't you agree? If you can transform the puppet I personally taught you into a better puppet, I will submit to you. Xiangbei, don't give me any trouble. Su Ran said anxiously. You are a martial artist, and you don't understand the profound Tao. Hurry up and apologize to the old gentleman. The 10 contestants also raised their eyebrows at Xianxia. A young man stood up and angrily said to Xianxia, the combat puppets we used all benefited from Mr. Guanhai. How dare you disrespect Mr. Guanhai? Apologize. Apologize. The other 9 people shouted at the same time. From the looks of it, they were all filled with righteous indignation. Xianxia chuckled. He walked over to a puppet and said, the 5 elements formation has its own abilities. Even if it is placed on the puppet, it will be the same. Fire is explosive, earth is strength, water is toughness, wind is speed, and wood is recovery. Old man Guanhai said disdainfully, do you need to tell me? Anyone who knows something about the profound Tao can tell me 1, 2, 3. Xianxia nodded and flicked his index finger on the puppet twice. There are a total of 128 formations on this puppet. They have already covered the entire puppet's body. It can be said that there is not the slightest bit of space wasted. 32 fire-type formations, 32 wind-type formations, 32 earth-type formations, and 32 water-type formations. That's right. Old man Guanhai said proudly, go and ask around. It's already amazing to be able to set up 90 formations on a 10-meter puppet. For example, I can set up 128, but not many of them. Yes, yes. Su Ran hurriedly winked at Xianxia. There are 128 formations. Very few people can set them up. Xianxia said, that's why I said it wasn't smart. Otherwise, let me give it a try? Don't. Su Ran's expression changed slightly. Don't ruin it for me. These 10 Tianyuan 5th layer puppets have almost cost me my entire life savings. No problem. Guanhai waved his hand and said, let him try. If it breaks, it's mine. I'll accompany you with a new one. Young people don't know the heavens and earth. They should be taught a lesson. Xianxia smiled faintly. He turned around and pointed at the puppet, pointing his finger at the puppet. A Big Dipper diagram appeared behind Xianxia. Every time he pointed, one of the stars would shine brightly. And every time he pointed out, the formation on it would be broken. This move left everyone dumbfounded. Even Guanhai's eyes twitched slightly as he muttered to himself, "I've never seen anyone break the formation like this in my entire life." Tan Bu Hui had already performed this when he was in the Devil's Sea. However, Guanhai had never heard of such a terrifying method as Xianxia, who directly broke through the formation without even probing. This time, Guanhai felt a little guilty. After Xianxia broke through all the formations, he began to set up formations. First, there was a wooden formation, then a fire formation, an earth formation, then a water formation, and then a wind formation. The old man laughed heartily and said, "There's no need to continue watching. This brat is just playing tricks on the mystery. He is completely an outsider." "How should I put it?" Su Ran hurriedly asked. The old man said, "Look at him. He actually set up a wooden array on the combat puppet. It must be known that the wooden array is used for self-recovery. That puppet is not a flesh and blood body. Could it be that the gap that was cut open can still be healed by itself? The space on a puppet is already limited, but he wants to waste 25 formations to set up wooden formations. Tell me, is this a waste?" Oh, everyone suddenly understood. Even the experts sent by the city lord nodded their heads. Su Ran said, "Each array's position is extremely precious. It is truly unreasonable to use an insignificant wooden array to occupy 25 array positions. There's no need to look." He lost. Old man Guanhai waved his hand and said, "Little Junior, aren't you still making a fool of yourself in front of this old man?" Xianxia only smiled and ignored him as he continued to set up the formation. "Xiang Bei, quickly stop." Su Ran hurriedly said, "Take advantage of the fact that the puppet hasn't been broken by you. Don't show off, otherwise it won't be good to self-defeat." However, Xianxia ignored it and still finished setting up the formation. In the end, he had set up 2 more formations than Old Man Guanhai, a total of 130 formations. Amongst them, there were 26 wind, wood, water, fire, earth, and 5 elements formations. "Aya? 2 more," Su Ran said happily. Guanhai sneered. "So what? Only wind, fire, water, and soil are effective. Although this old man has set up 128, there are 32 wind, fire, and water and soil. Although there are 130 of them, there are only 26 of the 4 effective formations, wind, fire, water, and soil." Everyone nodded. Xianxia hugged his shoulders and said, "Mr. Guanhai, do you know that the 5 elements are mutually exclusive? You only wanted to set up more effective formations, but you forgot the mutually reinforcing attribute." "That's right. Wood formations are worthless on combat puppets. But don't forget, I didn't set up wood formations to recover, but to nurture fire." The old man Guanhai was suddenly shocked, and his expression instantly changed. Xianxia smiled and said, "Wood fires are warm in nature, and fire burns out of it. Therefore, wood fires. Fires produce earth, so wood can be burned. Wood burns into ashes, and ashes become earth, so fire produces earth." Xianxia explained the attributes of the 5 elements in one breath. Wood is useless, but it can nourish fire. Fire is strong. Earth is strong. Water is tenacious. You have only set up 4 formations, each of which has reached 32. However, that's all. However, my 5 elements formation can form a great cycle. Although there are only 26 effective wind, fire, water, and soil, they can interact with each other. Wood, it serves as a link to communicate. With wood, the cycle is there. Old sir, how powerful is the formation of a 5 elements great circle? Xianxia pinched his fingers and chuckled. I'm afraid that the power of these 5 element formations has already reached the sum of 260 formations, right? In this way, my wind, fire, water, and earth 4 element formation is equivalent to 52 formations of each type. Old man Guanhai was stunned. His face was constantly changing, from red to white. Su Ran and the others were dumbfounded. They did not understand the reason behind it at all, but the final result was obvious. Old Man Guanhai's wind, fire, water, and soil were 32 items each, while Xiangnan's wind, fire, water, and soil were 52 items each. Each type had a total of 20 diagrams. Xiangnan crossed his arms and said, "Old sir, do you have anything else to say?" The old man Guanhai was both shocked and angry. He was so angry that he shook his sleeve and left. At this moment, everyone looked at Xiangnan with incomparably shocked eyes, their faces filled with admiration. You even know profound Tao formations?" Su Ran rushed up and grabbed Xiangnan's arm. "I'm rich. I've really made a fortune hiring you." Xiangnan smiled and said, "I only know a little. If it weren't for the fact that you won the championship, I wouldn't have wanted to contradict an old senior. However, he is not young, but his chest is too young. Tapping him will also let him know the profound mysteries of the profound Tao. It will be beneficial to him in the future." Xiangnan's tone sounded like he was the elder, but old man Guanhai was just a beginner apprentice. Among the guards, a man strode forward and cupped his fists at Xiangnan. "Young Master Xiangbei, I heard that you saved Miss Su Ran. You really contributed a lot. As for you, your young age and profound Tao attainments have amazed my brothers." Everyone nodded. The man added, "However, your profound Tao attainments are very high, but your martial Tao attainments? Haha. From now on, leave Miss Su Ran's safety to us professionals. You can be Miss Su Ran's mysterious Tao master." Everyone nodded at the same time. Obviously, the experts under the city lord did not place Xiangnan's martial arts attainments in their eyes. "Captain Wang, what realm is Xiangbei?" Su Ran finally found an opportunity and hurriedly went to ask the man. The man said, "Young, already at the 9th level of the heavenly Yuan realm. The future is limitless." Su Ran was shocked and said, "9th heavenly Yuan stage? Xiangbei, do you really have a 9th heavenly Yuan stage? Oh my god. I've lived so long. I've never heard of anyone who can reach such a high level before I'm 20 years old." "He may not be within 20 years of age. Perhaps he is just young." Captain Wang chuckled. Xiangnan shrugged his shoulders and did not argue. He had already advised Su Ran, but Su Ran did not listen to his advice and insisted on finding this group of so-called experts to be cannon fodder. "Xiangbei, can you set up the other puppets as well?" Su Ran smiled and said. She also felt a little embarrassed. Xiangnan helplessly glanced at her and said, "Who told me to be hired by you?" After saying that, Xiangnan began to set up formations for the other puppets. At this moment, a messenger flew in and landed in Captain Wang's hand. After Captain Wang opened the messenger, he frowned as if he was facing a great enemy. "What's the matter?" Su Ran asked. Captain Wang took a deep breath and said, "I really met an expert this time. Something happened to young Master Shui Bufan. Please come with me, Miss Su Ran." "I'm not going. I don't want to see him," Su Ran said. Captain Wang said, "Young Master Shui Bufan went to the city lord for help, and the city lord directly ordered me to personally investigate. Miss Su Ran, since I am responsible for your safety, you must follow me. Come with me. Don't make things difficult for us." Then Su Ran's heart softened. These experts were all friends who helped, and they didn't charge for it. They were willing to come because of Su Ran's face. "All right, then let's go." Su Ran had no choice but to give Captain Wang face. "Xiangbei, let's go and have a look together." The group of people left the Crystal Palace aggressively and rode on a handsome and valiant demonic beast, heading towards the Shui clan's direction. This large group of Heaven Scryer realm experts were running wildly in the streets, causing a commotion. A large number of pedestrians stood by the roadside and watched, their eyes glittering with admiration and admiration. Captain Wang enjoyed this kind of eyesight salute very much. He raised his head high, as if he was the only one in heaven and earth. Su Ran also felt that there was light on his face. At the same time, he also felt that his life was fully protected. This group of experts ran wildly all the way to Amethyst City and the Shui clan branch. When they arrived at the inner courtyard, Shui Bufan was cursing angrily. What the hell? You bunch of rum bags. Did I raise you to eat for free? Ah, this branch of the clan has nearly 1,000 guards. They can't even look after 10 combat puppets. As soon as Su Ran and the others entered, they happened to hear Shui Bufan cursing, and Su Ran immediately began to gloat. Xiang Nan frowned slightly. Shui Bufan lost his combat puppet? Captain Wang, you're finally here. When Shui Bufan saw Captain Wang, he was overjoyed and hurriedly ran over. The two of them exchanged greetings for a while, before Shui Bufan moved closer to Su Ran and said, Ran, look. Su Ran turned his head and was too lazy to pay attention to him. Shui Bufan was angry. He threw his anger on Xiang Nan and said, Who are you? He's my personal guard, Su Ran said. Shui Bufan narrowed his eyes. What personal guard? He's not wearing the uniform of the city lord's mansion, and he's a brat from somewhere. Blow him out. You dare. Su Ran spread out her arms and blocked Xiang Nan's path. Then Shui Bufan said, Of course, don't trust strangers casually. It's better for a fellow of unknown origin like this to leave as soon as possible. I'll send 10 guards to protect you. Okay? Your bodyguard? Su Ran curled her lips and said, Your guards can't even watch over battle puppets. Shui Bufan's face flushed red, and his heart was even more furious. He actually roared at Xiang Nan. Are you deaf? Can't hear me? I told you to scram. Do you hear me? Someone, beat this brat out of here. Shui Bufan didn't dare to vent his anger on Su Ran, so he could only vent his anger on Xiang Nan, clearly wanting to keep Su Ran from stepping down. A dozen guards immediately rushed up and surrounded Xiang Nan. Ah, they are all from our own family. Why are you making things so unpleasant? Captain Wang hurriedly stepped forward to save the encirclement. However, Shui Bufan's heart was filled with anger. He didn't listen at all and shouted, Attack! Xiang Nan shook his head. Did I step on your tail? Or did I dig your ancestral grave? Did you eat enough to support yourself? Did you bite me to death? If you want to please a girl, why are you stepping on me? The guards didn't care what Xiang Nan said. A group of people had already surged up. Fight me! Su Ran also had a temper. He gritted his teeth and said, Hit me fiercely. If you hurt me, it's on my head. All right. Xiang Nan's body flashed. Pa 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 pa. With 4 loud slaps, for guards spat out blood and flew out. Xiang Nan flashed again and slapped him 4 times. He dodged several times and the dozen guards were sent flying. Captain Wang's heart sank when he saw this scene. No one else could see any clues, but Captain Wang saw some signs. Finally, pa! The loudest slap actually sent Shui Bufan flying. Then Shui Bufan never thought that a servant would dare to attack him. 2 of his front teeth were blown away, and the blood spat out of his mouth turned into a spiral mist of blood. Su Ran was also shocked. She wanted Xiang Nan to beat Shui Bufan's lackey, but she didn't want Xiang Nan to beat Shui Bufan together. You! Shui Bufan, covered in dirt, stood up from the ground in a sorry state and pointed at Xiang Nan, shouting, You're courting death, beating a dog. This can already be considered mercy. Xiang Nan rubbed his wrist and said, What, you haven't been beaten up enough? Someone, give it to me, Shui Bufan shouted loudly. Enough, this debt will be cleared, and you are not allowed to bring it up again. Otherwise, I'll leave this place immediately. Find a way to retrieve your puppet. Shui Bufan instantly wilted. He didn't dare to offend the city lord's people, much less he wanted his own puppet. Wait for me. Shui Bufan glared at Xiang Nan sinisterly. Captain Wang said, How's the investigation going? 20 figures returned together. When Xiang Nan and the others were fighting, Captain Wang's subordinates had already scouted the Shui Manor. A person whispered in Captain Wang's ear. Captain Wang was shocked. Alone? Did you see wrong? The guard nodded and said, I didn't see wrongly. I've investigated very clearly. It was only one person who broke into the Shui Manor and stole 3 combat puppets today. It's not possible, Captain Wang said angrily. The Shui Manor is guarded by over 1,000 martial artists. There was actually only one person who broke into the inner palace and stole 3 puppets. Everyone broke out in cold sweat. 1,000 martial artists. Even if they weren't strong enough, they weren't blind, right? There were so many people that they didn't even see the enemy's figure. A person was actually able to enter and exit freely under such tight defenses like a fish in water. It was indeed a person, and Xiang Nan had also received a positive answer to this point. He wasn't just fighting Shui Bufan. During this time, he had already scanned it with his lightning photoelectric eyes. An exceptionally weak spiritual energy fluctuation was still slowly evaporating in the air. This is a sign. Xiang Nan rubbed his chin. What sign? Su Ran hurriedly asked. Someone wants to win the championship, and the most effective way is to steal the puppets of the opposing teams, Xiang Nan said. If I'm not mistaken, it's not just the Shui clan that has been stolen. I'm afraid other personal squad puppets have also been stolen. Before Xiang Nan could finish his words, a messenger suddenly flew into Captain Wang's hand. Captain Wang activated his identification and his entire face darkened. Senior Niu Jinyo's combat puppet has also been stolen. At the same time, there are Li Yongliang of the Li clan, Zhao Mu of the Zhao clan, Sun Xiaowei of the Sun clan, and so on. A total of 30 puppets of the personal squadron have been stolen. As they spoke, everyone focused their gazes on Xiang Nan. Just now, it was Xiang Nan's judgment that was confirmed by the news Captain Wang received. What exactly do you know? Hurry up and tell me. Xiang Nan hugged his shoulders and said, Is this your attitude of pleading for help? I am only responsible for protecting Miss Su Ran. I have no obligation towards you. Xiang Nan was very unhappy in his heart. They were clearly asking for help from him, but they were using such a strict tone as if they were interrogating a prisoner. Captain Wang gritted his teeth and said in a calm tone, Young Master Xiang Bei, please give me some pointers. If you know anything, please let me know. Xiang Bei, there's no harm in telling them. Su Ran still pleaded with Xiang Nan for Captain Wang's sake. She could not bear to see these people being arrogant, but she still had to take into account their favors. Xiang Nan crossed his arms and said, I don't know the inside story, but I can roughly guess who is behind it. If my guess is correct, the person who stole the other 30 combat puppets should be the same person as the one who stole the Shui family's combat puppets. Are you joking? Captain Wang frowned. One person stole 30 battle puppets in just an hour? This is simply an arcane dream. It's a fantasy to all of you, but to some people it can be considered mercy. Xiang Nan smiled and said, Miss Su Ran, shouldn't we go now? Captain Wang hurriedly chased after him and asked, Who exactly is playing tricks on him? Xiang Nan said, Night Demon, First Stage Hall. Night Demon? First Grade Hall. Captain Wang recalled it and shook his head. I've never heard of it. Even in the southern domain, very few people knew about night demons. It wasn't until after the Battle of Beast Spirit Island that they finally appeared on the surface. In the distant northern domain, even the sects on their own territory hadn't figured it out, let alone the night demon. You're not from the sect. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. Xiang Nan said, You just need to know that they are a group of experts that are very difficult to deal with. Expert. Captain Wang narrowed his eyes and sneered. I've seen many experts. Since they dare to cause trouble in my territory, let's have a good fight and see whose fist is harder. Xiang Nan had seen many arrogant people like this, and they were exactly the same as 13th Street. However, Captain Wang and his subordinates were more than one level inferior to 13th Street, so it was useless to explain to them. Miss Su Ran, I have to trouble you to come with me again. Captain Wang said apologetically. I suspect that the so-called Night Demon martial artist will attack other clans. I have to be on guard. What do you think, Xiang Bei? Currently, Su Ran trusted Xiang Nan the most and listened to him. Xiang Nan said, If you don't have any other plans, it doesn't matter to me. All right, then go take another look. Su Ran nodded. Captain Wang studied it for a while and discovered that the clans that had lost their puppets were all teams with high winning potential. Furthermore, they were all individual teams. For example, none of the 50 provincial squads had been stolen. After summarizing the situation of the stolen squad, they discovered that these 30 clans had a chance to win the top 30. The next one is very likely Zhang Yukai. Mr. Zheng's squad. Let's hurry up and go. If we're too late, it'll be too late. After Captain Wang gave the order, everyone headed towards the Zhang clan again. Hey, what about me? Xue Bufan covered his face and chased after him. But Captain Wang and the others didn't have time to pay attention to him. Zhang clan. After Captain Wang brought 50 experts and explained his intentions to Zhang Yukai was also shocked. Thank you so much. It's really hard for you guys to come here to protect me. Then Zhang Yukai thanked them repeatedly and arranged for everyone to have good wine and dishes. Captain Wang waved his hand and said, "There's no hurry to eat or drink. Brothers, pull up the formation and defend the Zhang clan. You can't let a fly in." Yes. The other 40 Heaven Scryer realm experts immediately turned into afterimages and ambushed the Zhang clan's corners. It was night and the wind was silent. Captain Wang personally protected Su Ran and Zhang Yukai, and his subordinates also led 9 guards. The other 40 people cooperated with the Zhang clan's generals and closely guarded the entire clan. There was even a large team of 50 people. They were focused on defending the training room where the puppets were stored. Could be said that the surroundings were completely blocked. Everyone did their jobs, and Su Ran and the others were restless in the hall. In the courtyard, in the garden, in a wooden pavilion, Xianxia drank alone. He thought to himself that he had to think of a way to win the championship. Only in this way would he be able to understand the secrets on Su Ran's body. The secret that even the first grade hall valued so much was obviously of great origin. Could be a void stone, or it could be an incomparably powerful martial skill. Just as he was pondering, the night suddenly fell silent. The weather was very stuffy. It was as if rain was coming. It was originally very quiet, but now, the entire Zhang manor was suddenly filled with a very wonderful atmosphere. Xianxia held the wine jug in his hand. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly and said, "Coming." In the silent night, a gentle breeze suddenly appeared, rustling the fallen leaves. A moment later, a loud roar came from the direction of the training ground. Lost! Lost the puppet! What? Captain Wang stood up abruptly and angrily said, "How could he lose it? What a ghost!" So many experts defended against a Zhang clan, yet someone stole the puppet under his nose. Investigate. That person must still be hiding in the manor. Even if you dig 3 feet into the ground, you must find him for me. Many of the so-called experts were immediately thrown into a mess. At the entrance of the training ground, 50 martial artists lined up. Not to mention the main entrance, even the walls of the training ground were surrounded, and not even a mosquito could fly in. However, 3 of the puppets were lost without warning, making people feel ridiculous. In the courtyard, Xianxia held the wine jug and smiled. He looked at the distant breeze and muttered to himself, "Forget it. For that girl Su Ran to be so stubborn, I'll help her again." This can also be considered as me looking for a first-grade hall to get back some opportunities. With that, Xianxia held the wine jug in his right hand and lightly tapped his toes on the ground. Then he floated out of the courtyard wall. Ahead, in the night sky, a gentle breeze suddenly condensed into a figure. The man turned his head to look at Xianxia behind him, and shook his hand with 2 dense cold lights, shooting towards him. Those 2 concealed weapons were extremely fast. It was actually not even able to bring about the sound of the wind. Xianxia quickly stretched out his right hand, and his 3 fingers were already holding 2-inch-long blades. Instead, Xianxia stopped chasing after him. Seeing that Xianxia hadn't followed him, the figure hurriedly flew into the distance. At the same time, at the rear, Xianxia drank a mouthful of wine and threw away the wine jug. His entire body suddenly turned into a dense ball of lightning and shot into the sky, hiding in the dark clouds. Rain poured down. Lightning flashed in the dark clouds. The night rain was torrential, ruthlessly washing away this magnificent city. As if the heavens were doing something beautiful, lightning began to flash in the dark clouds, and the lightning that Xianxia's incarnation elementium had transformed into happened to take advantage of this opportunity to hide within it. Both sides chased after each other, and there would always be times when they would show up. The first Great Hall expert who had transformed into a wind elemental quickly arrived at a unique residential area in Amethyst City. In this land-rich Amethyst City, every small piece of land was well utilized. He wished he could build a tall building that could pierce through the horizon. But here, there was an entire exquisite courtyard. Inside the wooden house, there was a small pool of green bamboo, and it was very quiet. The expert from the first Great Hall landed in a courtyard. He rubbed the storage ring in his hand. 3 rays of light flew out from the storage ring and turned into 3 Tianyuan 5th layer combat puppets. After finishing, he pulled a wooden chair and sat in the courtyard. Apart from this person, there were 2 other people sitting quietly in the courtyard. There were 3 people in total. Each of them had a chair, each holding a wine jug and a wine glass in their hands. They poured their own wine without saying a word. The curtain of rain descended, and half an inch above their heads and shoulders, it automatically slid to the left and right, keeping the 3 of them out of the rain. Outside the courtyard, at the entrance of the small wooden door, Xianxian was lowering his head and holding an oil paper umbrella in his hand. The 3 people in the courtyard tacitly looked up at the courtyard door and continued drinking as if nothing had happened. Xianxian, who was outside the courtyard, did not rush into action. He just stood there and did not move at all. Occasionally, a few pedestrians with astonishing wealth would hurry past the road and look at Xianxian in surprise. It was raining heavily and there were very few people's voices, only the sound of the rain falling on the ground. Drinking a glass of strong liquor to warm up on this cold rainy night is indeed enjoyable. In the courtyard, a man with long hair and a shawl finally spoke. He poured himself a glass of wine and took a leisurely sip, saying, "Since you're here, why don't you come in and have a drink with me?" Xianxian stood at the door and said, "It was supposed to be snowing, but it rained heavily. Do you know that there are demons among them?" "I'm waiting." "Wait for what?" the people in the courtyard asked. "Wait for a good chance to have a drink with you in peace." As Xianxian spoke, he slowly took a few steps back and moved away. At the same time, a large number of black shadows suddenly appeared in the sky, and black shadows suddenly descended. The leader was Captain Wang. "Set me up." Xianxian smiled faintly. Captain Wang stared at Xianxian seriously for a long time and said, "Did you see that already?" Xianxian said, "Isn't this show for me tonight?" Captain Wang nodded. "I knew you would find the sneak attacker's residence. I believe you must know something. But how did you discover that I was planning to track you tonight, not the person who stole it?" Xianxian took a few steps back and said, "The Zheng clan's training ground is the place where the puppets are kept, and there is actually no City Lord's manor guard there. All of them are Zheng clan's own guards. Do you still need to continue analyzing?" Captain Wang nodded. The young man's mind is very meticulous. "That's right, I'm using you. You need to know whose territory this is. Even if someone can retrieve the lost combat puppet, it will only be me, Wang Tianhe, and not you." Xianxian chuckled. "I have never had a good impression of Wang. Since your goal has been achieved, please do as you please." Captain Wang glanced at the courtyard entrance and waved his hand. "Surround!" 49 third stage Heaven Scryer Masters immediately turned into dozens of black shadows and instantly wrapped the entire courtyard. Captain Wang raised his right hand, stretched out a finger, and then slashed down. Following that, a guard from the City Lord's mansion immediately climbed over the courtyard wall and entered the courtyard. The rain was loud, and the sound of battle should be louder, but the result was not so. The guard had just jumped over the wall, and in the blink of an eye he was thrown out again. The guard smashed onto the ground with a PU sound. His entire body remained motionless. Blood seeped out from his chest and was washed away by the rain, turning into a trickle of red water. Captain Wang was shocked. He quickly took 5 steps away from the distant sect, his eyes filled with shock. An expert from the 3rd level of Heaven Scryer City Lord's mansion jumped into the courtyard wall for less than a second before he was killed and his corpse tossed out. "Who exactly are they?" Captain Wang suddenly turned around and shouted at Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan's oil paper umbrella was very low, covering his face. He said calmly, "Southern Domain, Night Demon, First Stage Hall. Captain Wang, I advise you, this matter is not within your control. Hurry up and leave with your subordinates. Leave this place to me." Captain Wang gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Nonsense! The martial practitioners of the Southern Domain dare to act wildly in our Northern Domain? Do you really think that our Northern Domain is empty? Today, I'll let you see how our Northern Domain martial artists defeat Southern Domain martial artists." After he finished speaking, Captain Wang stretched out his fingers and drew. The two guards immediately turned into two shadows and flashed into the courtyard wall. Almost as soon as they entered the courtyard wall, the two flew out again and turned into two corpses that fell into the heavy rain. Captain Wang sucked in a breath of cold air and raised his hands high. If he waved them down, it would be the intention of the entire army. Captain Wang. In the blink of an eye, Xiang Nan suddenly said, "If one goes in, he will die. If two go in, they will die as well. Why must we bury everyone here?" Captain Wang was really scared. He had never seen anything like this before. In the end, he withdrew his hands and whispered, "Brothers, wait outside. I will personally go in and meet them." After saying that, Captain Wang pushed open the courtyard door and strode in. The moment he entered, the courtyard door suddenly closed without any wind. "What, aren't you coming in to drink with me?" In the courtyard, the voice of the long-haired man came out. Xiang Nan sighed and said, "Originally, I wanted to drink with 3 friends quietly, but it seems that I can't do so." Xiang Nan looked at the guards and said, "All of you go back. I will send your captain back to the Zheng Manor in half an hour." With that, Xiang Nan pushed open the door and walked in with an umbrella. Just as he entered, the moment the door opened and closed, all the guards hurriedly looked inside. In the courtyard, there were 3 people sitting on wooden chairs drinking wine. One of them had long hair and a shawl. He held a wine jug in both hands and stepped on Captain Wang's head, who was lying motionlessly on the ground. Captain Wang was the strongest amongst the guards, enough to defeat 10 vicious characters. This scene caused the faces of the guards to turn pale from fear. "Let's go back." Xiang Nan gave another explanation, then turned around and closed the door, entering the courtyard. "Sit." The long-haired man hooked his fingers and flew out of the room. A wooden chair shot towards Xiang Nan. The wooden chair was not fast, or even very slow, but the strength condensed on it was incomparably astonishing. The wooden chair slowly floated towards Xiang Nan in the air. On the wooden chair, the weight of 2 mountains condensed. Xiang Nan held the umbrella with his left hand and his right, gently pressing the umbrella head onto the chair that flew over. At the same time, the indescribable terrifying power of the chair caused Xiang Nan's feet to slide backwards on the muddy ground. The 3 of them lowered their heads and did not look at Xiang Nan, while Captain Wang was on the verge of death. Xiang Nan's arm forcefully pressed down on the wooden chair. With a loud sound, the wooden chair, which was simply unstoppable, was actually pressed to the ground. Xiang Nan circled around, swung his robe and sat down. "Yes." The long-haired man nodded and said, "If you can catch my chair, you have the right to drink with me." Antidote. The long-haired man suddenly threw the wine jug in his hand towards Xiang Nan. This wine jug's flying speed was completely different from a wooden chair. It was fast as lightning. The flying wine jug was wrapped in a layer of yuan qi, and on top of it was the power of 3 mountains. Like 3 mountains, they flew towards Xiang Nan at an extremely fast speed. This hand was very difficult to receive. If one were to forcefully receive it, it would shatter the wine jug. If one were to receive it slowly, it would injure one's own body. Xiang Nan sat on the chair, not moving a single step, but his right hand suddenly stretched out. It looked like he was going to catch the galloping wine jug with his hand, but in reality, his right hand was tilted and brushed past the jug. However, when the wine jug flew to the corner of Xiang Nan's arm, Xiang Nan's right hand suddenly drew a bow and formed a half circle. Then, Half of his body swayed, and he used his strength to make the wine jug stick to his half-circle arm and fiercely turn around. When the wine jug flew to his chest, the long-haired man opposite Xianxia flew over. Xianxia removed the impact of the wine jug and pulled it back. The 3 first-grade hall experts all had solemn expressions on their faces. Xianxia's movements were smooth and unrestrained. Cup. The long-haired man clasped a wine cup between his fingers. The aura from his fingertips surged, and then he threw the wine cup towards Xianxia. The aura on the wine cup suddenly became fierce, condensing into a swooping eagle. Xianxia held an umbrella in his left hand and clasped his thumb in his right. He tugged at the wine cup 3 times in a row and forcefully disintegrated the astral chi eagle on the spot. Then he grabbed the wine cup with his fingers. His left thumb hooked the handle of the wine jug and his fingers held the wine glass. He calmly put away the oil paper umbrella and poured himself a glass of wine. He said without raising his head, "This person, I'm still useful." The long-haired man said, "Drink and talk again." Xianxia smiled and raised his wine cup to deliver it to his mouth. The long-haired man was still sitting in his chair, and he punched Xianxia fiercely. With a fierce punch, he shot out a dipper chi fist that was 10 meters in diameter. The fist roared and flew towards Xianxia. Xianxia pointed at the ground and used a stool leg to support the ground. The entire chair tilted up and drew a half-circle with Xianxia. Xianxia's right fingertip condensed a cold light. He used the momentum of his body spinning to point at the dipper chi light fist, causing the light fist to instantly freeze. Xianxia gently flicked his index finger. The dipper chi light fist actually shattered with a bang, landing on the ground one after another and disappearing into specks of light. The long-haired man heavily stepped on the ground. From between his legs, he could see 2 rings of intense aura surging out. At the same time, they converged into his right hand and flicked 133 fingers at Xianxia. The finger force flew horizontally, shooting into the shape of a fan. Xianxia's right hand shook. Dragon Spirit Steel. A layer of chi shield covered his body. A dense finger force exploded on the chi shield, producing a dull, loud noise. However, the wine cup in Xianxia's hand did not spill a drop of wine. Xianxia drank all the wine in his cup, then lit up the bottom of the cup towards the long-haired man and said, "We can talk now." The long-haired man finally stood up. With a sweep of his right foot, he threw the half-dead Captain Wang to the corner of the wall. From beginning to end, he did not look at Captain Wang. "Name it," the long-haired man said. "Nobody." Xianxia replied, "I have followed your rules. If I ask, you should answer. Why are you chasing after Su Ran?" Xianxia already knew that if he forced himself to come, even if these people fought to the death, it would be impossible for them to answer any of his questions. The people of the first-grade hall were very arrogant. If they obeyed their rules, they would be able to win their respect. The long-haired man shook his head slightly. "Truth be told, I don't know. We only received orders to capture Su Ran. If we can take him alive, then it would be best. If not, then we will die the same way." "I'm not satisfied with your answer," Xianxia said. The long-haired man cupped his fists and said, "The southern domain has our night demon first stage hall, and the northern domain also has peerless experts like you. We don't need to fight each other. Then Su Ran is dispensable to you. Why don't you leave it to us and remember your favor from now on?" This person obviously regarded Xianxia as an expert from the northern region, and because he did not want to anger the local sect, he tried to persuade Xianxia. Xianxia was actually very disappointed. Originally, he wanted to ask about Su Ran's value from these people, but now it seemed like it was no longer possible. Whether the long-haired man was telling the truth or lying, it was impossible for him to tell Xianxia the answer he wanted to know. Xianxia poured himself a cup of wine, took a sip, and then went to pour a 3rd cup. He said, "2 paths. First, I'll take the Wang with me. The 3 of you will die here. Second, I'll take the person surnamed Wang with me. Answer the question I want to know and leave. Choose for yourself." Xianxia raised his head and drank the wine. The long-haired man smiled. He raised his head to look at the dark clouds in the sky and said, "Perhaps you just accidentally got involved in a dispute that shouldn't have anything to do with you. I'm not threatening you, but advising you to leave in time. There's still time to leave. You have no idea what kind of situation you have entered, nor do you know what kind of person you are going to face. I won't choose either of your paths, and I'll give you one. Now turn around and leave. Close the door. If you leave Amethyst City, you will still be able to save your life. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences." "Looks like we don't have to talk anymore." Xianxia stood up and patted his robe. The long-haired man laughed loudly. "I know that there are top experts among the northern region martial artists, just like you. But I advise you, you still don't have enough weight to shout at us. Our strength is a height that you can't understand. So what if the 13th Street of the Eastern region is beaten up in front of us?" After saying that, the long-haired man suddenly rushed towards Xianxia. 2 minutes later, the courtyard door opened. Xianxia carried the half-dead Captain Wang and slowly walked out, closing the courtyard door. When the door was closed, one could see 3 corpses lying in the courtyard through the cracks in the door. Xianxia looked at the sky and allowed the rain to wash away the fresh blood on his body that did not belong to him. "Why?" He frowned. "What's the difference between Su Ran and him? Could it be that the people from the first grade hall really don't know why they are looking for Su Ran? What kind of secrets can Xian Qingzhu keep so tightly? Even his subordinates don't know. Looks like Su Ran's situation is worth exploring." Xianxia was about to take off, but he stopped and leaned Captain Wang against the roadside. On the road ahead, in the rain, stood a man. The man put his hands behind his back and quietly looked at Xianxia. The rain fell from the sky and landed on the man's body. There was not a single drop of water. Avoiding the rain, it's nothing special. However, it was extraordinary to be stained with rain but not splashed with rain. It was as if the man himself was a rain, and the rain that fell from the sky was merely falling on another patch of rain. "I've seen you before." Xianxia looked at the man and his heart became heavy. Back then, a few people brought the young Guan Shao to find Bai Mukin and tried to persuade him to join the Night Demon. This man was one of them. When rain falls on anything, it will definitely splash, even if it falls in the water. But it landed on the man, no. The man said with his hands behind his back, "Do you think you can do everything perfectly? Do you think that no one knows what you did on the island of exile? But you have forgotten one thing. It is precisely because you pay too much attention to concealing yourself. Instead, you have exposed yourself." A flash of lightning flashed in Xianxia's eyes. After seeing the realm of a man, his breathing started to quicken. 6th layer of good fortune. The man said, "You killed the general of the Bai clan. I've been chasing you from the eastern region to the northern region. Do you know what your biggest flaw is? That is, in this world, there are not many people who can easily kill a first-grade hall master, and there are even fewer who can kill a Bai clan general. I've received news." The man reached out and picked up a raindrop from the sky. He held the raindrop with his 2 fingers and played with it. What was strange was that the raindrop was actually the shape of a water drop. The raindrops were neither frozen nor forcefully stabilized into raindrops by the aura. However, it was as if time had stopped in the area where the raindrops were located. What shape was it when it landed, and what shape was it when it was held in the hands of a man? "That's why I rushed over." The man pinched the raindrop and said, "When I saw you kill 3 Tier 1 Heaven Scryer Hall experts, I was even more certain that you were the one who stole the Void Stone from the island in exile." As he spoke, the man shook his hand and threw the space in his hand towards Xianxia. Xianxia suddenly felt that he was being locked in place by a terrifying pressure. His feet were like lead, unable to move at all. He quickly condensed the Dragon Spirit Steel Chi Shield, and at the same time, his body fiercely tilted to the left. Chi! That seemingly ordinary drop of water actually easily cut open the Dragon Spirit Steel Shield and slid down Xianxia's neck. Xianxia had a knife edge on his neck, and red blood had already flowed out. The difference in cultivation realms was too great. When Xianxia didn't release his Dream Dao, he was only at the 2nd level of Heaven Scryer, but that man was at the 6th level of Good Fortune. The strongest defense of the dragon spirit steel that Xianxia was proud of was not even able to withstand a drop of water in front of that man. "You're definitely going to die here today." The man put his hands behind his back and walked towards Xianxia. "Or tell me your true identity, but you still have to die." Xiangnian's expression was grave. He looked around for a while and said, "You came alone?" The man said as he walked, "It's enough to kill you alone." As he said that, the man grabbed another raindrop and casually threw it towards Xianxia. "If you are willing to reveal your identity, I will let you die a bit more happily. Otherwise, I know someone you know. I will hand you over to her. You know, no matter how many secrets you have, she will not be able to keep them in her hands." Xianxia pulled out a huge saber and raised it horizontally in front of him. The raindrops instantly pierced through the air shield and ruthlessly smashed into the blade. The beginner profound grade saber was unable to block the attack of the raindrop. Clang! With a deafening explosion, Xiangnian's entire body was knocked backwards and slid out. He used all his strength to resist the impact of the raindrop. However, he was unable to withstand it. His body was still retreating, and the raindrops were still advancing rapidly against the giant saber, and their power was getting stronger and stronger. The raindrop collided with the giant saber from the very beginning and slid dozens of meters backwards to Xianxia. Its back was against the courtyard wall, and its raindrop strength had actually increased by more than 10 times. "Oh!" The man raised his eyebrows. Xianxia smashed open the courtyard wall with a boom and slid into the courtyard. However, he was completely unable to hold on any longer. The power on his body was suddenly destroyed by the raindrops. With a buzzing sound, the giant saber flew into the sky and buzzed around. Xianxia himself felt as if he had been smashed into his chest by a steel mountain peak. His entire body was sent flying backwards, and 6 of his ribs were instantly broken. Pooh! When Xianxia flew backwards, he suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his internal organs were all damaged. The man carried his hands behind his back and continued to walk towards Xianxia. "My opponent has always been at least at the 8th level of good fortune. But for you, I made an exception. Do you understand how uncomfortable this feeling is? It's like letting a 2nd-level heaven scryer like you spend a few months chasing after someone from the origin realm." Xianxia struggled to stand up. He couldn't help but feel stuffy in his chest, and another mouthful of blood sprayed onto the ground. "Nobody knew you were coming?" Xianxia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, wanting to move his steps, but he found that he was suppressed by that invisible aura again, and his feet were locked in place. This was not a mysterious martial skill, but a pure aura. It was the suppression of a high-realm martial artist against a low-realm martial artist. The man laughed. "You're asking too much. It's like you can beat me. I'm here on my own. No one knows where I am, and no one knows where you are." "Then I'm relieved." Xianxia chuckled and said, "After killing you, I can still hide in the big market." The man shook his head. "I've seen many lunatics before. It's the first time I've met someone as crazy as you. All right, die." After saying that, the man reached out and grabbed the 4 raindrops with his fingers, throwing them towards Xianxia. "I forgot to tell you, you can't fight alone." Xianxia spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and shouted in his heart, entering the void. In an instant, the 4 raindrops passed through Xianxia's location. At almost the same time, Xianxia's entire body disappeared. "What?" The man was suddenly stunned. Not anymore? None of Xianxia's fluctuations could be found in the heavens or the earth. But a second later, Xianxia suddenly appeared behind the man. A black finger force rushed into the man's body. The man's pupils contracted, and he immediately turned around and slashed his saber towards Xianxia's neck. Xianxia disappeared into the void again. At the same time, the man felt that his cultivation base had actually dropped. He asked in shock, "Finger of tribulation?" The second time Xianxia appeared, he appeared in front of the man, and another finger force hit the man. The man's reaction was incredible. Almost at the same time that Xianxia appeared, his backhand trembled and he used his index finger to poke at Xianxia's heart. His speed was too fast. Xiang Nan didn't even have time to use it when he entered the void. He quickly changed positions and flashed 50 meters to the left, dodging the fatal finger of the man. Xiang Nan flashed again. When he came back, he hit the man with his finger again. Fortunately, this man's realm wasn't that high to the point of being frightening. When Xiang Nan faced Xian Qingzhu, he didn't even have time to release the tribulation-free finger. Even if he focused all of his attention on escaping into the void, he was almost caught by Xian Qingzhu several times. However, this man did not have the early divine martial realm of Xian Qingzhu, so Xiang Nan still had room to maneuver. The man was anxious. His body trembled, and 12 shockwaves of Dipper Chi spread out in all directions without any difference. "Get out!" the man shouted. The 12 shockwaves were stacked up and down, each ring higher than the other, and could sweep through almost all the areas that Xiang Nan could hide in. However, what he didn't know was that Xiang Nan wasn't using invisibility, but rather, he was better at hiding in the void. Not to mention the good fortune 6th layer shockwave, even the divine martial 6th layer shockwave could not hit Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan was really cautious. His entire heart was raised to his throat. That man only used raindrops to kill Xiang Nan, not to mention that the man had already begun to take it seriously and released his divine aura directly. As long as Xiang Nan was tainted by that man's clothes, he would definitely be shattered to pieces. Xiang Nan could not be touched. A single mistake and not a single deviation was allowed. The man's attacks were getting denser and denser, and he was getting more and more frantic. He had been struck several times by the phaseless tribulation finger in succession, and his realm was constantly declining. As for Xiang Nan, the more he fought, the more he felt and gradually found a rhythm. Phaseless tribulation finger, half a realm for one. Xiang Nan used his incomparable reaction force and inexplicable ability to escape into the void. Then, he used the movement technique of the early profound stage to change shadows. Finally, he used the heaven-defying tribulation finger to hit that man. Xiang Nan practically took out all of his best techniques without holding back. 5th level, 10th level. The man's speed was getting slower and slower, and his realm was getting lower and lower. The difference in strength between him and Xiang Nan was also getting smaller and smaller. Xiang Nan released 18 phaseless tribulation fingers in a row. His cultivation had dropped to the 9th level, directly reaching the 2nd level of the heavenly Yuan realm. Because there were only 9 small realms in a single great realm, the 18 tribulation-free fingers had caused the good fortune 6th layer man to fall to the 5th layer of the heavenly Yuan realm. The man no longer had any aura left. He looked at Xiang Nan, who was slowly condensing with incomparable shock. Xiang Nan gasped violently. "As long as you still have a Heaven Scryer realm helper, then I will undoubtedly die now. Unfortunately, you are too arrogant, and you actually came to find me by yourself. You have to pay the price for being conceited." The man raised his hand with a wave of Yuan Qi. Xiang Nan waved his right hand and the giant saber flew back from afar with a buzzing sound. It landed in his hand, and then the giant saber was raised horizontally. The clang of fingers collided with the blade and was bounced off the spot. The 5th level of heavenly Yuan Qi was nothing to mention when faced with an early profound grade nightmare saber. As for Xiang Nan, he pulled out the bright moon cosmos mirror and slashed it at the man. The 2nd level of Heaven Scryer's 2nd light slash could not be blocked by the 5th level of Heaven Origin. However, that man did have some skills. Although his cultivation had fallen back, his combat experience and his ability to judge danger were still there. Before the secondary light slash appeared, he had already felt the threat of death. He immediately turned into a beam of light and flew into the distance. "You want to escape?" Xiang Nan rose from the ground and chased after the man. "We can't let him go. If he went back to bring reinforcements, he would truly be left with no path to heaven and no entrance to the earth." The phaseless tribulation finger was formidable, but its biggest weakness was that it could not deal with 2 enemies at the same time. There was no need for any divine martial realm experts from the other party. As long as they came to the fortune realm, Xiang Nan would undoubtedly die. "Evil brat." The man flew wildly in front of him. He turned around and saw that Xiang Nan was still chasing after him. He gritted his teeth and said, I didn't expect that besides Xiang Nan. There were others in this world who also learned the tribulation-free finger. No wonder he is fearless. There's no need to chase after me. You can't catch up to me. The man turned to look at Xiang Nan and sneered. 100 miles in an instant. After he finished speaking, the man suddenly turned into a dotted line and disappeared. Thunder escape. Xiang Nan didn't hesitate at all as he chased after the lightning bolt 100 miles away. 100 li away, the man released 100 li from his low realm. He had already suffered a huge backlash. He was hovering in midair, coughing up blood. Unexpectedly, a bolt of black lightning suddenly arrived and quickly stopped behind him. Catching up, the man's pupils contracted and he shouted, 100 miles in an instant. He turned into a dotted line and appeared 100 miles away. As for Xiang Nan, he endured the intense pain in his head and released the second lightning escape. They also chased after him 100 miles away. The man jumped out of the air, covered his stomach and spat out blood. However, when he saw Xiang Nan catch up again, a trace of despair flashed in the man's eyes as he roared, I don't believe it! My master of the 6th level of good fortune has been chased down by a heaven-peeping realm kid. This is impossible. This must be a dream. The man fled into the distance like a madman. He could no longer use 100 miles in a blink of an eye, and his entire body turned into a streak of intense light. Xiang Nan's lightning vein attribute should be faster than a man's, but he had 6 broken ribs, so it was very inconvenient for him to move. Even though Xiang Nan was desperately chasing after him, he was unable to close the distance between him and the man. Xiang Nan's current cultivation level was also low, and he could no longer use the profound grade movement technique to change shadows. As for Lei Dun, because his cultivation level had also decreased, he had reduced the number of times he used it. If he used it again, he would faint on the spot. The two of them chased after each other and flew out of the range of Amethyst City and into the wilderness in the distance. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning appeared in the sky, illuminating the eyes of both of them. After Xiang Nan instantly recovered his sight, he discovered that the man had disappeared. Damn it! How could it be? Xiang Nan hurriedly searched everywhere, but he couldn't find the figure of the man. Could it be that he can release it once 100 miles in a blink of an eye? That's impossible. Xiang Nan slapped his forehead abruptly. Escape! It must be an escape technique. He hurriedly wiped his eyes with both of his hands, streaks of lightning flashing through his pupils. Looking at the world in front of him, he saw a ball of earthen yellow light flying far away from the ground. Escape techniques allowed martial artists to merge into the 5 elements, including the earth. Its advantage was that it could conceal its body, but its disadvantage was that the speed of its escape technique was not comparable to flying directly. Xiang Nan turned into a beam of strong light and chased after him. When he was on the same vertical line as the man, he kicked the ground and said, Shake the ground! Earth element martial skill, earth-shattering. Under that foot, the entire earth was like water with layers of ripples. The man was directly squeezed out of the ground and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Xiang Nan drew his saber. Mu escape! The man rolled on the spot and got into a big tree. There was an endless primeval forest in the wilderness, and it was heaven's fortune for trees to escape in such a place. Wood makes fire, fire makes earth makes gold, and gold makes wood. As Xiang Nan spoke, his right hand swiftly slapped the ground. Gold was earth. All metal ores evolved from earth elements. Steel forest. Xiang Nan's palm landed on the ground and he roared in a deep voice. This move was one of Bai Mukin's specialty signboards. It was used to suppress wood vein experts. In an instant, all the trees within a radius of 10 kilometers had actually turned into metal trees. It was like a metal forest. The man's escape was immediately rendered ineffective, and he was rejected from a tree on the spot. Xiang Nan raised his hand and struck with a blade light. The man hurriedly dodged, but as soon as he came out of the tree, his body became unstable and his right arm was immediately severed by the blade light. Wind escape! The man clutched his broken arm and snorted in pain. His entire body disappeared into the air again. Playing 5 elements talent with me? You're still a little tender. Xiangnan frowned and heavily slapped his palm on the air. Frozen 10 miles. Swoosh. In an instant, the air within 10 kilometers froze. It was as if snow and frost had fallen from the sky. The gentle breeze that the man had transformed into was frozen into an ice sculpture and fell from the air. Halfway through, the man shook his body and shattered the ice on his body. You've already used your 3 meridians talent. Xiangnan said, let me see if you still have a 4th meridian. The man didn't run away anymore. He knew that he couldn't run away anymore. He only had 3 heavenly spiritual meridians, which was enough to look down on all the heroes. However, he didn't expect that Xiangnan also had the heavenly spirit 3 meridians. In fact, his prediction of Xiangnan was still too low. The man raised his right hand. Awakening of talent. Wind. As soon as he finished speaking, a wind ghost wrapped around the man and he disappeared. He was no longer the wind, but the purest wind element. Even the coldness in the air could no longer stop him. Get out of here. Xiangnan spread out his arms. Both of his hands condensed with thunder intent, and then the 2 hands fiercely clapped together. Boom! The dense arcs of lightning exploded in an instant, forming a tornado of lightning. Insight can restrain the awakening of talent. The man coughed out a mouthful of blood and rolled in the air dozens of times. His avatar's elemental energy had lost its effectiveness. Xiangnan rushed forward and grabbed the man's neck with his left hand. He raised his saber high in his right hand and shouted, Speak! Where is the snow dew? The man sighed. I didn't expect that I would be able to kill countless powerful enemies in my life, and killing experts across borders would be as easy as eating. In the end, it fell on a brat like you. Forget it. Then let the snow be exposed. At this point, the man's gaze suddenly continued, and black blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. Dead. Xiangnan looked at the man in horror. When he used lightning photovoltaic eyes to probe the man's cultivation realm, he didn't find any hidden poison on the man's body. Ghost Doctor Guanshao. Xiangnan gritted his teeth and said coldly, in this world, there were only a few people who escaped from Lei Dianxiang using poisonous methods. This was definitely Guanzhao's doing. He has no intention of revealing Shui Lu's hiding place. Xiangnan suddenly understood. Killers would hide poison in their teeth, and when they were caught, they would bite through the poison pouch and commit suicide. It was obvious that Guanshao had poisoned the people in the 1st grade hall, even the entire Night Demon sect and the Sky Profound sect. But he knew that he would be poisoned to death. Why would he pretend to tell me the whereabouts of Shui Lu? After pondering for a moment, Xiangnan patted his forehead and said, Psychotoxin. He had figured out that Guanzhao's poison could not be released by the poisoned person. It should be a poison hidden in his mind and required triggering conditions. Now, it seemed that as long as these people were prepared to reveal the secrets of the profound sky sect, the poison hidden in their minds would automatically erupt. That was why the man said, Do snow in. He knew that he couldn't finish his sentence. The purpose was to trigger the poison. So ruthless. Xiangnan frowned. This group of people were merciless towards his own people. One had to know that this dead man had helped Guanzhao's seniors. Nothing. Xiangnan shook his head, opened the man's storage ring, and examined it carefully. Unfortunately, apart from some money, there were 2 bottles of origin pills in this man's storage ring. Xiangnan destroyed these things and flew back to Amethyst City. After finding the unconscious Captain Wang, he returned to the Zheng Manor. The entire Zheng clan was in chaos, and everyone was restless. The guards who followed Captain Wang walked around the courtyard anxiously. Can he really do it? A guard anxiously said, If you can't even defeat the captain, can you really defeat Xiangbei? Can he bring the captain back? Suran was even more anxious than them. She had already heard the whole story from the guards, and finally realized how powerful her pursuers were. She was very conceited that the guards of the city lord's mansion could protect her and kill all foreign enemies. However, the truth had slapped her hard, letting her understand that Xiangnan's words were true. Those so-called 1st grade hall experts were truly incredible. Right at this moment, the Zheng clan's distant gate was kicked open by someone. Xianxia walked in step by step wearing a blood-stained robe. "Captain!" The guards hurriedly rushed over. "Xiang Bei!" Su Ran was overjoyed and ran towards Xianxia. Xianxia lifted Captain Wang to the ground, shook his storage ring, and 3 combat puppets landed on the ground. "Great! It's our family's puppet." Zhang Yukai hurriedly ran towards the puppet. Suddenly, a long saber flew out and fiercely stabbed between Zhang Yukai and the puppet. The hilt of the saber continued to buzz as it entered the ground. Zhang Yukai was so frightened that he hurriedly took 2 steps back and looked at Xianxia in surprise. Xianxia took out another 3 storage rings from his hand and said, "This was taken from the hands of the 3 first-grade hall martial artists. If I'm not mistaken, the missing puppets of the various clans should be inside." As he spoke, he shook his hand. Sure enough, all of the combat puppets flew out, forming into 3 rows. 31 clans were stolen, and 93 combat puppets were neatly arranged in front of everyone. There were many of them. You really? The guards were dumbfounded. An expert that they couldn't beat to death was actually killed by this Xiang Bei? It must be. Otherwise, if those 3 storage rings were stolen, it would be impossible for them to be activated just like that. Everyone was shocked. They looked at Xianxia. As for Xianxia, he was already injured and slowly sat on the ground, panting. Without Xianxia, no one dared to touch those puppets. "How are you? Does it matter?" Su Ran hurriedly touched his storage ring and took out a large pile of bottles and cans. He didn't know what kind of trauma medicine it was. Xianxia waved his hand and said, "Don't be too busy. I have a way to recover myself." A guard stepped forward and said to Xianxia, "You have made a great contribution." As he spoke, the guard was going to collect the puppets. Xianxia raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "Did I let you touch these puppets?" The guard's footsteps stiffened and he said to Xianxia, "What do you mean?" Xianxia took a deep breath and allowed his breath to breathe even before he said, "I used my life to bring these back. If you want to take them away, then take them away. Then how much do you want?" The guard asked curiously. Then he wished he could slap himself twice. Why did he ask so much? Whoever loses the puppet, just let them negotiate the price with Xianxia. "Yeah, little brother." Zhang Yukai looked at the huge saber in front of him in fear and rubbed his hands. "You snatched the combat puppet back. You have the right to reward it. Please give me a price. As long as it's not too excessive, I will definitely satisfy you. I only want the 3 puppets of our Zheng clan." "You can't talk to me." Xianxia propped himself up and said, "Let the city lord talk to me personally." "Xiang Bei, what are you doing?" Su Ran whispered in Xiangxia's ear. "Don't go too far. Just knock on these rich people. It's not wise to alert the city lord." Xianxia smiled and said, "Don't worry about this. I have my own plans." Zhang Yong had some secret manuals in his possession, and those manuals were something that ordinary people would never be able to come into contact with. As the wealthiest city on the Steel Continent, the city lord of Amethyst City, there must be some secret manuals about this continent. Perhaps he could obtain some secret manuals about Su Ran's father from the city lord, and perhaps he could find some clues. Everyone was helpless and could only look for the city lord. On the same night, a few guards entered the Zhang clan and said to Xianxia, "Our city lord has promised to see you. Follow me. Also, I only saw you alone." One of the guards saw that Su Ran also wanted to follow, so he warned, "Nothing, I'll be right back." Xianxia patted Su Ran on the shoulder and followed the guards. City Lord's mansion, study room. The city lord had been busy until late at night, still waiting for a report. The competition was being held, and there were too many things in the city that he needed to do personally. The city lord smelled a bloody smell and slowly raised his head. "Are you Xiang Bei?" Xianxia was taking a step back and slowly wiping the blood from his chest. He nodded and said, "I'm Xiang Bei." The city lord smiled. "I heard that you want to negotiate a deal with me? Do you know whose territory you are in?" "I know." Xianxia nodded and said, "Then you should understand that the competition is the organizer of your Amethyst City. I'm afraid it's your responsibility that 31 clans lost puppets on your territory. It's sort of fun. The city lord laughed loudly. If you dare to speak to me like this, come on, drag them out and chop them down. I'll wait for you to chop me down. Xianxia pulled out a chair and sat down with a golden saber. He sat at the door of the study. Aren't you going to cut off my head? I'll wait here and see how you cut it. Two black silhouettes suddenly appeared in the study. The two of them were located on the left and right of Xianxia. They were obviously the personal guards of the city lord. These two guards were both at the early fortune realm, and as soon as they came out, they pressed down on Xianxia's shoulders. Xianxia's expression remained unchanged. The city lord leaned back and said with interest, "Aren't you afraid of death?" Xianxia smiled. "Of course I'm afraid. But if I insist on escaping, I'm afraid you won't be able to stop me. Furthermore, the Amethyst City is not peaceful lately. I have secretly helped you deal with a lot of troubles. To you, my role is greater than my arrogance." The city lord narrowed his eyes and nodded. He waved his hand at the two guards, and the two guards released Xianxia. The city lord said, "Tell me, what kind of deal do you want to make with me? If it doesn't exceed my tolerance, I will consider it." Xianxia shook his shoulder and said, "I want to see some secret files you have." The city lord shook his head. "The secrets of the empire are not something you can see if you want to." Xianxia said seriously, "I'm not interested in the secrets of your country. I only read a part about Su Ran's father. You know, someone is secretly chasing after Su Ran. I have to know the reason so I can know how to protect her." The city lord pondered for a moment and said, "Wait here." After saying that, the city lord pushed open the door and left. After about half an hour, he came back with a thin book. The city lord handed the book to Xianxia and said, "I roughly guessed that you would want to understand Su Hongtian's secret, but I still advise you not to waste your effort. This is about Su Hongtian's situation. As you wish, I'll give you an hour to read." Su Hongtian Xianxia chanted and opened the book. This was a secret file about Su Hongtian. From what the city lord said, it was as if they had investigated Su Hongtian before. Xianxia flipped through the file, and the more he looked at it, the more incredulous he felt. On the Iron and Steel continent, there was a first-rate sect called the Natural Sect. There were two famous profound Tao masters in it. These two were senior brothers. Senior brother's name is Su Hongtian and junior brother's name is Xianxia. The relationship between the two of them is extremely good, and they are like biological brothers. As two respected elders of the natural sect, they were naturally of extraordinary status and had spent their entire lives studying the profound Tao. However, there was a time when Xianxia dared to attempt to create a forbidden-level profound Tao technique, but in the end he was unable to live or die, and his life was not long. As his senior brother, Su Hongtian begged the sect for Xianxia's life. However, to save Xianxia, he had to use the foundation of the natural sect and pay an unimaginable price. The natural sect finally chose to remain silent. Su Hong recited his brotherhood and broke into the demon sea that was open in the northern domain by himself. It was unknown what Su Hongtian had experienced in the Devil Sea. When he walked out of the Devil Sea, he was chased by countless people. There were secret rumors that Su Hongtian had obtained a profound-grade cultivation technique in the Devil Sea, and some even said that it was a Tao-grade cultivation technique. Originally, the credibility of this secret rumor was not very high, but Su Hongtian had indeed cured Xianxia and saved Xianxia's life. As a result, this matter attracted the attention of all sects, even the strongest empire on the Steel continent, the Steel Empire. They secretly investigated and chased after Su Hongtian, trying to force Su Hongtian to reveal the secrets of that profound-grade or Tao-grade cultivation technique. Xianxia turned to the natural sect to protect Su Hongtian. At this time, the natural sect made a decision that made Xianxia feel desperate. Not only did they not protect Su Hongtian, they instead exposed Su Hongtian's hiding place. At that time, the various sects and forces of the Iron and Steel Empire surrounded Su Hongtian. Su Hongtian had no choice but to hand over his life's masterpiece and 4 combat puppets to the Iron and Steel Empire officials. But what was interesting was that he did not hand them over to the sect. At this point, Su Hongtian committed suicide and disappeared from the world forever with that unknown secret. It is said that one of the 4 combat puppets was unfortunately damaged during the forging process. The other 3 were brought back and studied for decades. Of course, the result was nothing. The officials also believed that the news that Su Hongtian had mastered a profound or Dao-level cultivation technique was a miscommunication. Otherwise, Su Hongtian would not have died so easily. He should have become even stronger. As for the 3 combat puppets, they were the final prizes of this year's competition. As the authorities had already abandoned their investigation into Su Hongtian, these 3 puppets were meaningless. As for Xianxia, he had seen through the mortal world. He had sought help from the natural sect twice. The first time was for his own life and the second time was for Su Hongtian's life. However, the actions of the natural sect had caused Xianxia to feel disheartened. At this point, Xianxia completely broke away from the natural sect. Before he left, he even destroyed the natural sect's library and changed his name to Old Man Tianji. He spent his days in the folk and wasted his time. Xiang Nan closed the file as if he was deep in thought. There were many things worth thinking about in this matter. In the introduction to Su Hongtian, there was no mention of Su Hongtian getting married and having children, and Su Ran's birth was unclear. Next was the 3 combat puppets. This was the only thing left behind by Su Hongtian. If Su Hongtian really had a secret, it must be hidden among the 3 puppets. However, the Iron and Steel Empire had studied the 3 puppets for more than 10 years, but had yet to come up with a reason. This meant that there might really be nothing inside the puppets. But before Su Hongtian left, he told Su Ran that he must win the championship of this competition and obtain the 3 puppets. Xiang Nan rubbed his chin, unable to figure out the reason. "Thank you, City Lord. Goodbye." Xiang Nan cupped his fists and bowed. He stood up and was about to leave. The City Lord stopped Xiang Nan and said, "Su Hongtian's contribution to our steel continent is outstanding. However, our steel continent has failed him. It can be said that we owe him and Su Ran. I hope you can stay and protect Su Ran with your strength. This is my personal request." Xiang Nan nodded and said, "I have reservations about Su Hongtian's actions, but regarding Su Ran, even if you don't say anything, I will still protect her." With that, Xiang Nan turned around and left. Then Xiang Nan went to the Zheng Manor to find Su Ran and brought her back to the Crystal Palace. As for the puppets that had been seized, they were naturally returned to the various clans as a price for the transaction. Crystal Palace, Su Ran's room. Su Ran stretched and yawned. "It's been a very tiring day. I want to rest early. You should go take a shower as well." Xiang Nan stood quietly behind Su Ran. Suddenly, a hand knife cut Su Ran's neck, knocking him unconscious on the bed. Xiang Nan took out the nightmare saber and cut Su Ran's arm open. Looking at Su Ran's cut arm, Xiang Nan suddenly felt a mixed feeling, and a sad feeling surged into his heart. Su Ran's flesh and blood was normal, but her bones were metallic. It turned out that the 4th puppet hadn't been damaged. Su Ran was the 4th puppet that Su Hongtian had forged. Xiang Nan held Su Ran's arm and used the 9 Purities Cosmos technique to heal her injuries. At the same time, he felt very uncomfortable in his heart. He roughly understood something. Su Hongtian had never married and had children in his entire life. He had created a puppet that was infinitely close to humans with some unimaginable profound Tao ability, Su Ran. In other words, Su Ran was the greatest masterpiece of Su Hongtian's life. However, Su Hongtian gradually developed feelings for Su Ran and really treated her as his daughter. So much so that Su Hongtian would rather commit suicide than reveal Su Ran's secret when he was forced into a corner. Presumably, in the entire world, only he and Old Man Tianji knew about this secret. Creating a person was truly a heaven-defying feat. It violated the laws of life. Xiang Nan looked at Su Ran's vivid appearance and felt his nose ache. He sympathized with this tenacious girl. What made Xiang Nan feel even more sad was that he observed Su Ran with his lightning-like eyes and discovered that Su Ran, this living puppet, was almost reaching the limit of his life. This Su Ran still had at most a year to live, but she didn't know anything about it. If Su Ran is Su Hongtian's biggest secret, then why would he let Su Ran get the other 3/5 stage Heaven Scryer combat puppets? Could it be that other than Su Ran, Su Hongtian also has other secrets? Could it be that the so-called profound grade or Dao grade cultivation technique really exists? Perhaps it's a profound Dao technique. Xianxia looked at Su Ran thoughtfully. It must be because Su Hongtian had discovered a powerful profound Dao technique in the Devil Sea that he was able to refine Su Ran. In other words, even Su Hongtian himself had not completely mastered that profound Dao technique, so Su Ran was incomplete. She could only live to the age of 23 at most. What if he obtained the profound Dao technique? Can this increase Su Ran's lifespan? Am I asleep? Su Ran woke up in a daze. She subconsciously touched her right arm and said, "Why does my arm hurt so much?" She lowered her head and saw that her right arm was perfectly unharmed. "You're too tired. Go to sleep." Xianxia patted Su Ran on the shoulder and turned to the bathroom. Xianxia soaked in the bathtub, unable to calm his mood for a long time. He made up his mind to protect the poor but strong girl no matter what. She had never hated the world. On the contrary, she loved the world that was unfair to her. She gave people boundless spiritual encouragement. At the very least, she knew that she had biological parents, but she was truly an orphan. Even her only false father had left her. She was alone, strong enough to live in the world. She painstakingly chased after her father's footsteps, willing to pay the price of her life. Xianxia had to admit that he was moved by Su Ran. The competition continued. In the blink of an eye, it was already the 8th day of the competition. On this day, Su Ran tossed and turned, unable to sleep. "What's the matter?" Xianxia lay on the ground, and when he heard Su Ran's tossing and turning voice, he asked. Su Ran suddenly sniffled and started crying softly. Xianxia was the one who couldn't hear her cry the most. He hurriedly went to the bedside and gently stroked her hair. "If you have any difficulties, just tell me." Su Ran covered her face under the quilt and sobbed while saying, "I don't have any money. I'm afraid I won't be able to fulfill the last wish my father gave me." "How should I put it?" Xianxia said softly. Su Ran grabbed the corner of the quilt with both hands, revealing 2 pitiful big eyes. "In order to buy 10 Tianyuan 5th layer combat puppets, I have almost lost my fortune. Adding on the fact that I hired Mr. Wuxia and those 10 contestants, the cost is even greater. Although I'm already desperately singing and earning money, I'm running out of oil." Only then did Xianxia know that Su Ran was already in such a tight situation. Su Ran's combat puppets had indeed achieved good results after being personally modified. Up until now, there were still 3 combat puppets that were forcefully holding on, advancing to the 8th day. Although these 3 puppets had won the battle, they had suffered heavy losses, almost reaching the point of being half-crippled. Everyone else was from the Qing clan, raising 10 combat puppets, but she had to pay for it herself. The cost of repairing the combat puppets was truly astronomical. "Don't worry. There must be a way before the car arrives." Xianxia patted Su Ran on the shoulder and comforted. "We even survived the death crisis. Will we still be stopped by this small difficulty?" "But—" Su Ran grabbed the corner of the quilt, her pair of pitiful big eyes flashing as she looked at Xianxia. "I don't have the money to pay you anymore. Actually, all the guards I hired were returned by me today. I can't even pay you for this period of time." Xianxia couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had fought for her so many times, but in the end, he didn't even get a single copper coin. "It doesn't matter. I don't want your money." Xianxia gave her a brilliant smile. Looking at Xianxia's smile, Su Ran sniffled and started crying softly again. "I'm already alone now. Only you are willing to accompany me. Will you end up leaving me like everyone else?" Many things had happened to Su Ran these past few days. Those guards who were once employed by her chose to leave because they were afraid of being implicated and could not get the higher money at the same time. As for the guards assigned to her by the city lord's mansion, they were also threatened by the other clans, so they were partly transferred. Currently, there were only 10 left. Xianxia smiled and said, "No, I don't care about money. As long as I have a bite to eat, I will follow you. Su Ran broke into tears and laughed. Early in the morning, before dawn, Xianxia felt someone tugging at his ears. Get up, you lazy bastard. Xianxia opened his eyes hazily and said, It's still 3 to 4 hours before dawn. How long did you sleep? Su Ran was in high spirits and did not look as pitiful as last night. She waved her small fist and said, The early bird eats the worm. Let's go. Follow me to see the cultivation of the team members. After that, we have to go to the arena. There are a lot of things we need to do today. I'm going down first. Wash up and quickly follow me. Xianxia stood up helplessly and simply washed his face. He was very surprised in his heart. As a martial artist, he didn't have much time to sleep and could still hold on. However, Su Ran didn't know where he got so much energy. In recent days, he had only slept for 3 to 4 hours, and the next day he was able to get up in high spirits. Perhaps it was her father's last wish that had been supporting her until her death. Thinking of this, Xianxia's eyes couldn't help but soften. In the underground training ground, 7 of the 10 players had already been eliminated and dismissed by Su Ran. She could not afford to pay any more hiring fees. Although the remaining 3 players weren't satisfied with being pulled up so early, they cooperated quite well and were still working hard on their training. Come on. I'm sure you'll make it to the finals. Su Ran stood at the side and cheered for the 3 players. After watching their training, Su Ran went to find the person in charge of the Crystal Palace. Standing in the corridor outside the door, Xianxia could only hear Su Ran's pleading voice. Please forgive me for a few more days. I can live in the Crystal Palace myself, but my team members must stay here. I must give them the best treatment. As long as I earn money in the future, I will definitely give you the money I owe. An old man's voice sounded. The old man laughed and said, Of course we can trust Miss Su Ran's promise. But you must also understand us. After all, we are businessmen. Everything is in line with our interests. Actually, you have been in arrears with our accommodation fees since the first day of your stay. If you can't find a way to solve the problem by tonight, we can only ask you to leave the Crystal Palace. Xianxia was very surprised. He knew that Su Ran was in financial straits, but he didn't expect it to be so difficult. I can't even pay for the room. Crystal Palace was incomparably high-end. Su Ran not only booked rooms for herself, but also for her team members. She even rented an underground training ground. Together, it would cost nearly 200,000 gold coins a day. The most expensive thing was still the training ground, and this training ground was precisely the place where she could not retreat the most. Xianxia knew how heavy the pressure on this seemingly strong but actually very pitiful girl's shoulders was. The door opened and Su Ran walked out with a faint smile. What did you talk about? Xianxia pretended not to hear the conversation inside. Su Ran smiled and said, Nothing. Everything is going smoothly. Let's go to the arena. And you go out first. I forgot to take something. I'll catch up with you immediately. Xianxia said. After Su Ran left, Xianxia pushed open the door and entered. In the room, an old man was sitting behind a table. He looked up at Xianxia and hurriedly said, It's young Master Xiangbei. How much did Su Ran owe you? Xianxia straightforwardly asked. The old man smiled and said, She has stayed in the Crystal Palace for 15 days. She owes a total of 3 million gold coins. Xianxia took out a storage card and handed it to the old man. He said, There are 5 million yuan, 3 million yuan to pay the amount she owes. The other 2 million yuan is stuck with you so you can refund more and make up for less. The old man immediately smiled. Also, Xianxia said, Don't say that I paid for her. If she asks, say that an old man from the heavenly secrets paid for her. No problem. The old man agreed. Afterwards, Xianxia walked out of the Crystal Palace and found Su Ran. The two of them headed towards the arena. Martial God card. The amount of free use every 7 days is 1 million gold coins. As long as it doesn't exceed this amount, it will be automatically cleared next week. In the past, Xianxia had earned a sum of money from selling the origin transformation pill, amounting to 20 million gold coins. In recent years, he had spent some money, leaving more than 16 million. Now, he had spent 5 million for Su Ran, leaving more than 10 million. However, there was one thing that wasn't very good about it. The martial god card could only be used for consumption, but it couldn't be used to withdraw money directly. After the two of them arrived at the arena, there was still more than an hour before the competition started. Su Ran asked Xianxia to wait in the corridor while she went to the office of the arena manager. Xianxia stood in the corridor and quietly heard the conversation inside. "Sorry to trouble you, but I really need the arena. Let me host a business show tonight." This was Su Ran's voice. "No way, Miss Su Ran. This is the competition period. The arena really can't be lent to you. Why don't you wait for the competition to be over?" The voice of the person in charge. "My combat puppets are very worn out. I really need money." Su Ran pleaded bitterly. The person in charge said, "You spent nearly 2 billion gold coins on purchasing 10 Tianyuan 5 Dan combat puppets. Before this, you advanced 300 million gold coins, but now you still owe us 50 million. Please," Su Ran whispered, "as long as you perform tonight, I guarantee that I will pay all the money. However, can I take the money from tonight's performance first? I'm really hard to deal with." The person in charge hesitated. 2 billion gold coins was an astronomical figure even for a superstar like Su Ran. Normally, Su Ran would occasionally sing a song during the arena competition, but it was all an assistant, so she didn't have the money to take it. The last time Xianxia met Su Ran in the arena, he earned 20 million gold coins a night. This was a very, very high performance fee. In the entire Iron and Steel continent, only Su Ran could afford such a price. The second most expensive singer was only 1/10 of Su Ran's appearance fee. This was also one of the reasons why Su Ran was able to buy 10 puppets himself. But even so, Su Ran couldn't hold on any longer. Currently, Su Ran urgently needed the arena to hold a commercial performance. Only the scale of the arena could make up for her current economic vacancy. In other arenas, the profit was only 1 to 2 million yuan. "I really can't. Otherwise, you can think of another way." Inside, the person in charge still refused. Su Ran put away her pitiful expression in front of the door, put on a look of high spirits, and pushed the door open. "How's the discussion going?" Xianxia asked with a smile. Su Ran raised her chin and said, "If I personally go out, can there be any injustice?" When the person in charge heard that I was going to perform, he was so happy that he smiled and blossomed. Xianxia's heart ached, but he smiled and said, "How formidable. That's..." Su Ran raised her eyebrows and said, "But, I can't bother her in vain. I have to give her a present to show her. I heard that the person in charge of this arena likes painting and calligraphy the most. Let's go and find a good painting and calligraphy for him." As the two of them walked out, Xianxia asked, "How much will it cost to repair the combat puppets?" Su Ran said, "Forget it. I'll settle this small matter with my fingers. Just say it. Let me broaden my horizons." Xianxia asked with a smile. Then Su Ran rolled her eyes and said, "About 30 million gold coins. It doesn't matter. I'll just have 2 commercial performances." The two of them returned to the Crystal Palace. Su Ran returned to his room and took something. Then he took Xianxia to the arena. When she returned to the arena, she went to the person in charge's office. "Miss Su Ran, why are you here again?" The person in charge said with an incomparable headache. "The competition is about to start. I still have to go to work, so I won't accompany you." As he spoke, the person in charge was about to leave. Su Ran hurriedly pulled him and carefully took out a long brocade box from his storage ring. The brocade box was opened. Inside was a long cloth bag. Layers after layers of cloth bags were opened, and inside was a pair of scrolls. "Ha!" The person in charge curiously spread out the scroll. Immediately, his eyes lit up. Ink Mountain Green Diagram. In the corridor, Xianxia used the Immortal Ascension technique to float his consciousness into the room. He saw that the ink painting was signed with the name of the original calligrapher, and a small line of words was attached below. "To my beloved daughter, Su Ran, on her 5th birthday." Seeing these words, Xiang Nan's eyes turned red. Tisk, are you really going to give this painting to me? The person in charge fondled the scroll and said, this painting is a treasure your father truly loves. Its value is around 5 million gold coins. I really gave it to you. Su Ran smiled heartily. The so-called treasured sword is given to a hero. If such a painting scroll is left in my hands, it would be buried. It would be better to give it to a painting connoisseur like you to bring its greatest value into play. The person in charge smiled from ear to ear. While admiring it, he said, good, good, good. What a good thing. Since Miss Su Ran is so sincere, then what about tonight's performance? I'll help you prepare some. Thank you so much. Su Ran was excited and kept bowing to the person in charge. A penny was difficult to defeat a hero, but behind Su Ran's bright figure, there was an unknown sad side. Everyone could only see that she was filled with high spirits and was doted upon by thousands of people. However, facing those enormous clans and official forces, she was only a commoner and a singer. She also had the side of lowering her head and kneeling in front of others, but she only stayed in the shadows. When she stood in the sunshine again, her voice was still loud and clear, and her face was still full of smiles. Although she was only a commoner, she was stronger than most of the martial artists that Xiang Nan had seen. Su Ran came out. She was very happy and said, let's go, Xiang Bei. My team is only competing in the afternoon. Now I'll take you to have a good meal. Have a good celebration. The two of them arrived at the most famous restaurant in Amethyst City and ordered a table full of good wine and dishes. Xiang Nanji said too much and couldn't finish his meal, but Su Ran didn't care about it. He only ordered large amounts of dishes and said that he couldn't pay Xiang Nan's commission, but at least he could eat better and drink better. However, at the same time of eating and drinking, she would suddenly be silent, her hair lowered for a while, and then she would start to move her chopsticks with a smile. She must have given her father's birthday present to an outsider, so she must be sad. My name is Xiang Nan. Huh? What? Su Ran was stunned for a moment before stopping the chopsticks in his hand. Xiang Nan took a sip of wine and said, my name is not Xiang Bei. My real name is Xiang Nan. Su Ran gave Xiang Nan a big smile. Thank you for being honest with me, but since you hid your real name, there must be a reason for that. I'll call you Xiang Bei in the future. Okay? All right. Xiang Nan lowered his head and drank. Somewhere. What's going on? Xian Qingzhu was furious. Who exactly is behind this? Who has been ruining our plan? One of them bowed and stood in front of Xian Qingzhu, saying, it's hard to say, but when he was in exile on the island, it was said that there was a person named Xiang Bei who used to move on the island. We suspect that there is a 20% chance that the Void Stone fell into the hands of that person named Xiang Bei, but there is a greater possibility that it was taken away by the people from 13th Street. Xiang Bei. Xian Qingzhu frowned. What does this name have to do with Xiang Nan? That person said, it shouldn't matter. Perhaps it was a coincidence. Or perhaps it was an admirer of Xiang Nan who deliberately chose such a name to mock us. Xian Qingzhu said with a gloomy face, think of a way to find out who Xiang Bei is. Whether he is interfering or not, I need to find out who he is. Yes. The man nodded and retreated. Xian Qingzhu played with a ball of flame in his hand and muttered to himself, Xiang Nan, you are really haunted. Even if you die, you will bring us endless trouble. Amethyst City Arena at night. This afternoon, a member of Su Ran's team went on stage. Fortunately, he won the match in the end, which gave Su Ran great encouragement. The bright moon was in front of them, and the stars were shining. The citizens of Amethyst City had already learned that Su Ran's business was going on tonight. The entire arena was packed with 100,000 seats. Everyone was shouting Su Ran's name. Backstage, Su Ran was already making her final preparations. She glanced at the song that she was going to sing tonight, but her palms were sweating all the time. It's been a long time since I've been so nervous. Su Ran forced a smile. Normally, she had a large number of followers, but because of the current financial crisis, she had already dismissed all her followers. In the dressing room backstage, Xiangnan was the only one accompanying her. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Xiangnan smiled and cheered Su Ran on. Really? Do you have such confidence in me? Su Ran asked. Of course. Xiangnan nodded. It's as if I have confidence in my own strength. That's right. I don't want to see who I am. Su Ran raised her head proudly. The two of them left the dressing room and arrived at the end of the corridor. In front of them was the arena. Beams of sunstones gathered in the center of the arena. The performance was about to start. Su Ran walked around nervously. The significance of this performance was great. If the performance failed, then the following competition would lose its financial support. Right at this moment, a gentle hand grabbed Su Ran's small hand. Su Ran looked up and saw Xiangnan's brilliant smile. Come on. Come on, Xiangnan said to her. Su Ran nodded forcefully. Suddenly, she felt a lot more at ease in her heart. Don't worry. My Su Ran's singing can conquer everyone. With that, she strode towards the arena with high spirits. At that moment, the crowd applauded loudly. Xiangnan hugged his shoulders and looked at her departing back. There was a very rare smile on his face. More of that smile was admiration. You can do it, Su Ran. You can definitely do it. Xiangnan muttered to himself. The singing begins. Beautiful songs spread throughout the arena. The audience was intoxicated by what they heard. Surprisingly, under such high pressure, Su Ran actually had an extraordinary performance. The melody she sang today was even more beautiful than before. Even Xiangnan couldn't help but indulge in this song. He thought of that snowy night and the scene of Su Ran also performing in the arena, while he was waiting in line for the roasted chicken with lotus leaves in the back alley. In his mind, he also remembered the first time he had seen her at close range and left with her on his back. Unknowingly, amidst applause and flowers, the performance ended perfectly. It was already late at night, and the spectators refused to disperse for a long time. The spectators outside the arena still surrounded Pine Street. Su Ran's face turned red with excitement. When she ran back, she gave Xiangnan a big hug. Immediately after, she jumped out of Xiangnan's embrace as if she had escaped. Her face flushed slightly and she whispered, how was my singing? That's great. Xiangnan applauded. It's perfect. Other than my mother. This is the most beautiful song I've ever heard. Su Ran raised her head proudly. That's right. Is there anything wrong with my singing? Xiangnan smiled and squatted down, saying, as a reward for you, come, I'll carry you away. Su Ran chuckled. Obviously, she also thought of the scene of her first encounter with Xiangnan. She took a few steps back like a prank, ran forward, accelerated, and pounced on Xiangnan's back. Hold on, let's go. Xiangnan leapt into the air. Wow, so beautiful. Above the clouds, Su Ran was lying on Xiangnan's back, his eyes shining. I've never seen the starry sky at such a high altitude. Beneath the boundless galaxy was Xiangnan and Su Ran, and further down was the boundless sea of clouds. Apart from heaven origin realm martial artists, even ordinary flying demonic beasts rarely flew to such heights. Xiangnan enveloped Su Ran with his dipper chi, helping her resolve the awkwardness of the thin air. Is it beautiful? Xiangnan smiled and said, look at the boundless universe, and then look at the boundless sea of clouds. You will find that your body and mind have become more open. You will find that some of the trivial things in your life have become less troublesome. Yes, Su Ran said excitedly. I feel that my chest has become broader. I almost forgot. Quickly let me go. Tomorrow is the 10th day. My team is going to compete, and the puppet hasn't been repaired yet. Hurry up and take me there. Repair the puppets that will be participating in the competition tomorrow. Otherwise, it will be too late. Restoring the puppets wasn't a difficult task. The key was to use some expensive materials for forging. Because Su Ran's battle puppet had won. Although he was injured, it was not fatal. Repairing it was relatively easy. However, if the three puppets wanted to recover to their peak state, they would need at least 30 million gold coins. Su Ran had only earned 16 million tonight, so he could only repair the 3 puppets. Seeing the 3 wounded puppets being played around in the hands of the Xiandao cultivators, Su Ran's eyes were red and his heart was extremely nervous. "Can you fix it before dawn?" Su Ran asked nervously. A Xiandao cultivator glanced at Su Ran and said, "Almost. Fortunately, your 3 puppets didn't hurt any vital parts. The few of us are the top puppet cultivators of Amethyst City. Just put your heart into your stomach. It's dawn." Su Ran leaned against the chair and was pushed awake. She hurriedly asked, "How is my puppet?" Xianxia said, "Almost. Although it has only been repaired by 70%, it should be able to participate in the competition. Don't worry, it doesn't matter." "That's great." Su Ran suddenly came to his senses and said, "Let's go. Our match is in the morning. Hurry up and go over. I want to cheer for the team members." Xianxia took the puppet and sent it into the arena. At the entrance, the 3 contestants were extremely nervous. Today was the 10th day of the competition. After today, the last 2 days would be the finals, and it was also a team competition. It could be said that today's battle was of utmost importance. The more puppets left behind, the more advantages there would be in the team competition. It was Su Ran's turn to play. Amidst the cheers of the audience, the team member controlled the puppet and nervously stepped onto the main arena. And this battle happened to encounter Shui Bufan's squad. Shui Bufan's puppet had obviously used even more expensive refining materials. The entire puppet was emitting a faint golden color, making it look incomparably sturdy. "Heh, Ran. Shui Bufan stood beside Su Ran, hugging his shoulders and smiling. "I gave you a chance, but you didn't appreciate it and refused to follow me. Today, I will make you regret it." Su Ran glared at Shui Bufan. Xianxia dodged and stood between the 2 of them. He said to Shui Bufan, "Isn't it enough to get beaten up? Get lost. Otherwise, I'll break your leg in front of everyone." Shui Bufan was so frightened that he shrank his neck. He was still very afraid of Xianxia in the depths of his heart. This kind of rich family disciple was spoiled for the rest of his life. Anyone who really raised their eyebrows and beat them up fiercely would have an indissoluble fear in their hearts. Shui Bufan looked at Xianxia with resentment and gritted his teeth. "All right, now you guys are going to be tough on me. In a while, I'll make sure you don't get off the stage. The game has begun." Shui Bufan's team members fought with Su Ran's team members. The 2 puppets fought back and forth, fighting like tigers and tigers. However, Shui Bufan's team member was a middle-aged man with close to 1,000 battles experience. Obviously, he was not something that a brat like Su Ran's team member could compare to. From the beginning, Su Ran's puppet was suppressed and beaten. Later, Shui Bufan's puppet split Su Ran's puppet in half. Immediately after, Shui Bufan's team members stepped forward and trampled the members of Su Ran's squad to death on the arena. When the puppet lifted its right leg, the corpse of the trampled team member was still stuck under its feet. Everyone exclaimed, "You!" Su Ran was so angry that her face turned red. She angrily scolded Shui Bufan. "You must have done it on purpose. He clearly can stop. Why must he kill someone?" Shui Bufan shrugged his shoulders. How could there be so many misgivings on the battlefield? Life and death are the most normal laws. Su Ranming knew that Shui Bufan was deliberately trying to look good on himself, but there was nothing he could do about it. However, an even worse situation has emerged. One member of the squad was killed on the spot, while the other 2 members found Su Ran at this time and wanted to retire. "What?" Su Ranru was stunned by the lightning. One of the team members apologized. "I really can't fight anymore. I'm no match for those people. Furthermore, I don't want to risk my life just because of a match." Su Ran said, "I will give you the best treatment. I will let you live well, eat well, drink well. Even the expensive food that I can't bear to eat is provided to you in unlimited quantities every day. I gave you the highest crowd, the best care, but you all want to abandon me on the spot." The team member gritted his teeth and said, "I'm sorry, Miss Su Ran, but I really don't want to die. Just pretend that I'm ungrateful. I really can't play this match. I'm sorry." After saying that, the team member turned around and left. Su Ran rushed forward, unable to pull him back. In the end, the team member was so impatient that he even threw Su Ran out. Xianxia rushed up and hugged Su Ran, then slapped the team member and sent him flying. The team member's face was covered in blood as he glared at Xianxia angrily. You can choose to protect yourself. That's your right, Xianxia said coldly. But since you are willing to be an ungrateful person, you should at least show the humility you deserve. Not be so rude to your former employer. Forget it. Forget it. Let him go. Su Ran leaned against the wall dejectedly. She no longer cared about that. The last member also walked over hesitantly and said, What? Even you want to leave me? Su Ran smiled miserably. In order to repair the puppets for you, I have been forced to take out all my belongings. I'm sorry. The team member bowed deeply to Su Ran and said, I'm the only one. Even if I win today, I won't be able to face the team competition alone tomorrow and win. Miss Su Ran, it was me who let you down. I'm sorry. After saying that, the team member carefully circled around Xianxia and ran away. After the organizers learned of the news, they publicly announced it. All the spectators were incomparably surprised as they looked at Su Ran with sympathetic eyes. Su Ran stood on the field. Under the arena, his entire body was covered. She looked up and saw countless sympathetic gazes. She saw someone shaking his head and someone laughing. She only felt that the sky was spinning and the entire world had turned black. Are you all right? Xianxia leaned over and whispered. Su Ran lowered her head. After a long time, she gritted her teeth and said, No. Even so, I can't give up the competition. Since they won't help me, I will personally go on stage. What? Xianxia was shocked. Are you crazy? You want to fight in person? Furthermore, you are not a competitor, so you are not qualified to participate in the arena competition. Right? Su Ran made up her mind and said forcefully, Yes, the name of the puppet is registered in the competition, not the name of the contestant. I can go on stage at any time and replace any contestant. Xianxia was so angry that he shouted angrily, Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? Su Ran was shocked. She subconsciously shrunk her neck and said, Why are you so fierce all of a sudden? Xianxia was used to fighting in the martial arts arena. He subconsciously believed that talent was the most important thing and could not be replaced. He had never heard of someone who would not change weapons. But in this kind of puppet competition, it was actually to register a weapon, not a contestant. Contestants can be replaced at any time. Xianxia shook his head and sighed. Since that's the case, it'll be much easier. Don't try to be brave. I've seen you before. It's just a beautiful trick. From today onwards, I will help you play the game. Then Su Ran was stunned. Can you do it? Remove the word emo. Do you know how many people are willing to spend countless amounts of money to hire me? Xianxia laughed. You've picked up the treasure. The arena competition is as easy as the back of my palm for me. But you only know how to fight, but you've never controlled a puppet. Su Ran was also excited, but he was still worried in his heart. Fighting with puppets is different from fighting with the body. Just get used to it. There shouldn't be a problem. Xianxia twisted his neck and said, The next match is in the afternoon. Before that, take me to familiarize myself with the way the puppets are used. Tell me everything you know. Don't worry. I'll help you get back all the face that others have lost. Hearing Xianxia's words, Shui Bufan laughed bitterly. Ha! 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 Everyone hear him. Did you hear what this kid said? 0 experience. His puppet battle history is 0. Su Ran actually wants someone with 0 experience to play for her. This is such a joke. It's too ridiculous. Xianxia just hugged his shoulders and coldly watched Shui Bufan's performance. However, the audience was very silent. Su Ran was a star of steel. No one would laugh at Su Ran. Everyone's heart was filled with sympathy for Su Ran, and they understood how difficult it was for this girl. However, it was precisely that sympathetic gaze that dealt the most severe psychological blow to Su Ran. When Shui Bufan saw that everyone hadn't caused a sensation because of his performance, he knew that his wishful thinking had been wasted. Originally, he wanted to attract the attention of the audience and make everyone laugh at Su Ran. However, Shui Bufan was obviously an ordinary villain. With a twinkle of his eyes, he immediately made a new move. Shui Bufan jumped onto the arena and shouted, "The arena puppet competition is the best inheritance of our steel continent and one of our most outstanding cultures. But now," Shui Bufan pointed at Xianxia and shouted, "He, a person without any combat experience, has also come to participate in the puppet arena competition. When did our iron and steel continent's puppet competition end up like this? I refuse. I don't care what you think, but I won't agree. I won't allow the Puppet Realm Tournament, one of the 3 steel treasures, to be humiliated like this." The audience didn't react when they laughed at Su Ran, but when it came to the puppet competition, the audience became restless. These spectators were all fanatical puppet war lovers. "We won't agree either. Let that inexperienced brat get out of here. Get him out of the competition. We don't welcome him. Our competition isn't something that anyone can come to. It's an insult to our steel culture. Let him go." The scene suddenly became restless, and it was almost out of control. Xianxia rubbed his fists. He really wanted to rush forward and cripple the punch. However, he knew that he couldn't do this. If he was impulsive now, he would really fall into Shui Bufan's trap. To be honest, Xianxia did not know what to do. He was not a native of the Steel Continent, so he did not understand the favors here, nor did he understand how to resolve the contradictions in front of him. If it was in the southern domain, he would have directly attacked. Using strength to prove himself was the best way to make everyone shut up. But here, it couldn't be done. Just as Shui Bufan was encouraging the audience, Su Ran gave Xianxia a look and whispered, "This time, I'll protect you." After saying that, Su Ran also jumped onto the arena and raised her hands. At this moment, everyone quieted down. No matter how noisy Shui Bufan was like a clown, everyone's attention was diverted from him to Su Ran. Su Ran bowed deeply to the audience and said, "Please forgive my willfulness. Please give Xiangbei a chance to participate. Who was born with hundreds of competitive experience? Which one didn't start from the first match? My beloved steel compatriots, shouldn't this be the time to show our breadth of mind and embody our qualities?" The audience fell silent. Shui Bufan shouted, "Yes, everyone is fighting one by one, but this is not a place for rookies to do experiments. This is a continent-wide competition. He wants to practice? He can go to a small field to practice slowly, and no one can stop him. That's right. The competition is the focus of attention of the country, the sacred land in our hearts." The audience began to respond to Shui Bufan again. "Where is the most precious place in the puppet competition?" Su Ran shouted. She looked around and said, "Who can tell me? Is the most precious thing about it just a merciless and cold-blooded fight?" The audience was stunned. "Puppet." Su Ran pointed at the combat puppet and said, "It allows us weaklings not to be bullied by powerful martial artists. It gives us the dignity and right to speak that the weaklings deserve. But now," Su Ran pointed at Xianxia again. "Right now Xiangbei, isn't he a weakling in the puppet competition? But he dared to stand up for me and bravely participate in a fierce competition that was incomparably unfamiliar to him." By the time he finished speaking, the audience had already stood up. Su Ran shouted, "Isn't this a puppet competition? Isn't this the spirit that we should defend the most? If we reject him as an experienced Taoist today, then what is the meaning of our competition? What's the difference between us and those who bully the weak? The significance of Xiangbei's appearance is the greatest significance of the puppet competition." The audience burst into an uproar and all of them cheered. "Let him fight! Let him fight!" The audience shouted excitedly. Xianxia smiled and gave Su Ran a thumbs up. "This girl has character, courage, and her own ideas. It's very interesting." Shui Bufan stood on the arena in a daze. He hadn't expected that the atmosphere he had created for half a day would be resolved by a few words from Su Ran. Su Ran looked at Xue Bufan and said, "You despicable little man. You can't win back my good impression of you by doing this. You can only make me look down on you more and more, and hate you more and more. Xiang Bei, let's go." With that, Su Ran jumped off the arena, held Xiang Nan's arm like a demonstration, and left the arena with her head held high. Xue Bufan was so angry that he almost gritted his teeth. He originally wanted to suppress Su Ran so that Su Ran would retreat in the face of difficulties and finally submit to him. Unexpectedly, Su Ran could only be crushed, but not bent. "If I can't get you, I'll destroy you." Xue Bufan gritted his teeth. This is a human trait. When you know that you still have a chance to save your beloved, you will do everything you can to save him. When you know that you will never be able to save her and watch her fall into someone's embrace, you will risk everything to destroy her and her man. Xue Bufan had already lost his mind. Arena, backstage. "We only have the last 2 combat puppets left. You must cherish them and adapt to them as soon as possible. After you get familiar with it, I will participate in the team competition with you tomorrow," Su Ran said. Xiang Nan shook his head. "It's the same thing. I'll fight alone in the competition, not you," Su Ran said anxiously. "You can't face a team competition alone. There are several other teams, and more than 10 puppets fighting together. The more people you have, the greater the advantage. You are fighting alone. There is no hope of victory at all. You must know that puppet warfare is completely different from warrior warfare." "What's different?" Xiang Nan asked with a smile. "Loss," Su Ran said seriously. "Have you considered it? There is a loss in a fierce battle between puppets. Even if others are lined up, I will let you fight honestly. But before you can finish beating everyone else, your puppet arm is already crippled, broken. Even your weapon has shattered." A light flashed in Xiang Nan's eyes. He really looked at Su Ran differently. To be honest, he did not consider this point. The puppets were forged from artifact forging materials. Everyone was at the 5th level of the Heavenly Yuan realm, so there would definitely be losses if they fought against each other. If you punch someone else, your own puppet arm will also be subjected to the same reaction force. "This must be considered," Xiang Nan said thoughtfully. "I have to think of a way to solve this big problem. It's just a one-on-one arena match. But team matches are different." Xiang Nan carefully observed the battle puppets, his mind constantly circulating. What method could he use to avoid such embarrassment? "I can't. Thinking about it won't work." The 9 Purities Cosmos technique was completely ineffective against metal puppets. "There's nothing I can do." Su Ran shook his head. "This is why the team competition is the biggest reason for the finals." Xiang Nan said, "Forget it. Let's take each step one step at a time. I'll familiarize myself with the puppets first and think of a way to reduce the damage in battle." As he spoke, Xiang Nan turned around and jumped onto a combat puppet. The puppets were driven by profound Dao techniques, and the large number of array diagrams on their bodies were the source of motivation for the puppets to fight. Controlling the puppet was the same as driving a carriage. There was a seat, and after the controller sat down, there was a small array platform right in front of him. On this platform, there was a circular formation floating in the air. The martial artist extended his hands in and used both of his hands to move the halo, allowing the puppet to complete various movements. Su Ran climbed onto the puppet and introduced it to Xiang Nan on the puppet's shoulder. This was the first time in his life that Xiang Nan had entered a posture seat. Everything made him feel incomparably novel. "How do I walk?" Xiang Nan asked. Su Ran lowered her 2 fingers, used them to simulate her legs, and made a walking motion. Just like that. Xiang Nan made the same gesture with his left hand. As a result, the puppet immediately rumbled and almost threw Su Ran away. Xiang Nan hurriedly stopped and said, "Sorry, I'm not familiar with it yet." Su Ran hugged the puppet's shoulder and gasped, "Your movements are too fast. The puppet will directly judge it as a running motion. If you want to walk, you need to reduce the amplitude and frequency of the 2 fingers alternating." "Understood. That jump should be like this, right?" Xiang Nan lowered his 2 fingers and gently lifted them up. Sure enough, the puppet immediately jumped up with a whoosh and landed on the ground. It's sort of fun. Xiangnan chuckled and said, if your left hand controls your legs, then your right hand controls your arms. It's not that simple. Su Ran said seriously. Controlling a puppet requires a series of complicated gestures, such as how to clench a fist, how to hack a palm, how to stretch out one finger and how to stretch out two. Furthermore, how to grip a weapon. The entire puppet can perform many detailed movements. However, the fingers of a person's hands are limited, so a large number of hand gestures are needed to complete these movements. A beginner needs at least 3 months of gesture training before he can set foot on a puppet for the first time. Show me everything, Xiangnan said. Su Ran demonstrated all of the gestures to Xiangnan. There are 16 variations and 16 combinations of gestures. None of them have the same effect. The number of variables has reached 256. Right now, you only need to remember a few simple offensive moves. For the rest, you have to memorize them all night long. I will. Xiangnan listened to her words and began to demonstrate those gestures. It was actually not bad. All the demonstrations were completed. Su Ran's mouth widened and he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. There's nothing complicated about it. Xiangnan shrugged his shoulders and said, it's much easier than forming a seal. Xian Dao's hand gestures were truly extremely strict. To Xiangnan, manipulating the puppet's hand gestures was really a little child's play. Have you remembered everything? Su Ran said in surprise. Xiangnan said, you'd better go down now. I'm going to get familiar with the movements of the puppets. Su Ran's eyes lit up as he hurriedly climbed down the puppet and hid far away. Following that, Xiangnan controlled the puppet and pulled out the 10-meter-long saber from his back. Then, he began to run rapidly in the field and began to perform various movements. The puppet's dazzling movements dumbfounded Su Ran. However, seeing Xiangnan play so many tricks on the puppet, it also aroused Su Ran's greed. She excitedly climbed onto the second combat puppet and said to Xiangnan, change into your training weapon, and I'll be your training partner. The drill weapon was a 10-meter-long cork. It wouldn't cause any damage if it hit the puppet's body. Hey, little girl. Let me show you what real fighting is. Xiangnan smiled and immediately controlled the puppet to run towards Su Ran's puppet. Look at the knife. Su Ran's face turned red with excitement. Her puppet jumped up and slashed down heavily at Xiangnan's puppet's shoulder. Insignificant skill. Xiangnan smiled and immediately controlled the puppet, completing a very complicated action. His puppet tilted downwards. His right leg bent into a bow and his upper body pressed down. At the same time, his right hand grabbed Su Ran's wrist, while his right hand grabbed Su Ran's shoulder. With a boom, he threw Su Ran's puppet away. Are you all right? Xiangnan smiled and wanted to walk over, but he discovered that his puppet suddenly emitted a cracking sound. You idiot! Su Ran crawled out and hurriedly said, you can't do this. The puppet is different from the human body. Look at your right leg. Xiangnan hurriedly looked at the puppet's right leg and was dumbfounded. Because the puppet's right leg was bent by a large margin, its crotch had actually sunk in. Xiangnan was speechless. The flexibility of a puppet cannot be compared to that of a human. Su Ran said, again, today you must familiarize yourself with what a puppet can and cannot do. The two of them immediately fought together again. This time, Xiangnan did not seek victory, nor did he try to win. He only wanted to familiarize himself with the puppet's body's limits. After hundreds of battles, Xiangnan finally grasped the main points. Just as the two puppets made a mistake, Xiangnan said, you've lost. As he spoke, Xiangnan suddenly returned his hand and grabbed the Su Ran puppet behind him. But he made a mistake. He actually reached out his right hand to grab it. Chi! The giant battle puppet was torn in half by Xiangnan. Damn it! Xiangnan fell from the damaged driver's seat. He looked at the torn puppet and smiled bitterly. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I'm used to fighting with my physical body. I didn't expect this to happen with a subconscious action just now. Su Ran also wanted to cry but didn't know what to say. Martial artists used body parts to fight, but controlling puppets was completely different. As a warrior who had experienced hundreds of battles, When Xianxia saw an opportunity, he couldn't help but move his body. With his physical strength, he could easily tear the 5th-level Heavenly Yuan puppet into 2 halves. Fortunately, it's fine. Xianxia patted his chest and said, "We still have one last puppet. Don't be afraid." Su Ran gritted her teeth and ran up to grab Xianxia's ear. "What's so good about this? Do you know how much a puppet costs?" Su Ran almost cried. "There is only this last puppet left. If even this puppet is damaged, then there is no hope at all." It's fine. Don't worry. I will definitely be careful." Xianxia hurriedly comforted. He knew that he had caused a mess. In the afternoon, the Su Ran squad, which was the focus of everyone's attention, was finally about to enter the arena. This afternoon, Su Ran's team originally had 2 arena matches to play, but because of special reasons, Xianxia was required to complete 2 matches by himself. Everyone paid great attention to this inexperienced contestant, Xiangbei. The commentator was like a monkey, jumping up and down the arena, constantly shouting, creating an atmosphere. In this match, Xiangbei of the Su Ran Guild will control the wind-fire puppet and fight against the provincial team of Dolan Province. "Please." On the sidelines, Su Ran fearfully said to Xianxia, "Don't damage the puppet. Don't." Xianxia was also very guilty and hurriedly said, "Don't worry. I will definitely be careful." After saying that, Xianxia controlled the puppet and entered the arena with high spirits. On the other side, a battle puppet walked over. It was the Lu Xinghu puppet from Dolan Province, as well as the contestant Zhang Chaofeng. Zhang Chaofeng, one of the top generals of Dolan Province. There were 801 battles in his life, 650 victories and 151 defeats. The commentator shouted with a small trumpet in his hand. The audience immediately cheered. At the same time, there were also people sympathizing with Xianxia. This brat had encountered an 800-match veteran from the start, and he didn't know how miserable his defeat would be. The commentator then introduced Xianxia. "Xiangbei, 0 experience. New star of Su Ran's squad." The crowd burst into laughter. The commentator said excitedly, "Now let's guess how many moves this Xiangbei can last. I guess he can play 10 moves. I guess 5 moves." One of the spectators laughed loudly and shouted, "I guess he can only last 3 moves." Someone echoed. Someone even shouted, "I guess he can't hold on to a single move. Perhaps he can't even walk steadily. Maybe he'll fall off the arena by himself." Ha 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 ha. The audience went crazy with laughter. This was not mockery, but entertainment from the bottom of their hearts. Everyone gave Xianxia a chance, but no one was optimistic about him. The commentator jumped onto Xianxia's puppet shoulder and whispered, "I admire Miss Su Ran very much. You must do your best. You must persevere for more than 5 moves. Otherwise, I will praise Hai Cow for you. If you can last 10 moves, if you lose within 5 moves, I won't have a place to put my face." Xianxia nodded. "Leave it to me. I will definitely persevere in 10 moves." The commentator nodded heavily. "Young man has guts." As he said that, the commentator jumped down again. "Please prepare for this high-profile competition." Xianxia and his opponent stood opposite each other. Zhang Chaofeng waved to Xianxia. "Young man, I will try my best not to let you make a fool of yourself, but if you refuse to be honest, then I will not be able to control myself. Ha 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 ha." Xianxia shrugged. The commentator raised his right hand and shouted, "Let's begin this match." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Chaofeng immediately controlled the puppet and ran towards Xianxia. He held a 10-meter heavy saber in his hand, the blade of the saber shining with cold light. Talking about fighting? Apart from fighting by Wuxia, Xianxia had never lost. Xianxia immediately knew how to defeat the enemy. He first rushed forward, and when he approached Zhang Chaofeng, he quickly retreated. The method of retreating in the future was to counteract a portion of Zhang Chaofeng's impact force, and he quickly stretched out his hands and grabbed Zhang Chaofeng's 2 wrists. Boom! The 2 puppets collided heavily. The audience exclaimed endlessly. They didn't expect Xianxia to be able to complete such a difficult action. But then, Zhang Chaofeng's puppet's chest suddenly opened. He stretched out his third arm and heavily punched Xiang Nan's puppet in the chest. At the same time that he smashed Xiang Nan back, Zhang Chaofeng jumped up and kicked Xiang Nan's puppet in the chest, sending him flying. What the hell? As Xiang Nan rolled, he couldn't help but curse. That thing was actually hiding a third hand. Of course, Xiang Nan's reaction was there, but the puppet's movements were slow, unable to keep up with his reaction, so he could only receive a punch and 2 kicks. Boom! Xiang Nan's puppet rolled to the ground and kept rolling towards the edge of the arena. He tried his best to control the puppet to stand up. He raised his head and saw that Zhang Chaofeng was already chasing after him with a huge saber in his hand. He then slashed towards his head fiercely. Xiang Nan's puppet had just squatted up when it welcomed such a fierce attack. Xiang Nan immediately grasped the huge saber, the tip of the saber facing back, and used the saber to stick to his arm. He extended his arm out, separating the opponent's heavy saber. Xiang Nan then stretched out his left hand and accurately grabbed Zhang Chaofeng's puppet's head. Then, with a loud boom, he pressed Zhao Chaofeng's puppet to the ground. The scene fell silent. That Zhang Chaofeng was furious. He lay on the ground, his legs curled up abruptly, and he used his knees to hit Xiang Nan's back. Xiang Nan handed the giant saber to his left hand. His left hand parted the giant saber behind him and sat back. He used the giant saber against his back to meet Zhang Chaofeng's knees and knocked them back. After that, Xiang Nan lay down on his back, his feet clutching the neck of Zhao Chaofeng's puppet, his hands propping up a carp, throwing the puppet into the air. Xiang Nan's puppet fought on the spot. He pulled out his saber with his left hand and threw it out. With a clang of the saber, it pierced through Zhang Chaofeng's puppet's chest. What Zhang Chaofeng was shocked. He couldn't believe that someone could use a puppet to create such a variety of tricks. Everyone was stunned. Su Ran was standing under the arena, looking like a wooden fish, unable to recover his strength for a long time. Moments later, the most enthusiastic applause erupted from the crowd. I'm still not used to it. Xiang Nan's puppet shook its arms and said, its agility and reaction speed are too poor. This kind of feeling was terrible. It was as if the soul of a warrior who had experienced hundreds of battles had been transferred to a 6-year-old child, and he had used his child's body to kill the enemy on the battlefield. The commentator held the trumpet and snorted for a long time. Finally, he shouted with his right hand, "Win! Saran team has won this match." The audience stood up and applauded desperately. A genius! The commentator desperately tried to create an atmosphere. He really is a competitive genius. Xiang Bei, who has no combat experience, actually defeated Zhang Chaofeng, who had 800 battles. Xiang Nan controlled the puppet and walked down the arena with his back facing the cheers. He had long been used to defeating enemies on the arena, and this kind of result didn't matter to him at all. Zhang Chaofeng fiercely punched the arena, so angry that he couldn't help but slap himself twice. Careless. Too careless. Zhang Chaofeng regretted it and said angrily, "If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have been merciful." It was really a sewer that capsized. In the distance, Xue Bufan coldly looked at the scene and said, "Luck. It must be luck. This kid is a martial arts expert, but he can control a puppet so well? I don't believe it. It must be a coincidence." Next to him, a middle-aged man hugged his shoulders and laughed. "Young lord, such a small character is not worth worrying about. Wait for me to tear him apart on the field and vent my anger on you." Xue Bufan nodded and said, "Well, I'm still at ease with you. You're an expert with 2,000 battles." Su Ran was so beautiful. She handed Xiang Nan Duan tea water as if she was serving her master. She smiled so much that her eyes were bent into the moon. "If I knew you were so talented, I should have trained you on the first day I hired you." Xiang Nan smiled and said, "Although there are differences between a martial artist's battle and a puppet's battle, they are basically interoperable. Just get a little familiar with it. The only imperfection is that the structure of the puppet itself prevents me from completing many difficult movements. Otherwise, I can prevent the enemy from touching my body." "I know. Are you tired? Have a good rest. There will be a match later. Su Ran happily fanned Xiang Nan from the side. Xiang Nan smiled bitterly and said, I didn't fight personally. Stop flattering me. Hurry up and see if the puppet has any injuries. Yes, sir. Su Ran saluted Xiang Nan and smiled craftily. At this time, Su Ran already admired Xiang Nan very much. She did not admire powerful martial artists. She believed that martial artists were unreasonable barbarians, but she loved puppet battles all her life. She admired Xiang Nan's puppet athletic attainments. Xiang Nan also understood these people's feelings. Some people were destined to be unable to step into martial arts because of their innate talent. As for the puppets, they had become the only way to get close to high-end battles. Humans didn't have wings, but they could still fly in the sky by relying on flying ships. After a few more battles outside, Xiang Nan's second battle came at dusk. The team competition list for tomorrow and the next 2 days had already come out. In 10 days, 77 teams had been eliminated, leaving only 43 teams. The losses of these 43 squads puppets were also different. Together, there were a total of 355 puppets that had successfully advanced and could participate in the team competition. This battle was extremely important to Su Ran's team. If they lost, they would stop at the entrance of the finals. Su Ran was very nervous, constantly wiping away his sweat, encouraging him, and even personally feeding him food. Xiang Nan said, Didn't I go to the battlefield to seek death? As for it. All right, it's my turn to go on stage. Watch the show. Xiang Nan controlled the puppet to the arena. This time, his opponent caused the audience to gasp. Blue Sea Squadron, Zhong Wufeng. The first defeat of Su Ran's team was bestowed by this person. That Zhong Wufeng had 1,000 battles experience, and his chances of winning were as high as 70%. His combat puppet was called the Primordial Beast, and it had 4 arms and 4 legs. In that battle, Zhong Wufeng slashed open Su Ran's Yuan Qi swordsman puppet and almost trampled his team members to death. Su Ran's team, the last match of the arena competition, was actually a narrow path for enemies, and they encountered this person again. The audience suddenly became nervous, and their eyes widened as they carefully watched the progress of the match. The commentator's eyes twitched, and he said, I'm afraid I don't have to introduce myself too much. I hope the heavens will bless Su Ran's squad and allow them to survive this calamity and successfully advance to the team competition, although this is not possible. All right, let's begin. The commentator didn't want to waste too much time to prevent Xiang Nan from accumulating more pressure in his heart. That Zhong Wufeng controlled the puppet to walk in front of Xiang Nan and sneered, On the first day, I almost trampled your team members to death. I'm really sorry. Today, I will definitely be extra careful. Don't worry, I promise to let you live. Xiang Nan nodded and said, Thank you very much. I will try my best not to kill you and let you lose faster. Speak crazily. Zhong Wufeng's eyes turned cold as he said, If you don't appreciate it, just wait for death. After saying that, Zhong Wufeng suddenly jumped up. His 4 arms actually turned into 4 10-meter heavy blades and slashed down at Xiang Nan in turn. The 4 sabers were all swung into a large disc, their speed terrifyingly fast. This was a visual illusion. The speed of the 4 arms was not very fast, but the advantage of turning into a disc and having more arms created such a shocking feeling. They all like to jump so much. Xiang Nan shook his head. It was taboo for a martial artist to jump up casually in battle. If he could not jump, he would try his best not to. In puppet battles, contestants loved to jump. With this kind of jump chop, they could use their own weight to maximize their offensive strength. As Xiang Nan spoke, he had already controlled the puppet to dodge. Then, his right hand suddenly extended towards the spinning blade wheel. This scene caused the audience's scalps to go numb. Those 4 knives were swung into a disc, and they were simply meat grinder. Before anyone else could dodge, Xiang Nan had actually extended his arm in. Wasn't this courting death? Even Su Ran's pupils dilated from fear. But in the next moment, everyone was shocked. The angle and timing at which Xiang Nan extended his hand were simply inconceivable. His left hand went straight into the blade wheel and grabbed one of Zhong Wufeng's arms. Then, his right hand followed suit and grabbed the second arm as well. The saber will suddenly stopped, and the other two arms behind him could no longer reach Xiang Nan's body. Following that, Xiang Nan rushed forward and knocked Zhong Wufeng back with one shoulder. At the same time, he placed both of his hands on Zhong Wufeng's shoulder and jumped up. Even the puppet and the human threw Zhong Wufeng into the air. Xiang Nan grabbed the gap between Zhong Wufeng's puppet's shoulders with both his hands and tore off the shoulder guard with a chi-chi sound. You! Zhong Wufeng stretched out his forelegs and hugged Xiang Nan's waist. Xiang Nan held the saber in his right hand. His arm circled around the neck of Zhong Wufeng's puppet, and the reversed blade directly cut off the head of the primordial behemoth. As for Zhong Wufeng, he was inside the puppet's head, and he instantly lost control of it. Rumble. The two puppets landed at the same time. Xiang Nan raised his leg and kicked the head of the primordial beast puppet into the sky. Finally, Xiang Nan made a gesture of putting up an arbor with his hand and looked into the distance, saying, "This kick should have left the arena." The scene was thunderous with applause. The commentator was so excited that Xianxia spat out, "This is unbelievable. This kind of battle is simply pleasing to the eye. Too strong. Too strong. Is this kind of battle really from someone who has no competitive experience?" Su Ran ran up the arena and climbed onto the puppet's shoulder 3 times and 5 times. He said happily, "We won. We won." Just as Xiang Nan poked his head out of the puppet, Su Ran hugged Xiang Nan's head excitedly and gave him a fierce kiss on the face. "You!" Xiang Nan said. Su Ran immediately reacted. She realized that she was overjoyed, but she refused to admit defeat. "What, I'll give you a reward. Don't you think too highly of it?" she said. Xiang Nan smiled and didn't say anything. This scene ignited Shui Bufan's anger. If his gaze could kill, Xiang Nan would probably have been scratched by him long ago. "What? Are you jealous?" At the side, Yu Tian raised her eyebrows and said, "I've already said that you can't subdue a woman like Su Ran. It's better to recognize the truth early so as not to lose face in front of others. Instead, it gives Su Ran a miserable impression in his heart." "Shut up." Shui Bufan slapped Yu Tian's face. "It's not up to you to tell me what to do." "Good, good, good. Haha. Good fight." On the contrary, Yu Tian laughed ferociously. "Shui Bufan, open your dog eyes and see clearly. Your beloved woman is very close to other men. In the end, who is still by your side? Don't be ignorant." Shui Bufan rolled his eyes and suddenly changed his attitude. "Yu Tian, the biggest puppet restoration factory in Amethyst City is your family's, right?" he said. Yu Tian was also cheap. Seeing that Shui Bufan was smiling at her, she remembered whether to eat or beat her. She hurriedly said, "Yes, yes." Shui Bufan said, "Come closer." Then he whispered in Yu Tian's ear. Yu Tian's expression changed. "Isn't this not good? If they were discovered, they would probably attract trouble." Shui Bufan said, "What, are you afraid? If you don't even have the guts, how can you be my woman?" Yu Tian gritted her teeth and a cold look flashed in her eyes. "All right, just do as you please. Even if you want to go down to the sea of fire, I will still dance with you." Night. I didn't expect that this puppet would be so badly damaged. Xiang Nan hugged his shoulders and looked at his battle puppet. He had barely received any serious injuries, but after the battle, the puppet's arms had actually undergone a slight transformation. Originally, Su Ran put on her makeup and said, "I didn't repair it last time. I only repaired 70% of it. The puppet's armor is not complete enough. However, don't worry. After tonight's performance, I will have enough money to completely repair the puppet. Go." Xiang Nan smiled and nodded. "Come on." Su Ran smiled sweetly at Xiang Nan and strode towards the arena. Tonight, there was still her second commercial performance. In her heart, she suddenly felt a sense of reliance. This feeling was unprecedented. It was as if two hearts were leaning against each other, warming and encouraging each other in an icy cold world. On the other hand, Xiang Nan saw some qualities similar to his own on Su Ran's body. They were all so lonely, but they were filled with love for this world. Work hard, live. Due to her daytime accomplishments, Su Ran was confident that tonight's performance was even more successful, and it even attracted a rare chorus of 100,000 people. Countless lights gathered on Su Ran's body, and countless people accompanied her in singing, flowers, applause, and resplendent together with the stars. Xianxia stood at the entrance and quietly looked at Su Ran. Perhaps in the world of martial arts, I am an expert, but in the world of commoners, you are the #1 expert at the peak of perfection. What a stubborn and cute girl. After the performance, Su Ran excitedly pulled Xianxia towards the puppet repair shop. After handing the puppet over to the staff, she dragged Xianxia and gave him a good reward. Here you go, lotus leaf roasted chicken. Su Ran happily handed over the roasted chicken with both hands. You're treating me to this? Xianxia smiled and took the 2 chicken wings and handed them to Su Ran. Your wings. Your wings. Su Ran frowned at Xianxia. Turn around and curse. Don't think I can't hear you. Xianxia smiled and said, there will be an even more intense team competition tomorrow. Rest early and welcome the battle with full spirit. When the 2 of them returned to the Crystal Palace, Su Ran was so excited that he couldn't sleep for a long time and pulled Xianxia to speak. After waiting for her to fall asleep, Xianxia stopped smiling and gently flew up to the roof that pierced through the clouds. You've been with me for a long time, right? It's time for you to show yourself. Xianxia turned his back to the night sky and said to the air. Behind him, a middle-aged woman appeared. Xianxia looked back and said, do you know me? Or do you know Su Ran? The middle-aged woman also looked at Xianxia and said, it's really not simple to find out that I'm following you. I have something to ask. What exactly are your intentions in following Su Ran? Xianxia said, there is no intention. The middle-aged woman laughed. Don't think that you can hide it from everyone. With your strength, how could you possibly come to a small place like Amethyst City? Let alone condescend to be employed by an ordinary person like Su Ran. The way you killed a first-grade hall expert has left a deep impression on me. Looks like you know quite a bit. Xianxia's expression was solemn, and a flash of lightning flashed through his eyes. Stop probing, the middle-aged woman said. You can't find out anything about me. Let's cut to the chase. Just tell me what exactly you want from Su Ran. If I have one, I can satisfy you. As long as you don't hurt her feelings. Originally, I was just puzzled. But now I can confirm it. Xianxia cupped his fists at the middle-aged woman. I've heard a lot about you, Old Man Tianji and Xiangqing Chou. How can I tell? The middle-aged woman was not surprised. Xianxia said, everyone says that Old Man Tianji's personality is changeable. I have thought for a long time, but I don't understand the meaning of this sentence. Every profound Tao expert has an odd temper, but no one would label it as odd. Tonight, I realized that the so-called changeful personality is because you have multiple personalities hidden within your body. The middle-aged woman sighed and said, back then, I tried to enter the other world through the teleportation array. However, the array failed, but it attracted 16 strands of consciousness from the other world. These 16 strands of consciousness entered my body and coexisted with me. They almost killed me. You found out about the next thing from the city lord through the file. Right now, my life is saved, but the 16 consciousnesses will always coexist with me. My consciousness will change, and even my gender and physical characteristics will change as well. I want the profound ice bomb. Xianxia did not intend to continue exploring the heavenly secrets, old man, and directly said what he thought. Impossible. The beautiful woman refused. I will use the red devil blood lightning to exchange for it, and I am willing to give you everything I have. Xianxia said seriously. The beautiful woman said, do you know why I bought the profound ice bomb for such a large sum of money? I would like to hear more about it. Xianxia said. The beautiful woman looked at the sky and sank into her memories. She slowly said, the Imperial Army and Su Hongtian's secret room that the sect rushed into are just one of them. Actually, Su Ran was forged by senior brother Su Hongtian in another secret room of the mysterious Tao. But there's a big secret hidden in that secret room. I have to seal it with the profound ice bomb so that outsiders won't be able to find it. That secret is Su Ran's only guarantee of survival. Xianxia said, "There is no need to use divine lightning to conceal a secret chamber. If I'm not mistaken, there must be something with incomparably large fluctuations of spiritual energy hidden within the secret chamber." Yes, the beautiful woman didn't hide anything. That thing was brought back by senior brother from the Devil Sea. It was also this thing that created Su Ran and saved me. Do you think I will trade with you for the profound ice bombs? Xianxia nodded and turned to leave. What? The beautiful woman laughed mischievously. Do you know if you can bring the profound ice bomb with you? Are you ready to give up? Xianxia did not turn around and said, regardless of whether I can obtain the cold lightning or not, I will continue to protect Su Ran. So far, my original intention has changed. I am her mercenary. I will use my life to defend her. A light flashed in the beautiful woman's eyes as she said, win the championship, bring 3 puppets and Su Ran, and follow me to senior brother's secret room. If you can help me save Su Ran, then the profound ice bomb will be given to you unconditionally. If we fail, the 3 of us will be buried in the Chamber of Secrets together. Do you dare? Xianxia turned around and smiled. There are probably not many things in this world that I don't dare to do. Before she could finish speaking, the beautiful woman's voice was suddenly shrouded in a white mist. Immediately after, the beautiful woman turned into a 12 or 13-year-old child. The little boy took out a string of candied gourds from his storage ring and licked it as he said to Xianxia, remember your promise. Don't break your promise. Otherwise, I don't care who you are. I will make you suffer. Xianxia was dumbstruck. This has changed? It's really amazing. Xianxia said, since you have always been in Amethyst City, why didn't you personally come out to protect Su Ran? The little boy said, first, I am a Xiandao cultivator, not a martial artist. Second, I have more important things to do. All right, you'll meet me when you win the 5th level of the Heaven Scryer Puppet Prize. With that, the child's body sank into the building like water. Xianxia and Su Ran arrived at the arena the next morning. Today was the semi-final of the Puppet Realm tournament. The commentator announced the rules amidst the clamor of the audience. The semi-final is a team competition, divided into 2 groups in the morning and afternoon. 356 puppets participated in the competition, and 178 puppets participated in each team competition. In the end, the top 50 puppets of each group were selected to advance to the finals tomorrow. Each group had 3 hours to compete. If the number of remaining puppets still exceeded 50 after 3 hours, the puppets with more severe damage would be selected and eliminated. If the number of remaining puppets is less than 50, the least damaged puppets will be selected from the eliminators and promoted to fill the vacancy. For the sake of fairness, the grouping pattern is a combination of strength and weakness, with the first strong and the first weak grouped into one group, the second strong and the second weak grouped into one group, and so on. This was to prevent all the experts from meeting in the semifinals. However, it was not fair to the weak. Xianxia's Su Ran squad was assigned to the afternoon team competition, so they could observe other people's battles in the morning. In the arena, there was a staff member holding a horn and a drummer in each of the 16 directions. Within the huge field, all the arenas had sunk into the ground, replaced by a pocket-sized battlefield with a complicated terrain. There were small mountains, jungles, and rivers in this battlefield. There were no desert ice fields or other environments. The mountains and trees here were all made of composite metal. They were not easy to destroy and could be used as temporary barriers and shelters. Following the order of the referee, 178 members of the first half team entered the arena. The audience applauded loudly. They had been waiting for this day for a long time. Every single squad had won applause when they walked out. These squads were famous in the Iron and Steel continent, and they had achieved remarkable results over the years with many supporters. Among them, the provincial squadron consisted of the Big Three, the Blue Sea Squadron, the Arc Squadron, and the Hansha Squadron. As for the private squads, there were also 3 giants, the Shui Clan Squad, the Qin Clan Squad, and the Hua Clan Squad. The Shui clan squad that Shui Bufan was in also stepped into the battlefield this morning. Amidst the cheers, the horns of the 16 directions blew and the war drums sounded. 10 commentators went on stage at the same time, each on a high platform in 10 different directions of the battlefield, so as to observe the progress of the game in all directions. Rows of majestic battle puppets entered the arena and chose their own positions. As soon as the horns and drums ended, the battle began. The audience cheered loudly. Xianxia and Su Ran arrived at the top of the spectator stands and watched the progress of the match. This time, it's not simple. Su Ran hugged her shoulders and said, "The Shui clan squadron has encountered the squadrons from Blue Sea Province and Fangzhou Province. I'm afraid it will be a fierce performance. Even though Shui Bufan is despicable, his team's strength cannot be underestimated. Their team is even more interesting." Xianxia pointed at the Shui clan squad. On the field, the members of the various squads had already gathered together, ready to attack or defend at any time. There were actually as many as 6 remaining battle puppets in the Shui clan squad, and their assemblies are very thoughtful. There were 6 puppets, 3 shield hands and 3 hammer hands. Each of the 3 shield hands held a heavy shield that was 10 meters tall and 5 meters wide, while the left hand held a long hinge. The 3 hammers each held a 7-meter-long heavy warhammer. Warhammer has a special meaning in this kind of competition, because it is not afraid of deformation, nor is it afraid of shattering blades. Even if it is deformed, it can still be used to hammer enemies. At the beginning of the battle, the 6 battle puppets of the Shui clan squad set off majestically. They took the lead in landing in the mountains and snatched away the commanding heights, forcing the other squadrons to enter the jungle. Afterwards, the Shui clan squad marched towards the jungle. 3 shield hands stood in front of the giant shield, while 3 hammers hid behind the shield hands. The 3 shield hands held the shield with their right hands, and the hinges on their left hands kept buzzing. At the top of the hinges, there was a meteor hammer covered with curves and thorns. Not good. It's a member of the Shui clan squad. Get out of here. In the jungle, a 3-man team was quietly sneaking through the dense vegetation. They pushed open the leaves and saw the Shui clan squad at a glance. The 3-man squad immediately turned around and fled in fright. Shui Bufan hugged his shoulders and stood high up in the spectator stands. He sneered and said, "Not a single one of them is left." Whoosh whoosh. The 3 meteor hammer hinges were immediately thrown away. 2 of the 3 puppets in the squad did not dodge in time and were immediately wrapped around their bodies by the hinges. Then they were pulled back by the shield hand. The 3 hammers were already prepared. They all raised their warhammers high up, waiting for the moment the enemy was pulled in. The 3 hammers fell at the same time. Boom! 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 The 2 puppets that were dragged in were immediately smashed flat on the spot. My God! The audience was both shocked and excited. This kind of combination was simply too savage. However, there was still one member of the 3-man team who had not been hit by the hinge, and he had already sprinted wildly. You want to run? The 3 shield hands slammed the heavy shield onto the ground fiercely. The ground shook violently, and the 3-ring Yuan Qi shockwave exploded against the ground, sending the escaping battle puppet flying. At the same time, a hinge flew out accurately, wrapping the enemy combat puppet in midair, and then dragged it back abruptly. The 2 hammers jumped out with their warhammers in their hands, intercepting the local puppets halfway. When the 2 hammers descended, the lone person would be blown up on the spot. The air and the earth were trembling. After that, Hammer Hand immediately hid behind Shield Hand. As expected of the Shui clan, it's too formidable. The audience cheered excitedly. Seeing this scene, Su Ran's face was a little pale. Xianxia was thoughtful. Puppets were unable to use martial arts techniques, but they could release pure Yuan Qi, which was usually used to assist in striking movements. Suddenly, 12 combat puppets ran out from the left and right of the jungle. Ambush! A member of the Shui clan squad laughed. So those 3 puppets were bait. Shui clan guild, stop. The 12 combat puppets had clearly been rehearsed countless times in advance. They attacked in an orderly manner, advancing and retreating together, striving to maximize their attack power. The 12 puppets jumped high and fell towards the Shui clan squad at the same time. Insignificant skill. A middle-aged man from the Shui clan smiled coldly and shouted, "Triangular defense formation." As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 hammer hands rushed towards the 3 shield hands, forming a shield for 2 people. The 6 of them crouched down at the same time and surrounded the 3-sided 10-meter shield into a triangular defensive barrier. Rumble, 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 rumble. The attacks of the 12 sneak attackers rained down on the 3 heavy shields, but they were unable to shake them in the slightest. "Triangular charge," the middle-aged man shouted. The 3 hammer hands lay on the ground at the same time, pressing their legs against the back of the shield hands. Immediately after, a sudden burst of fire erupted. The 3 shield hands were like war chariots, and the top shield exploded in 3 directions, completely dispersing the 12 enemies' offensive formations. However, the Shui clan squad was orderly. They did not hurriedly and painfully beat the falling dogs. Instead, the 6 of them gathered together again at their fastest speed. With the heavy shield in front, the hinges were thrown out, first dragging the 3 enemy puppets back, followed by a heavy hammer crashing down. Rumble! The 3 enemy puppets were immediately blasted apart on the spot. The members of the squad didn't even have a chance to escape, so they turned into meat paste along with the puppets. The other 9 squad members were so frightened that their faces turned pale that they immediately turned around and fled. Another 3 hinges flew out, dragging the 3 back and smashing them to death, followed by the second and third time. None of the 12 combat puppets that had been lying in ambush escaped. All of them died on the spot. Too terrifying. This Shui clan squad is truly inexplicable, the audience exclaimed. In another direction, the Blue Sea Squadron was also massacring the enemy. The Blue Sea Squadron had 5 members. These 5 puppets were all 4-armed and 4-legged. Each of their hands held a heavy saber that was 10 meters long. The 5 puppets were arranged in a circular formation, facing outwards and slowly swimming clockwise. They had a total of 20 arms and 20 heavy blades, all of which were swung round, forming a large ring of saber light and sword shadows. Once they encountered an enemy, they would immediately slash the enemy to death with their disorderly blades. It was simply a war meat grinder. The 3 enemy puppets carefully moved over from behind, but the Blue Sea Squadron was arranged in a circular pattern, and there was no blind spot at all. "Kill!" The members of the Blue Sea Squadron shouted loudly and immediately rushed towards the 3 puppets. 5 people, 28, brandished into a circle of light. Before the 3 enemy puppets could even remember to attack, they were sliced into countless pieces by the flying saber. On the other hand, the Arc Squadron was even more extreme. Their 5 puppets were strong, and the proportion of Earth-type formations was extremely high. These 5 puppets actually all held heavy shields. The 5 of them formed a sharp cone-shaped formation. Once they encountered an enemy, they would raise their heavy shields and charge towards the enemy. The 6 enemy puppets were scared to the point of fleeing, but they were unable to escape from the Arc Guild no matter what. In the end, the 6 enemy puppets were forced to the riverside. There was really nothing they could do, so they could only brave it and rush forward with their heavy blades. As for the heavy shield formation of the Arc Squadron, they were not afraid at all as they collided head-on with the enemy. The consequences of 5 battle shields colliding with 6 heavy blades could be imagined. The 6 puppets were directly sent flying. The 5 heavy shield puppets rushed forward and smashed the 6 puppets into pieces. The Shui clan squad, the Arc squad, and the Blue Sea squad were all self-made tyrants. This match had already broken away from the scope of competition and had completely turned into a massacre arena for the weak and the 3 giants. In the brutal battle, the commentator ordered the horn to blow, ending the first half of the team competition. The remaining number of puppets was exactly 50. After watching this match, Su Ran's mood couldn't calm down for a long time. She lowered her head and didn't say a word. She didn't know what she was thinking. It's fine. Soldiers will block, water will cover the earth. There will always be a way out. Xianxia patted Su Ran on the shoulder and comforted him. Finally, it was afternoon, and the second half of the team competition was about to begin. Su Ran looked at Xianxia and said seriously, Now, the result of the match is no longer important. I order you to protect yourself with all your might. If you find that you can't defeat the enemy, run out of the arena immediately. You must not die inside. Win or lose is small, life or death is big. Xianxia smiled. Have you forgotten my martial artist realm? These puppets can't hurt me. Oh, right. Suran stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. All right, watch the show. Xianxia jumped onto his combat puppet and strode into the arena. Of the 178 puppets, 177 were potential targets for Xianxia. In this team competition, there were also the three giants. They were the Hansha Provincial Guild, the Qin Clan Guild, and the Hua Clan Guild. As soon as the competition started, Xianxia immediately ran towards the periphery of the arena. He had no intention of entering the core theater at all. Seeing this, Shui Bufan laughed heartily and said, "As timid as a hare." At the side, the middle-aged man with 2,000 battles experience shook his head. I don't think it's that simple. He's trying to avoid large-scale frontal battles to protect the integrity of his puppets, because he knows that today is not the final battle. Shui Bufan chuckled. So what? Today he will undoubtedly die. After thinking for a while, Shui Bufan changed his tone and said, I will definitely lose. The middle-aged man looked at Shui Bufan thoughtfully. He thought about Shui Bufan's words in his heart, but didn't say anything else. At the beginning of the competition, all the contestants went crazy. He was like a frightened herd of horses, crazily attacking all the targets in front of him. What's going on? Shui Bufan was also shocked. After witnessing the cruelty of the first half, shouldn't they be like frightened birds dodging and dodging now? Why are they even more excited? The middle-aged man shook his head and felt helpless towards Shui Bufan's knowledge. He explained, Young lord, it was precisely because they had seen the cruelty of the first half that they did this. Do you think that the arena is this big? Where else can you escape to? As long as the match is not over, these weak ones will all be the targets of the three giants. They can only kill the weaker ones first. Only in this way can the match be ended early. Oh, no wonder. Shui Bufan suddenly came to a realization. The situation on the core battlefield was unprecedentedly tragic, even more intense than the first half of the team competition. The audience cried out in delight, while the two main commentators spat out the situation at any moment. I can't beat the three giants, but there must be someone weaker than me, right? Then I'll kill the weak first. Once the number of puppets was reduced to 50, the competition would be over. These people knew that they would definitely not win the championship. But they didn't care. They only wanted to enter the finals. As long as he entered the finals, his record would increase by a brilliant amount. The finals would definitely sound much more prestigious than the semifinals. Xianxia was hiding in a dense jungle. The trees here were 50 meters tall and could not be too tall. They could not block the audience's view, nor could they be too low. Otherwise, it would be meaningless. Xianxia pulled out his huge saber and leaned against a tree trunk, vigilant against the surroundings. He cherished his puppet incomparably, and was reluctant to let the puppet suffer any damage. He wanted to use his peak state to welcome the final battle tomorrow. Suran was also extremely nervous. She grabbed the corner of her clothes and sweat came out from her forehead. She felt that the person on the field was not Xianxia, but herself. Suran anxiously prayed, Hurry up and end it. Heaven bless you. The audience's attention was naturally focused on the main battle zone. The three giants' torture and killing performance made their mouths dry and their heartbeats skyrocket. Xianxia, on the other hand, had always been very calm. But very quickly the situation changed. The weak chickens pecked at each other unsmoothly, because the three giants did not leisurely watch the massacre between the weak. They were also involved. This forced the weak to continue to spread outwards, retreating as they fought. Soon, someone arrived at the area where Xianxia was. Ah, there's still a puppet there. The commentator was stunned for a moment before he suddenly discovered that there was still a person hiding in the corner of the arena. It's from Su Ran's team. The commentator's voice completely exposed Xianxia's whereabouts. When the two combat puppets closest to Xiangnan heard this, their eyes immediately lit up as they turned around and ran in Xiangnan's direction. Su Ran was so angry that he wished he could pull the commentator down and slap him fiercely. Xiangnan, on the other hand, placed the giant saber in front of him, ready to welcome the battle at any time. At this point in the competition, the 178 participants had already dropped to 77. For those who were weaker, every weaker person was an extremely precious resource. The first one to be slaughtered was 1. Try to reduce the number of contestants to 50 in the shortest time possible. Xiangnan was ready at any time. In less than 2 minutes, the two nearest puppets had already been touched. The two of them exchanged glances with each other and immediately split up to attack Xiangnan. These two puppets each held a giant battle axe. They were not flexible enough, but their attack power and resistance were extremely strong. The two of them jumped up one after another, using the weight of their falling bodies to increase their chopping power. Originally, the battle axe was extremely heavy, and with the power to jump and fall, the two of them clearly wanted Xiangnan's life. Behind Xiangnan was a tree. If he wanted to retreat immediately, there was no way to retreat. If he bypassed the tree, he would waste a certain amount of time. He would definitely not be able to dodge it. Stupid. Shui Bufan sneered. He thought that he could defend against the attacks of the enemies behind him by relying on the giant tree. The middle-aged man looked at Xiangnan thoughtfully. He felt that it was not normal for this young man to be calm. As a result, on the battlefield, Xiangnan's movements were very unexpected. He suddenly took 2 steps forward, then flipped backwards, stepped on the tree trunk, and sprinted upwards by force. 2 axes also fell from the sky, and Xiangnan narrowly avoided them. The blades of those 2 axes were only half a meter away from Xiangnan's puppet stomach. They were extremely dangerous. Xiangnan and the two of them missed each other high and low. He grabbed one of the puppets by the shoulder and swung it to the left like a swing. Then, he stabbed the puppet's back with a huge saber. He swung towards another falling puppet. He stepped on the back of the puppet, kicked it on the tree trunk and bounced it back. Then, he slashed the puppet's head down with an oblique slash. The 2 puppets were taken away by Xiangnan in the time it took off and landed. As for the 2 contestants, they were deliberately avoided by Xiangnan and were not slaughtered. This scene caused the audience to be very stunned. Wow! A commentator opened his mouth wide. Xiangnan flipped backwards again and landed beautifully, but the moment he landed on the ground, Xiangnan suddenly felt his body tilt, and his huge body actually collapsed with a loud boom. What? Xiangnan was stunned. Su Ran and the commentator were also stunned. Xiangnan grabbed the tree trunk and stood up. Looking down, he immediately felt incredulous. His legs fell off. This Xiangnan was stunned by the sudden situation. He had clearly not been chopped off by the enemy, but why were his legs broken at the same time? At this moment, he was directly supported by 2 broken legs, standing on the ground, and his body was a whole section shorter. Xiangnan realized that something was wrong. He grabbed a broken leg and looked at it. His expression immediately darkened. Hollow shaft. The axis of rotation of the puppet's knees was actually hollow. This kind of thing was simply not enough to support the puppets in high-intensity battles. It would easily be crushed. Xiangnan didn't even think about it and immediately looked at Shui Bufan. He knew that he had been schemed. He was already very cautious. After obtaining the puppet in the morning, he carefully inspected all the formations. However, he had missed out on the axis of rotation. Narrator, I request a suspension of the match. Su Ran shouted angrily. The commentator immediately stopped the match and asked all the contestants to stay in place. The 2 staff members hurriedly entered the battlefield and inspected Xiangnan's puppets. Then, they shouted through the horn. The puppets of the Su Ran squadron have hollow knees. They have been broken because they cannot withstand high-intensity pressure. Su Ran was furious and shouted in Shui Bufan's direction, Shui Bufan, you despicable bastard! The audience looked at Shui Bufan in unison. Everyone was shocked. Playing tricks on the participating puppets was a big deal. Once found out, they'll be banned for life. What evidence do you have to prove that I did this? Shui Bufan shrugged nonchalantly. You and I know very well. Don't play dumb here, Su Ran shouted. Shui Bufan didn't seem to care at all. If you don't have any evidence, don't spit it out. Otherwise, I'll sue you for maliciously slandering the higher-ups of the squad and disqualifying your Su Ran squad. After examining it carefully, the staff member said, the place where Su Ran's squad puppets were repaired yesterday does not belong to the Shui clan's property. But at the same time, it doesn't belong to the Yu clan. They emphasized this second sentence. Obviously, they also suspected Yu Tian, but it turned out that this was not the case. Xianxia immediately understood. Although the person who repaired the puppet did not belong to the Yu clan had a very professional cultivator in the puppet repair industry. They must have sent people to sneak into the repair shop and replace the axis of rotation on their knees. In this way, he wouldn't be able to investigate any further. Su Ran shouted, I request that the competition be stopped immediately. The commentator pondered for a moment and said, there is no such precedent. The application is rejected. Su Ran's team can choose to continue participating in the competition. However, you can also make an exception and have the right to abandon the competition once. May I ask if Su Ran's team will compete together? Continue the match, Xianxia said before Su Ran. All the spectators looked at Xianxia in surprise. This kid's puppet doesn't even have legs. Even walking is a problem. Does he still want to compete? You really don't know the heavens and earth. Miss Su Ran is too pitiful. Su Ran anxiously said, Xiangbei, you only have 2 hands, how can you fight? Quickly abandon the match. Xianxia smiled at Su Ran and said, I know how long you've been preparing for this match and how much effort you've put in. No one knows how much you've suffered and how many times you've lowered your head. But I do. In order to participate in the competition, you didn't hesitate to give up everything you possessed. Did you? As a member of the Su Ran Guild, I have to be worthy of the word Su Ran Guild. There's no need to say more. The competition will continue. The scene was deathly silent, but everyone gave Xianxia a respectful look. You are a true warrior. The commentator nodded at Xianxia and shouted, the match will continue. Su Ran covered her face with both hands, tears falling down her fingers. She was not moved to tears, but because her lonely heart finally had a support. For a long time, she had been desperately preparing everything by herself. There were experts who refused her invitations, and there were people who kept withdrawing from her squad. But today, someone knows how to cherish her dedication and is willing to fight for it. Suddenly, Su Ran felt that all her efforts had not been in vain. Even if she lost the match in the end, at least she had worked hard. At the very least, there were people who were willing to accompany her and move forward together towards her dreams, not to mention retreating. However, the current situation had become even worse. It was good that Su Ran did not pause. With this pause, all the participating puppets on the scene knew that Xianxia had lost his legs. Standing there was a puppet that had lost both its legs. This was simply a fish that had been stranded. It had been picked up in vain. For a moment, 10 puppets were running towards Xianxia. Because of Xianxia's special encounter with the puppet, he became the only target of everyone's attention. Everyone looked at Xianxia, waiting for what was about to happen to him. On the contrary, the 3 giant squadrons were ignored. Xianxia tried to move around and found that the situation was very bad. His legs were broken at the same time as his knees, making it almost impossible for him to move quickly. His 2 half-legs simply lost the possibility of moving. However, this was not the most fatal thing. The most fatal thing was that the balance was gone. Flexible bending of the knee is the most important part of a person's balance. A person could easily stand on the ground, but if he rolled his legs and stood on the ground with his knees, it would be very difficult for him to stand steadily. As long as his upper body tilted slightly, he would easily fall down. The team competition was already coming to an end, but because of Xianxia's encounter, it had reached an even more soul-stirring stage. Xianxia's sharp face, coupled with his years of fighting experience with experts, made him look even more determined at this moment. That gaze caused the audience to suddenly have a feeling. This man won't fall easily. The middle-aged man beside Shui Bufan said indifferently. Of the 10 puppets that were moving towards Xianxia, 3 of them had already arrived nearby in advance. The 3 of them observed Xianxia from afar, and it was indeed true. Ha! Although I admire Miss Su Ran very much, I don't want to lose my life at this juncture. Brothers, chop this brat down. The 3 of them immediately rushed towards Xianxia. At that moment, the audience held their breath, their eyes wide open. Xianxia did not say anything. When the 3 of them ran over, Xianxia suddenly bit the giant saber in his mouth, and then rolled on the spot, dodging the 3 heavy sabers. The 3 slashes struck the ground, causing 3 shocking saber wounds to appear on the steel land. After Xianxia rolled, he held a huge saber in his mouth and kept the hilt of the saber from tilting to the ground. Under such strict requirements, he grabbed a puppet's knee with his left hand and jumped into the air. Xianxia turned his body horizontally and flew up. His left elbow pressed down on the shoulder of a puppet. His right hand pulled out a huge saber from his mouth and sliced the neck of the puppet. At the same time that the puppet's head landed on the ground, Xianxia bit the huge saber, his hands holding onto the puppet's neck, and one flew towards the other puppet. The second puppet slashed forward with a knife. Xianxia leaned sideways and slapped the back of the enemy's knife with his left hand. He borrowed the force to crash towards the enemy. He wrapped his right hand around the neck of the enemy and his left hand caught the knife, piercing through the stomach of the second puppet. Then, he rolled down the river and threw the giant saber into the sky. The huge saber of the third puppet landed on the ground and was rolled over by Xianxia. Xianxia grabbed onto the puppet's legs and pressed down forcefully. His body soared into the air again, and his right hand caught the huge saber falling from the sky and hacked at it. The third puppet was split into 2 on the spot. Just as the audience cried out in alarm, 7 other puppets also rushed over. One of the puppets threw a hook lock at Xianxia. There was a sickle attached to the top of the hook lock. As long as it was wrapped around Xianxia, the sickle could pierce into his body by relying on the throwing force of the hook lock. Xianxia rolled forward and missed the landing point of the sickle. As soon as the puppet retracted its hand, the sickle fiercely stabbed into the ground and ferociously pulled it back. The path it crossed happened to pass by Xianxia, wanting to cut him in half. Xianxia turned around and sent the giant saber over, blocking the sickle. Following the retraction of the hook lock, he pulled himself towards the enemy instead. The 6 puppets were already waiting along the way. The 6 giant sabers were brandished into light shadows, wildly hacking towards Xianxia in midair. Xianxia held the saber in his back and fiercely stabbed the giant saber into the ground. His dragged body suddenly stopped. He slapped the hilt of the saber with his right hand and jumped into the air. He pulled the hook lock with his left hand and pulled out the huge saber that was inserted into the ground with a hook. He can't change his direction in midair. Hack him! Seeing the good opportunity, the 6 of them immediately surrounded Xianxia. Xianxia's huge saber was still hooked to the sickle. He suddenly waved his arm and threw the sickle away with the giant saber. After the scythe flew to the limit of the length of the hook lock, even if it turned around, it actually spun and tied the 6 of them together. Blade shadow flashed wildly. A puppet's head was cut off. The heads of the 2 puppets were cut off. Next was the 3rd and 4th. 5th. The puppet holding the hook lock was not idle for a moment. He had already given up the hook lock and rushed forward to chop down Xianxia. Xianxia suddenly turned around and grabbed the huge saber in his mouth. He held 2 puppet heads in both hands and threw them out with a whoosh. With 2 rumbles, the hook and lock puppet fell to the ground. Xianxia landed freely and took away the head of another puppet at the same time. By the time the hook lock puppet got up, Xianxia had already swung the hook lock and hit the puppet. The hook wrapped around the puppet's body for half a circle, and the sickle fiercely stabbed into its chest. Xianxia stabbed the huge saber into the steel ground with his left hand and grabbed the hilt of the saber tightly. His right hand pulled the puppet over and punched the back of the puppet. The puppet rushed out and pounced towards the blade of the giant saber that was stabbed into the ground. Chi! The entire puppet was split into 2. In that instant, Xiang Nan's left hand rushed out and pulled out the contestant from the puppet, saving the contestant from the bitterness of the knife cut. At the same time, the horn sounded, and the second half of the team competition ended. The audience stood up spontaneously and applauded warmly in Xiang Nan's direction. Wonderful! The commentator blushed with excitement. This is amazing! This battle has displayed the art of competition to the fullest. He taught us an impressive lesson. Let us know that the outcome of a battle is not just based on the strength of the puppets. A legless puppet can still look down on the heroes. The contestant who was rescued by Xiang Nan stood there dumbfounded. Half a day later, he bowed deeply to Xiang Nan with a solemn expression. The other 6 contestants also crawled out in a sorry state. The 6 people lined up and bowed to Xiang Nan. You showed us the spirit of competition. Please accept our sincerest respect. One of them sighed. Su Ran ignored it and rushed into the arena from the entrance. She jumped all the way into Xiang Nan's arms and said happily, "We won! We actually won!" Seeing this scene, Shui Bufan was so angry that he jumped into a rage. Trash! What a bunch of trash! There are so many people who can't kill a legless puppet. The middle-aged man glanced at Shui Bufan and said, "Young lord, I have different opinions about your actions. However, this Xiang Bei has indeed attracted my attention. I will help you deal with him in battle. You'd better do this." Shui Bufan clenched his fists and said, "Our Shui clan has raised you for so many years. That money was not blown by a strong wind." In a corner of the spectator stands, an old man couldn't help but smile as he looked at the scene where Su Ran and Xiang Nan were hugging. But this child has lived a lonely life. Now, he has finally found someone worthy of entrustment. Xiang Bei, he's a good and upright child. Not bad, not bad. He has the demeanor of a senior apprentice brother from back then. Just as Xiang Nan and Su Ran were celebrating their victory, a strong wind suddenly cut through the sky. Xiang Nanxia pushed Su Ran to the side and quickly retreated. A 10-meter-long saber pierced through the back of Xiang Nan's puppet and pierced through his chest, fiercely hacking into the ground where Xiang Nan and Su Ran were just now. Almost. If Xiang Nan hadn't reacted in time, he and Su Ran would have been hit by the giant saber. It didn't matter to him, but Su Ran was certain to die. Xiang Nan's eyes were cold as he looked towards the direction of the giant saber. 5 golems rumbled as a handsome red-haired man crawled out of one of them. The man laughed and said, "Oh? Is the competition over? I didn't notice. I'm sorry. This was a blatant provocation. Are you all right?" Xiang Nan hurriedly looked at Su Ran. Su Ran was still in a daze. He was so scared that he patted his chest for a long time and said, "It's fine." Xiang Nan looked at his only puppet again. The puppet's chest had already been pierced through. "Do!" The whistle blew. A leading commentator pointed at the red-haired man and said, "Foul!" The Qin family contestant, Qin Yuhao, violated the rules. Damage to the contestant's puppet outside the competition. "Did you stop?" "No." Qin Yuhao smiled handsomely. "Listen, this horn and drum are still going on." The main commentator frowned and said, "The moment the horn sounded, all the contestants had to stop. This is the rules of the game. Don't tell me you don't know." Qin Yuhao shook his head and said, "Can I react slowly? Is it a foul if I react slowly?" "You," Su Ran hurriedly said, "you clearly did it on purpose. You're a member of the Qin clan squad, so it's impossible for you to not even have this little bit of reaction." "I just didn't." Qin Yuhao shrugged his shoulders. "However, although I did not intentionally foul the rules, I did violate the boundaries of the rules. How about this, your puppets? I will bear the repair cost together. Even the repair cost of those legs is on me." Su Ran said angrily, "You know that tomorrow is the finals. You can't fix it in one night." Qin Yuhao smiled gallantly. "Then it has nothing to do with me. Do you want this money or not?" As the two of them were talking, Xiang Nan narrowed his eyes and walked towards Qin Yuhao's puppet. Qin Yuhao frowned and said, "What are you trying to do? I haven't completely fouled the rules. Even the commentator can't deny it. Do you still dare to act recklessly?" What nonsense! Xiang Nan chuckled. He jumped up and pulled Qin Yuhao out of the puppet. Then he punched his face firmly. Qin Yuhao was only a contestant, not a pure martial artist. This fist shattered Qin Yuhao's dry incisors and sent him flying in a spiral. How dare you! The other 4 golems rumbled as they ran towards Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan only waved his hand, and the 6 puppets were immediately blown into the distance by the invisible force. Qin Yuhao awkwardly got up from the ground. Originally, he was going to curse loudly, but when he saw Xiang Nan's move, his face immediately turned pale with fear. You are a martial arts expert. Narrator. Narrator hit me. Look. That Qin Yuhao was so frightened that he couldn't stop trembling and shouted for help. The commentator shrugged his shoulders. The match is over. It's a personal grudge that he hit you. What does it have to do with me? Besides, he didn't hit your puppet, so I can't control it. With that, the commentator rolled his eyes at Su Ran. You, don't come over. Qin Yuhao was about to run away. Xiang Nan shook his hand and pulled him over. He grabbed his collar and said, I'm not hitting you because you destroyed my puppet, but because your actions just now have threatened Miss Su Ran's life. Don't kill me. Qin Yuhao was really not handsome anymore. He cried out on the spot. His nose and tears were mixed with blood, and his face was covered in tears. Don't worry. Xiang Nan patted Qin Yuhao's face and said, Didn't you challenge me? I won't kill you now. I'll see you in the finals. After saying that, Xiang Nan lightly slapped Qin Yuhao twice on the face, and the 3rd slap was a loud slap, sending him flying. Then, Xiang Nan grabbed Su Ran's shoulder and said, Let's go. Eat, drink, and celebrate. Su Ran turned around and frowned at Qin Yuhao, who was rolling on the ground. Just now, it was really close. I almost died here. Su Ran was still afraid. That was a 10-meter heavy saber. Hacking an ordinary person to death was nothing more than a joke. Don't worry. No one can hurt you with me here, Xiang Nan said. But you have to learn a lesson. Don't rush into the arena in the future. This place is full of puppets. Your flesh and blood doesn't have any life guarantee at all. I see. Su Ran obediently nodded her head, but after thinking for a moment, she said, I am your employer. Don't give me orders. Night. Facing the puppet that had lost both its legs and had its chest pierced through, Su Ran wore a sad expression. If I knew I would have taken his money, I would have paid the price for being handsome. It's useless. Xiang Nan picked up the 2 broken legs and said, Even if I have money, I won't be able to repair the puppets overnight. What can I do? Hearing that, Su Ran's heart became even more anxious. Tomorrow is the finals. You're going to fight against the 6 great leagues. Xiang Nan thought for a moment and said, I will personally cultivate. I have some attainments in artifact forging. You? Su Ran was immediately overjoyed, but then he said disappointedly, Even if you really know how to forge weapons, it's still too late. Xiang Nan said, Completely repairing the puppets will definitely not do. We can briefly remove the armor and other things, leaving behind only the frame of the puppets. Isn't it completely defenseless? The puppet lost its armor. It's suicide. Su Ran was shocked. Besides, without the armor, the number of formations that can be set up on the puppet will also greatly shrink. Leave it to me. Xiang Nan thought for a moment and said, I need to be quiet. Don't disturb me all night. Just watch quietly from the side. With that, Xiang Nan dismantled the puppet with all his hands and legs. The advantage was that he was strong and could directly dismantle the puppet's solid defense with his bare hands. After the puppet was stripped naked, there was only a single humanoid skeleton. Of course, it was much more complicated than human bones, but compared to the puppet, it was extremely simple and crude. It was simply a humanoid skeleton without flesh and blood. Afterwards, he wiped out all the formations on the puppet. Only skeletal puppets could set up 66 formations with Xiang Nan's formidable ability. Of the 66 formations, 40 were wind formations and 20 were water formations used to maintain long-term combat capabilities. It was equivalent to the fact that there was no defensive power or heavy strike power in all formations, only speed and endurance. You're crazy. Do you see the puppets of the 6 giants? They are all things that are as strong as steel castles. You can't hurt them by modifying the puppets like this, Su Ran said in shock. Xianxia said, I told you to be quiet, don't interrupt. After saying that, Xianxia picked out a portion of the parts that had the highest stiffness and directly threw them into the smelting furnace, refining them into a very, very thin spear. This spear was 6 meters long, but it was only as thick as a human thigh. The tip of the spear, which was striving for sharpness, was also made very thin and sharp. This thing Su Ran couldn't help but ask, this spear is your weapon? So thin, so thin? If you collide with the enemy's weapon, it will completely break. Xianxia stuffed a chicken wing into her mouth and said, I have my own ideas. The next day, the finals finally arrived. 100 battle puppets flew into the arena amidst the loud cheers. Everyone was cheering wildly. Puppet competition was the sport they loved for their entire lives, and it could mobilize all of their nervousness. However, this shout suddenly came to a halt after a puppet entered the arena. Everyone looked at the puppet in astonishment and said, Heavens! What is that thing? A thin puppet with only a simple skeletal frame swayed into the arena with a 6-meter slender spear in its hand. It's Su Ran's squad. The commentator cried out in surprise. How could such a puppet be used to compete? This is simply inconceivable. Is he able to stand firm? It seems like a strong wind can blow him to the wall. And what about that weapon? Is it used to pick your teeth? Damn it, it's just a toothpick. The 6 great leagues all burst into laughter. They all looked at Xianxia like they were watching a good show. Compared to their majestic puppets, Xianxia's puppets really seemed to be joking. The commentator held the trumpet and shouted, The Iron Continent Puppet Realm Tournament. The finals will officially begin today. Participants, there are a total of 100 combat puppets from each team. Today's finals will be open-ended until there is only one team left. The audience exclaimed. The referee said excitedly, That's right. The loss and price are undoubtedly enormous. But compared to the 3/5 stage Heaven Scryer combat puppets, this loss is nothing at all. It's all worth it. Then let's introduce our heroes with reverence today. The first team to enter the arena is the Blue Sea Battle Team from Blue Sea Province. After saying that, the members of the Blue Sea Province squad controlled the battle puppets to enter the arena. The audience immediately applauded loudly. The commentator introduced the members of the Blue Sea Squadron one after another, and explained in detail their origins, achievements, age, marriage, and so on. And then the Shui Clan squad, the Ark squad, the Hansha squad, and so on. The order in which these squads entered the arena was based on the number of puppets in existence. Without a doubt, Xianxia's Su Ran squad was the last to enter the arena. The commentator didn't introduce Xianxia's origins this time, but focused on introducing Xianxia's puppet characteristics to the audience. Xianxia stood in the middle of the arena with his spear in his hand and waited quietly. Unexpectedly, the commentator became more and more excited as he spoke, as if he couldn't stop. Such a puppet! The commentator pointed in Xianxia's direction and said, There is nothing defensive about it. Although he abandoned all the armor fragments in his body and reduced his weight by nearly 3/5, the speed he obtained was not optimistic, because he sacrificed the number of formations. Look at his weapon again. The audience gazed at the spear in unison. Xianxia stood there in a daze, feeling like he was an exhibit. The commentator shouted excitedly, Long spear! 6 meters long spear, only the thickness of a thigh. This kind of spear can't withstand any weapon's collision. Only one collision will break it immediately. Everyone is watching. Can I participate in the competition now? Xianxia frowned and interrupted the commentator. This commentator obviously had many years of experience in observing battles. If he continued to speak like this, wouldn't all of his strengths and weaknesses be exposed? The commentator also knew that he was too excited, so he hurriedly patted his forehead and said, All right, quickly enter the arena. Xianxia walked into the real battlefield from the exhibition booth, but the moment he entered, the atmosphere became very different. The 100 combat puppets were divided into two groups, one from the provincial squads and the other from the private squads. There were 3 giants on each side, both of them prominent existences. Strangely, the number of puppets on both sides was about the same. The provincial squad had 48 puppets, while the private squad had 51 puppets, with the exception of Xianxia. At this moment, the puppets of the 3 giants of the province and the 4 of them were lined up in 2 rows. They were hostile to each other, and their eyes were filled with obvious intense fighting intent. I really didn't expect that. A stern man from Blue Sea province chuckled and said, "The Shui clan actually invited Mr. Mu Zun over as well. If I can defeat someone as experienced as you today, I will be able to become famous all over the world." Shui clan, the middle-aged man smiled faintly. "I'm flattering you. Who doesn't know that you, Heifeng, are one of the top experts on the Steel Road? If I can defeat you today, I, Mu Mu, will also feel extremely honored." Although the people on both sides were conversing, they were still unwilling to move a single step away from each other. The contestants on both sides glared at each other angrily. Before the battle even started, the atmosphere on the scene was exceptionally intense. Only at this moment, a discordant voice appeared. It was footsteps. The members of both forces looked at the footsteps and saw Xianxia's puppet swaying in the wind. An expert from the Shui clan immediately shouted at Xianxia, "Not enough to show off? Yesterday's team competition wasn't enough for you, was it? Do you have to choose a day like today to make a fool of yourself? Hurry up and scram over. Go stand at the back of the line." Xianxia belonged to the Suran Guild, so naturally, he was taken for granted that he should be on the side of the private guild. However, this Shui clan expert's tone was like he was training a dog. Xianxia's footsteps stopped. He looked at the expert from the Shui clan and said, "Are you talking to me?" As soon as these words were spoken, the members of the provincial squad immediately burst into laughter. The Shui clan expert shook his head and sighed, "What the hell? The mud can't support the wall." Before he could finish speaking, everyone could only feel a flash of shadow in front of them. When they looked again, the Shui clan expert had already disappeared from his puppet. Everyone hurriedly looked down and saw that Xianxia was hugging his shoulder and stepping on the neck of the Shui clan expert on the ground. "Xiangbei, what are you doing?" The Shui clan's Mu Zun frowned and asked sternly. Xianxia looked up at Mr. Mu Zun and said, "Put away your arrogant tone, or else I'll beat you up together today." Mr. Mu Zun was so angry that he couldn't speak. Xianxia lowered his head and looked at the so-called expert whose face had turned red from being trampled on by him. He said, "Also, this daddy is here to participate in the competition, not to make you shout. This is also in the arena. If you were outside, things like you wouldn't even be worthy of licking my shoes. For Miss Su Rant's sake, I won't argue with you. I'll give you 3 seconds to apologize to me, otherwise I'll kill you on the spot." As Xianxia spoke, a fierce killing intent flashed through his eyes. The so-called expert from the Shui clan suddenly felt his body freeze, as if his heart had been grabbed by an invisible hand. In an instant, sweat began to flow out of his body. "Yes, I'm sorry." The Shui clan expert didn't know why, so he subconsciously apologized. "I'm sorry," Xianxia asked condescendingly. The Shui clan expert was obviously embarrassed to his grandmother's house. He also knew how humiliating it was to be trampled on by someone to apologize to others. However, he didn't dare to hesitate in front of life and death because he could clearly feel that the kid called Xiangbei would really kill him. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have spoken to you in that tone. I apologize to you." The Shui clan expert lowered his head and admitted his mistake. At this moment, all the members of the Shui clan felt furious. This Nan was directly humiliating the Shui clan in front of everyone. "Yes." Xianxia raised his leg and said, "I forgive you this time. Next time, if you do it again, you won't have the chance to apologize." With a flash of light, Xianxia and the Shui clan expert had already appeared among their battle puppets. The Shui clan expert was panting heavily, his face filled with inexplicable shock. He didn't even know how he had returned to his puppet. Everyone present was dumbfounded as they watched this scene. Everything happened so suddenly that the commentator didn't have time to react. Xianxia controlled his simple and crude puppet and passed through the open space between the two sides. He said, "What grudges do you have between you? It has nothing to do with me. If someone doesn't appreciate being flattered and speaks disrespectfully to me, I will give up the match and kill him on the spot." The members of both sides were slightly stunned. They never expected that this Xianxia would actually put down his harsh words towards the people of both sides. The commentator shouted in surprise, "I never thought that this Xiangbei would offend all 6 of the big 6 before the competition even started. This is obviously unwise, because he doesn't have any teammates or backers. Perhaps it was the finals, but the commentator was exceptionally diligent. He enthusiastically analyzed many situations that had nothing to do with the competition for the audience. Xianxia, on the other hand, did not participate in any of the cues. He carried his spear and went straight into the jungle. Actually, the audience was very unhappy. They had already started to talk about it. What they were most unused to was the threat of a martial artist against a contestant. However, on second thought, Xianxia's actions did not seem to be wrong. It was indeed because he had been insulted on the spot for no reason. The commentator calmed his mind and shouted excitedly, "Now I declare that the finals will officially begin. Please choose your position immediately." 10 seconds later, the horn will sound and it will be a battle signal. The puppets of the two camps immediately scattered in all directions. They said that there was a faction, but in the end, only one team would survive. When the real battle was about to begin, everyone would sweep the snow in front of their doors and fight their own battles. Finally, a loud and clear horn resounded through the clear sky. The people of the 6 giants were actually still standing on the spot, and none of them moved. The commentator shouted, "The 6 giants have all remained motionless. Could it be that they are preparing to fight head-on at the beginning of the battle? What exactly will they choose? What an exciting moment!" The audience was mobilized and began to exclaim in alarm. In Blue Sea Province, Heifeng, one of the experts, smiled faintly and said, "Now is not the time for the big 6 to truly fight. Before that, we have to clean up those trash puppets first before we can have a decisive battle without worries." "That's music to my ears." In the Shui clan, Mr. Mu Zun nodded with a proud smile on his face. "What? They actually don't intend to fight head-on. They want to slaughter the weak of their respective camps." The commentator shouted with an unexpected expression. The puppet contestants on both sides were stunned when they heard this. Heifeng said, "We'll leave this to you. We'll deal with your side. It should be like this." Mr. Mu Zun waved his hand and said, "Brothers of the 3 private giants, follow me." Heifeng laughed out loud. "Brothers of the provincial squad, follow me. Go kill the trash of the private squad." The 6 giants were actually heading towards each other, passing by each other without anyone making a move. This scene was too unexpected. "Ah, how shameless!" the commentator shouted. "They actually call themselves giants. This should be what the audience calls them. But they actually admit it and shamelessly use it on themselves. More importantly, these 6 giants have betrayed their own factions. Mr. Mu Zun, how can you do this?" The puppets of the private camp immediately cried out in alarm. The black edge of the provincial squad whistled and said, "Brothers, let's go. We're going to kill you today. Run. The people of the 3 great clans have betrayed us. Run." The members of the scattered squadron immediately sprinted furiously in embarrassment. Heifeng controlled his puppets and had already taken the lead in launching the first round of explosive charge. He was a rare type of battle with 2 blades in his hand, directly slicing the puppets of 2 private squads to the waist. "Brothers, we cannot lag behind. We must finish killing the weaklings of the provincial squadron before Black Phone kills all of our people." "Charge," said Mu Zun. Mr. Mu Zun's puppet suddenly shook and rumbled towards the provincial squad. Both sides betrayed each other's alliance at the same time. Like 2 sharp swords, they pierced into the enemy's army at the same time. For a moment, the battle started. The battle between the 2 sides was a completely disproportionate unilateral massacre. The people of the three giants each displayed their abilities and ruthlessly slaughtered every enemy puppet they saw. At this moment, the people on both sides began to curse loudly, wishing they could tear He Feng and Mr. Mu Zun apart and eat them raw. Xiang Nan, who was standing on the top of the distant mountain, coldly watched the shameless battle between these dogs, only watching from afar. Heavens! The Shui clan's shield hammer array is still ferocious. Look! The Blue Sea Guild's saber wheel array has already shredded 5 enemy puppets. Ah! Just now, the heavy shield formation of Hansha province smashed the 3 puppets into pieces. The commentator's saliva flew everywhere as he shouted loudly. The hearts of the audience were beating wildly. The battle was too fierce. Everyone didn't know which side to look at and which giant to pay attention to. They could only follow the commentator's words. The battle had become so intense that everyone had forgotten about the existence of that little Xiang Nan. Ah! The Qin family guild has forced the people of Red River province to the brink of death. Tac! The Qin family guild's charge formation instantly destroyed the Red River guild's defense. The Big Six, each team had about 5 people attacking 32 puppets. In just 10 minutes, the 100-member team competition had already been reduced to 50 members. The commentator was extremely excited. He looked at the 6 paths and heard everything in his ears. He shouted, "Has the dusk of the week finally arrived?" They were ruthlessly trampled on and destroyed by the 6 giants, losing any dignity and ability to resist. In such a cruel environment, betraying the experts that I rely on is undoubtedly forcing these weak people to a dead end. Another reduction. All the weaklings added together. There are only 15 left. Ah, we're going to reduce the number of people again. There are only 12 weak people left. The plan of the Big Six is about to succeed. They are going to slaughter all the weak. Look, there are 3 more weaklings killed in the northeast. There are 9 left. The war between the giants that has attracted the attention of everyone is about to begin. There are still 3 people left. The weaklings only have the last 3 left. The most exciting diners are coming. Chi! This boring slaughter war is finally coming to an end. He Feng slashed his opponent to death and looked behind him. Mr. Mu Zun, I'm going to meet you soon. In the distance, Mr. Mu Zun seemed to have sensed He Feng's attention as well. He turned around and muttered to himself, "Kill 3 more and we'll have to face each other head-on. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time." The commentator shouted, "The people of the 2 giants are already at loggerheads. A war is about to begin. My God! 2 puppets of the Qin clan squad have been killed. Wait, no, it's the Qin clan squad. Damn it. The puppets of the Qin clan squad were actually killed." The commentator didn't notice his words, but when he reacted, he felt as if he had seen a ghost. "How could this be?" The commentator said excitedly. "There are actually weak people resisting. They even killed the Qin clan squad." "Who is he?" The commentator put up an arbor and looked into the jungle. He didn't see who had killed the Qin clan squad. "What? That's impossible. This is impossible." The Qin clan squad is one of the 3 private giants, and their people are actually killed by the weak. Blue Ocean Squad's Black Edge was stunned. The commentator suddenly shouted, "Not good! The Qin clan squad that is tracking the enemy has lost 2 more men. There is only 1 left." Ah! The audience was stunned for a moment. Everyone desperately looked towards the jungle, trying to see the truth of the matter. However, the leaves in the jungle were too dense. Only the howling wind from the battle could be seen. The steel trees were swaying, but they could not be seen clearly. Still fighting. That mysterious weakling is still fighting. The commentator grabbed his hair and exclaimed, "Who is it? Not good." The last member of the Qin clan squad has also fallen. His puppet has been damaged. He Feng, Mr. Mu Zun, and the others were all shocked as they looked towards the jungle and forgot to slaughter the last 3 so-called weaklings. Everyone, from the spectators to the contestants, to the people behind the scenes of the various teams, countless pairs of eyes gathered in the jungle. Suddenly, there was a shadow in the jungle, quickly rushing towards the left slant. In the blink of an eye, everyone could see it clearly. "It's Xiang Bei." The commentator jumped onto the platform and shouted, "It's Xiang Bei from the Suran Guild." The 6 giants were infuriated when they heard this. Mr. Mu Zun shouted, "Everyone, listen up and capture Xiang Bei." He Feng led the Blue Sea Squadron and sprinted towards the jungle. "Kill Xiang Bei first. He is our biggest target. I don't know what this brat did, but the fact that he can kill the experts of the Qin clan squad is a big problem in our hearts." The scene changed again. He instantly became one of the Big Six, encircling and annihilating Xiang Bei of Su Ran's squad. How did he do it? How on earth did he do it? The commentator shook his horn and shouted, "Put your eagle eyes on." In an instant, hundreds of eagle eyes flew into the depths of the forest. A huge screen of light immediately appeared above the arena. One of the eagle eyes locked onto Xiang Nan's position and continued to follow him. At the same time as this scene appeared, Xiang Nan happened to encounter someone who called out for a squad. "Prepare to fight." The people from the Hansha battle team shouted loudly. The 5 of them raised their 10-meter heavy shields. They formed a heavy shield array. In the distance, He Feng roared, "Hansha and Xiang Bei have met. Blue Sea, come with me. Go to the other side of the arc. Attack Xiang Bei from 3 sides. Don't let this brat escape." The 2 giants immediately surrounded each other like a flood of steel and poured into the jungle. "Hua Clan Guild, go to the southeast and surround them. Shui Clan Guild, follow me." Mr. Mu Zun also locked onto Xiang Nan's location. The commentator shouted excitedly, "The last 5 giants are heading towards Xiang Bei at the same time. Can Xiang Bei escape?" The Hansha heavy shield formation had already launched a fierce offensive towards Xiang Nan. The 5 puppets held 10 meters of heavy shields in their hands and arranged themselves in a cone shape, launching a charge without dead ends towards Xiang Nan. The audience was in an uproar. The commentator roared, "Can Xiang Bei dodge? His body can't withstand any direct collisions at all. His puppet is as fragile as paper." Seeing that Xiang Nan was also running towards the heavy shield formation, the wind formation immediately came into play. Xiang Nan's feet, which were as light as a swallow, touched the ground. The entire puppet seemed to be running and floating all the way. When the distance between the 2 sides was only 5 meters, Xiang Nan suddenly jumped up. He placed his right foot on the edge of a heavy shield and performed a forward somersault. The spear in his hand accurately pierced into the head cavity of a puppet. Xiang Nan crossed paths with the puppet. He grabbed the spearhead with his right hand and pulled out the spear. A puppet from the Hansha battle team immediately fell to the ground. This scene shocked the audience. The other 4 people with heavy shields immediately changed directions and turned around to charge towards Xiang Nan at close range. Xiang Nan's feet landed on the ground, less than 3 meters away from the 4 puppet enemies. He can't dodge this distance. Xiang Bei is doomed, the commentator shouted. Xiang Nan tilted his body and rushed towards the Hansha squadron at an even faster speed. He tilted his body and took advantage of the gap between the 4 heavy shields before they could gather together. Xiang Nan abruptly lowered his body, his left leg arched up, his right leg straight, and his entire body bent down and slipped backwards. He turned around and crossed the 4 of them. The moment the 2 of them missed each other, Xiang Nan's arched left leg suddenly straightened, and his entire body rebounded with force. He inserted a spear into the back of the puppet's head. Then he leapt into the air and pulled the spear out from the puppet's forehead. His left foot stepped on the puppet's shoulder, and his right pistol shot out like a dragon. 3 spear shadows flashed past. There was a black hole in each of the 3 golems' heads. The so-called Oceanic Battle Team, one of the 3 giants, was annihilated within less than 10 seconds of Xiang Nan's clash. "Ah!" The commentator tore open his clothes and shouted at the top of his lungs, "This is unbelievable! 8 seconds. Xiang Bei used 8 seconds to annihilate the Oceanic Squadron. This isn't a battle. This is torture. It's crushing. No, it's trampling. Brutally trampling on the reputation of the Hansha squad. I understand now." His spear is not used to face the enemy head-on. It is completely used as an offensive spear. His body is so thin. He has never intended to fight the enemy head-on. He intends to dodge all the attacks of the enemy and complete the normal battle without any injuries. But this possibility is practically zero. Damn it! The people from the Hua clan were going to encircle and exterminate Xianxia, but they suddenly saw that Xianxia was already running towards them with his spear on his shoulder in the jungle right in front of them. Why did I meet him in advance? A Hua clan contestant's expression changed drastically. Hurry up and set up the formation. Don't let this kid escape. It's the famous flower rain formation of the Hua clan. The commentator shouted. Can Xiangbei dodge such a dense attack? The 5 Hua clan members held giant bows in their hands, and 5 arrows were placed on each bow. Shoot! One of them issued a command, and the 5 puppets shot out 25 arrows at the same time. The arrows were arranged in a circular shape and rotated counterclockwise in a spiral shape. They were like petals that were constantly blooming as they sprayed towards Xianxia. Shoot again! That person continued to give orders. The second round of 25 arrows followed closely behind the first round. The arrows in the second round spread even further, forming a larger spiral circle. Shoot again! That person continued to shout. The third round of arrows had also left. Round after round of arrows were like intact flowers. Petals of different levels spread out layer by layer, becoming larger and larger. Each arrow weighed 3,000 jin. Once this thing hit the puppet, it would immediately end up being shot into a hornet's nest. That Xianxia's sprint did not decrease, but instead accelerated. His eyes were like lightning, incomparably calm and calm. The moment he touched the rain of arrows, he twisted his waist and leaned out. It was like a person swimming backstroke in the ocean, and his body was lying flat, spiraling forward, relying on the rotation of his body. He actually dodged the arrows 1 round at a time. Oh my God! This is unbelievable! The commentator was so excited that he shattered the speaker on the stage. He hurriedly took out a new speaker and continued to howl. Damn it! How could he hide? The Hua clan expert who gave the order was immediately stunned. Xianxia leapt into the Hua clan's ranks like a ghost. Before the expert could react, he saw a sharp spear between his eyebrows. The moment that person opened his mouth, the puppet's head was pierced by a long spear. The other 4 people were decisive and calm. Without any hesitation, they shot the arrow in the direction where Xianxia was. Xianxia pulled out his spear and rolled on the spot, dodging a round of close-range fire. The puppet that was pierced through by Xianxia's head was immediately shot into a beehive. The so-called experts inside didn't even have time to crawl out before they were shot by their companions. The red blood trickled down the dense void on the puppet. Xianxia forcefully jumped up and dodged the second round of ultra-close fire. He grabbed a puppet's shoulder with his left hand, wrapped his right leg around the second puppet's arm, and pierced through the neck of the third puppet with his spear. With a swing of his body, he swung his spear left in the air and pierced through the back of the second puppet. He fell free and rolled out from under the legs of the second puppet. He pulled the spear out of the puppet's stomach and pushed it into the chest of the first puppet. He's still fighting, the commentator shouted. He's not dead yet. He's still fighting. No one has ever touched his body. His seemingly weak spear is like the scythe of death, mercilessly harvesting the lives of his enemies. I'm late. Heifeng turned around and rushed over with the Blue Sea Squadron. As soon as they arrived at the scene, Heifeng's brain exploded with a buzzing sound. It's extinguished again. How is this possible? Narrator, he must have cheated. With his ability, he can't defeat any of the 6 of us. The commentator only cared about flattering Xianxia with his saliva flying everywhere, completely ignoring Heifeng's complaint. Heifeng saw that Xianxia had already drilled into the jungle on the other side, so he shouted, "Follow him! Don't fight with him. Stay with him until reinforcements arrive." I don't believe it. Damn it. Captain Black Sharp, be careful. Xianxia had just disappeared into the jungle when he suddenly rushed out from another direction and charged towards the black front between the 2 trees. Before He Feng could react, he felt a burst in his chest. He lowered his head and saw that a spear had already pierced through the chest of his puppet, while Xiang Nan had already pulled the spear out from behind him. He Feng gritted his teeth and crawled out. He jumped onto another puppet on the spot, pulling out the contestant from the puppet and kicking him down. Then he drilled into the puppet. "Xiang Bei, you despicable scoundrel! I cannot stand apart from you." The black blade roared as it chased after Xiang Nan with 4 huge blades in its hand. Xiang Nan rolled his feet and kicked a tree. He borrowed his strength to fly out. He kicked a second tree and then turned to fly diagonally. In the dense jungle, he continuously drew the Z shape and disappeared in the blink of an eye. "Form up!" He Feng roared. "Charge formation!" The 4 puppets were back to back. Their arms wrapped around each other and they ran crazily on the ground with 16 legs. They actually combined into a strange shape of a mutated spider. The speed at which they ran was simply unimaginable. "Over there!" A member of the team saw Xiang Nan and shouted loudly. "Across the street is the Ark Guild." "That's great!" He Feng shouted. "Brothers of the Ark, stop Xiang Bei. Set up a net formation." The 5 puppets of the Ark Guild slapped into a single word, their faces facing Xiang Nan as they opened their chests one after another. Poo-poo flew out of 5 large nets that covered the heavens and the earth. These webs were woven from heavenly frost silk, and the puppets themselves weren't very flexible. Once they were wrapped in the webs, they wouldn't be able to break free no matter what. The 5 nets completely covered all the escape areas around Xiang Nan. "Let's see where you run. Little bastard. Die for me!" He Feng roared as he jumped up high. The giant spider suddenly disintegrated, turning into 4 4-armed, 4-legged monsters that fell down with their saber wheels. Xiang Nan stopped abruptly. His feet were still gliding forward on the ground. He grabbed the spear with both of his hands and raised it above his head, buzzing as he flew. The spear directly twisted out a tornado, blowing the 5 nets everywhere. "Too shocking!" The commentator jumped up and down and kept shouting. "This ability to react, this ability to remain calm in the face of danger, is simply too shocking. I can no longer find any adjectives to describe Xiang Bei. He is simply a miracle." Xiang Nan rolled on the spot as he blew the net away. Furthermore, he rolled several times in a row. Behind him, 4-armed and 4-legged puppets kept falling down. The saber wheels chased after Xiang Nan with clanging sounds. Those saber wheels continuously hit the ground that Xiang Nan was on in an instant, releasing dazzling flames and hacking out countless saber cuts. A puppet landed without hitting Xiang Nan, so it jumped on the spot. The second puppet landed without hitting Xiang Nan. It also jumped, followed by the 3rd, 4th, and then the first puppet to jump and then fell to hack Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan rolled on the ground as fast as he could fly. The Ark squad had already been lined up, and with 2 steel whips in hand, they waved towards Xiang Nan with a flash of light. Those soft whips had barbs on them. Not only were they very destructive, they could also wrap around Xiang Nan's puppets and tie him up like ropes. How can he hide? He doesn't even have a chance to stand up. How can Xiang Bei survive such adversity? The commentator roared. The audience stood up spontaneously, completely unaware of their actions. They only widened their eyes and panted. Xiang Nan rolled his left hand and jumped into the air. He dodged the blue ocean saber wheel formation as well as the whip shadow of the Ark team. He grabbed the neck of an Ark puppet and pulled it backwards. He leapt forward with force and kicked the back of the puppet's neck with his feet. The Ark puppet fell backwards with an unbalanced body and was split into 5 pieces by the oncoming black edge. "He's dodging." The commentator gulped down a mouthful of wine. His face flushed red as he said, "I've really dodged. I've dodged all the knife wheels. I've dodged all the whip shadows. I've even borrowed a knife to kill people, causing the Ark squadron to lose their manpower. Chase, no matter how much you pay today, you must kill this little bastard." Wah! That He Feng was so angry that he lost his mind. He coaxed his eyes and chased after Xiang Nan like crazy. Rumble! Xiang Nan had just passed the Ark team when he suddenly jumped back into the formation of the Ark team. Almost at the same time, 3 loud explosions rang out, and the 3 10-meter-long shield fiercely smashed into the ground where Xianxia was momentarily standing. The Shui clan squad dares to come. The commentator shouted. Xiangbei is being attacked by the 3 giants at the same time. There is really no way for the heavens and no way to enter the earth. The 6 experts of the Shui clan looked coldly at Xianxia. The 3 of them held heavy shields and chains, while the 3 held heavy hammers. Behind them was the Blue Sea Squadron, in the middle was the Arc Squadron, and in front was the Shui clan squadron. After Xianxia had destroyed the Qin clan, Hua clan, and Hansha clans, he was finally surrounded by the other 3 giants at the same time. Xiangbei Su Ran was both surprised and happy, but now she was more worried. Her face was pale, her hands covering her mouth, and she couldn't help but cry out, "Brat, you can run and jump." Hei Feng gritted his teeth and said, "It really is like a boring monkey, jumping up and down, making people feel very unclean. Let me see where you can jump this time. Show me another one. Jump. You fucking jump. Damn it." Mr. Mu Zun held a heavy hammer in his hand and laughed. "Xiangbei, you did a good job. You really amazed us. You have developed a new way of thinking for us to compete. In the future, we will make reference to it. But now your value is gone. Wait for fate to punish you honestly." "The punishment of fate?" Xianxia laughed out loud. "Who? You guys? Or your puppets? Could it be that you guys have lost your minds playing games? You thought you could play with puppets, so you started talking about fate. Playing with these puppets and bragging about yourself like this. Then if you had learned martial arts, wouldn't you have threatened to step into the void and be extremely happy?" Morning bliss was not a good word, and the nervous audience burst into laughter. "Ha-ha! Smart people don't have any good fruit to eat, Mr. Mu Zun shook his head. "I thought you were a character, but I didn't expect you to be just a mouth gun contestant." Xianxia laughed loudly. "I don't know who is boasting and spouting nonsense here, but I can't refute it anymore. What Mr. Wood Venerable Mr. Earth Venerable, a clown who plays with puppets, dares to call himself Mr. Wood Venerable." Mr. Mu Zun's eyelids twitched twice and he sneered. "Very well. You've successfully aroused my anger. Now let me kill you. Attack!" Mr. Mu Zun gave the order, and the 3 heavy shield hands immediately ran towards Xianxia with 3 iron chains. The members of the Arc Guild pulled out their formation and threw 10 steel whips towards Xianxia. The Blue Sea Squadron formed a half-circle. As long as Xianxia fled this way, he would be served by a disorderly saber. If he escaped to the other side, he would be served by the Shui clan's heavy hammer. Neither side of Xianxia escaped. He lay down and rolled horizontally against the ground, dodging all the whips and chains. At the same time, when his body turned upwards, he held the spear in his mouth, grabbed an iron rope with his left hand, and grabbed 2 long whips with his right hand, wrapping the 3 together. In the blink of an eye, one of the Shui clan squadron's shield hands and one of the Arc squadron's puppets simultaneously pulled the iron rope and whip back. The 2 of them immediately cancelled each other out and staggered forward at the same time. Xianxia grabbed the long iron rope whip and pulled it towards him. The 2 puppets could not stand steadily and had already pounced towards Xianxia. Xianxia rolled again, grabbed the spear in his mouth, and stabbed it with an oblique spear. He directly pierced through the Shui clan's shield hand's chest and flipped it back to the back of the shield hand. Then, he tilted his spear and stabbed it upwards, piercing through the Arc Guild's puppet's chest. 2 iron ropes and 8 soft whips swung over at the same time. Xianxia lay flat on the ground and fell between the 2 killed puppets. He kicked the 2 puppets up with his legs. The 2 puppets were immediately wrapped up by the long whip and the iron chains. Both sides exerted their strength and the 2 puppets were torn into pieces. At the same time, Xianxia rushed out from behind the torn puppet of the Arc Guild. He jumped out of thin air and supported the head of another puppet of the Arc Guild with his right hand, directly jumping into the Blue Sea Provincial Guild. Hei Feng's people were watching a play, but they didn't expect Xianxia to arrive so quickly. Quickly set up the saber wheel," Hei Feng hurriedly shouted, but Xianxia had already pounced on him. His legs wrapped around his neck, and the spear in his hand pierced through the head of another Blue Sea Squad puppet. Black Feng grabbed Xiang Nan's ankle and laughed loudly. I got it. Pooh. The spear head turned around like a fierce dragon swinging its tail. The sharp tip of the spear pierced through the Black Sharp puppet's wrist. The moment Black Sharp released his grip, Xiang Nan circled around Black Sharp's neck and pierced through the head of another Blue Sea Squad member. The Blue Sea Squadron had lost 2 players in a row, leaving Black Feng and the other one behind. He's still fighting. The commentator didn't stop and shouted at Baba. He really is still fighting. This terrifying man has already fought against the 6 giants alone until now. He has never been injured. I can't take it anymore. Mr. Mu Zun threw away his heavy hammer and drew out a long sword and rushed over. He flipped over and jumped, the sword in his hand forming a sword flower that was very difficult for a puppet to accomplish. The angle of the sword flower was extremely crafty, and it was almost impossible to dodge, as expected of a veteran with 2,000 battles. Xiang Nan's legs were still coiling around Black Feng's neck. Black Feng used his other hand to grab Xiang Nan's leg. Xiang Nan was like an eagle. He turned around and lay down abruptly behind Black Feng. As soon as he laid down, he bent He Feng's body backwards. He Feng desperately tried to resist this kind of power and pulled his body back. Unexpectedly, Xiang Nan suddenly loosened his leg. He Feng was caught off guard and overcorrected as he bounced forward. Immediately, Mr. Mu Zun's mouth was pierced open by the oncoming attack. Inside the puppet's mouth was the location of Black Sharp. He Feng's entire body was pierced through by the 10-meter-long sword. Without even snorting, he died with anger and unwillingness. Ah! Black Sharp! Venerable Wood was stunned. A figure flashed in front of him. Mr. Mu Zun, be careful. Xiang Nan jumped over and pierced through the space between Mu Zun's puppet's eyebrows. The moment he brushed past him, he pulled out his spear and pierced through the space between the eyebrows of the next puppet member. Then, Xiang Nan hooked his legs and played with the body of the arc puppet. Then, he pulled out his spear and flipped backwards. The final Blue Sea puppet was getting better as the saber will crashed under Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan's left foot lightly touched the puppet's neck, and the spear followed closely behind, piercing through the back of the puppet's head with a spear. The Shui clan squad members were greatly alarmed and panicked. Xiang Nan picked up an iron rope from the ground. One of the Shui clan squad's shield hands was retracting the rope, but he unexpectedly pulled Xiang Nan, the Great Fiend Star, back. It's over. The 5 Shui clan squad puppets didn't even have the courage to resist. They all stood there dumbfounded. Xiang Nan's spear pierced through the space between the first person's eyebrows, pulled out his spear from the left side, pierced through the stomach of the second person, pulled out his spear from the right side, pierced through the throat of the third person, flipped forward above his head, pierced through the chest of the fourth person, pulled out his spear and threw it out, piercing through the temple of the last Shui clan puppet. The last remaining member of the Arc Guild stared blankly at Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan said in a deep voice, "Scram!" The members of the Arc Guild actually jumped out of the puppet and ran out of the arena crying out loud. Battle! Battle! Not! Bind! The commentator grabbed his chest and let out a ghost-like howl. Win! Xiang Bei of Su Rant's team has won. He actually annihilated all the experts of the 6 giants on his own. No one has ever been able to injure him in the slightest. This is a miracle that has never appeared in the puppet competition in the history of the Iron and Steel continent. There was no such thing before, and it will never happen again. Tell me, who does this miracle belong to? The spectators were excited. They threw everything they could grab onto the field: gold coins, silver coins, copper coins, even storage cards and money tickets. The commentator shouted and kicked over the table. The final winner of the Iron Continent World Competition is Su Rant's team, Xiang Bei. Whether you are convinced or not. Let me ask you if you are convinced or not. This kind of battle technique, this kind of battle consciousness. It's a god. He's a god. Xiang Nan heroically raised his spear, but he couldn't help but frown. This commentator is really capable of shouting. His words are too exaggerated. Originally, I won the battle, and it was quite fortunate. But in the end, he covered me up as if I had become an arrogant madman. After a few tosses and turns, he finally won the championship. Su Ran was naturally extremely happy and rushed into the arena. The entire audience stood up and applauded, expressing their highest respect for Su Ran's squad. Xue Bufan was so angry that his teeth itched. He wished he could tear Xianxia alive. The commentator spat out, "Congratulations, Saran team. Congratulations, Saran team. They have won the championship of the World Championship." Also, let me tell you another exciting piece of news. Today, our Amethyst City's City Lord will personally come forward to be the champion of the championship. How can we obtain prizes? The audience cheered like a tide, applauding enthusiastically and applauding desperately. Now, let's invite the champion team to step onto the podium and wait for the prize. The commentator pointed at the center of the arena and said, "Please." Xianxia smiled and said to Su Ran, "Miss Su Ran, please." Su Ran blinked and giggled. "Mr. Xiangbei, please." The two of them arrived at the center of the arena hand in hand. At this time, the center part slowly rose up, and the surrounding jungle hills sank down. There was another level of the original flat arena that was replaced. Xianxia and Su Ran stood on a circular platform with a diameter of 100 meters. They had already risen more than 300 meters before slowly stopping. On the circular platform in the middle of the arena, a corridor stretched out, leading directly to an exit at the highest point of the arena. The commentator shouted, "Now, please welcome our city lord with the warmest applause." Everyone applauded loudly, and Xianxia and Su Ran also began to applaud cooperatively. 14 people slowly walked out from the highest exit. 12 of them were personal guards who had reached the early fortune realm. One of them was the city lord of Amethyst City that Xianxia had seen before, and the other was an old man in a gray robe. The gray-robed old man had a very kind face, and his face was always smiling. His eyes were bent into crescent moons. He was dressed plainly, and the gray-robed old man did not pay any attention to anything. He looked very ordinary. However, Xianxia looked at the gray-robed old man. He realized that he couldn't see through this person's realm. He should be a great expert, right? The city lord smiled and pressed down on his hands, causing the applause to immediately calm down. The city lord cleared his throat and said, "Before presenting the awards to Su Ran, please allow me to introduce the honored guests of this awards ceremony." As he spoke, the city lord stepped aside and let the gray-robed old man stand in the center. The city lord said, "This is Elder Zhu Buochuan of our Iron and Steel Continent, the famous Fallen Snow Sect." Upon hearing the name, the audience began to applaud again. The city lord pressed down his hands to calm the atmosphere once more. He said seriously, "Since the disciples of the various sects rebelled and turned into bandits, it was the Fallen Snow Sect that gave us the greatest amount of help in the early days of the rebellion. Let us resist the rebels. Let us still live in a peaceful and happy land." Among them, Elder Zhu Bochun is the leader. He has given us the greatest help, provided us with martial Dao talents, created many combat puppets for us, strengthened the defenses of the city walls, and so on. Elder Zhu Buochuan's contribution to our Iron and Steel Continent is obvious to all. Without him, we would not be the same as we are today. The audience boiled again. Then now, the city lord cleared his throat and shouted loudly, "Please invite our most respected friend, companion, Elder Zhu Buochuan." As he spoke, the city lord waved his hand and 3 golden lights flew out of his storage ring. 3 golden 10-meter golems landed on the ground. Wow! Quickly look. Those are the squad puppets of the 5th Heaven Scryer realm. Too beautiful. It's actually golden. The audience cried out in alarm, their eyes shining with incomparable envy. For those who loved puppet competitions, such a puppet was their lifelong dream. The city lord waved his hand, and rays of light fell on the puppets. The 3 heaven-peeping realm puppets took heavy steps towards Xianxia and Su Ran. There was a path connecting the 2 sides. Without anyone controlling it, the 3 puppets automatically walked towards Xianxia and Su Ran. As for the city lord, He took out 2 round gold medals from his storage ring and handed them to Zhu Buochuan with both hands. Elder Zhu, please personally put this gold medal on the necks of our Miss Su Ran and young Master Xiang Bei. You should personally do this honor. At this moment, the 3 puppets were halfway there. After receiving the 2 gold medals, Zhu Buochuan smiled and said, "This old man still has a few words to say on the spot." "Oh, Elder Zhu, are you ready to speak?" The city lord was delighted and hurriedly said, "Please speak. This person is very powerful." In the gap, Su Ran whispered in Xiang Nan's ear, "This Zhu Buochuan personally killed many rebels, and also provided countless assistance to the army of our Steel Continent. In our hearts, he is simply a godlike existence. Looks like there are still good people in your sect." Xiang Nan rubbed his chin and muttered, "Almost every sect has traitor disciples, but these sects can still enforce the law impartially and abide by the sect's obligation to protect civilians. Indeed, it is worthy of respect." At this time, Elder Zhu Buochuan cleared his throat and began to speak. He smiled and said, "Looking at the north, south, north, west, and the central plains, every continent in every region of the world, its sex status is prominent. Other sects have the richest resources on their own roads, and they have a status that ordinary people respect. But why do traitors appear frequently in our sects on the Iron and Steel Continent? This is truly worth thinking about." The city lord nodded slightly from the side, thinking that Elder Zhu had reached the point. Elder Zhu said, "After many studies and considerations, we have finally realized the problem. That is, our sect on the Steel Continent has too low authority and too little deterrence. We have delegated too much power to ordinary people. It's because the commoners have too many resources and have more say that they have become more ambitious. They even faintly feel that they can fight against the martial artists and compete for the supremacy of this world." "Elder, what did you say?" The city lord was stunned, and his expression changed drastically. The cheers at the scene disappeared. Elder Zhu Buochuan smiled and said, "Our sect on the Iron and Steel Continent is too soft-hearted. If all the resources on the main road were controlled by the sect from the beginning, how could there be a large number of traitors? Throughout history, ordinary people have always been ants crouching at the feet of martial artists. Only this kind of world structure can maintain stability, and martial artists are willing to protect ordinary people. So today, on behalf of the Fallen Snow sect, I officially announce that I will take back all the privileges that we have given to ordinary people, seize back all the resources that should belong to our sect, and let the order of our Steel Continent return to stability." "Elder Zhu, you!" The city lord's face instantly turned incomparably pale. Elder Zhu raised his hands high and roared, "Fallen Snow sect, seal the city." The sky shone brightly, and a large light shield that covered the sky and the earth descended abruptly. The entire Amethyst City was locked inside. "Shit! Something big has happened." Xiang Nan hugged Su Ran and said, "Your closest comrades have betrayed. Hurry up and grab the puppet. Follow me." Xiang Nan hugged Su Ran with his left hand. He rushed towards the 3 puppets and activated his storage ring, wanting to take the 3 puppets into his storage ring. At this moment, Xiang Nan's heart suddenly sank, and he felt a sense of danger shrouded in death. He subconsciously dodged. Immediately after, a streak of light pierced through the horizon and instantly arrived from an extremely distant place. It scratched Xiang Nan's armpit and pierced through. Arrow! Xiang Nan could only hear a tearing sound coming from the armpit of his robe. He saw that the flowing light was actually an arrow. The power of this arrow was so strong that even Xiang Nan felt afraid. If he hadn't had rich combat experience and instinctively dodged that arrow, his heart would have been pierced through. Profound grade weapon. Xiang Nan immediately saw the path of the arrow. He pushed Su Ran away with his left hand and took 2 steps back. Almost at the same time, another streak of light shot out fiercely from the place where Xiang Nan and Su Ran separated. "Where is that archer? Where is he hiding?" Xiang Nan suddenly turned around and looked in the direction where the arrow was coming from. He even used his lightning photoelectric eye but was unable to find the archer's hiding place. Elder Zhu, what are you doing? The city lord roared in disbelief. Are you going to betray us? Zhu Buochuan's face was still full of smiles as he said, At first, we were indeed wholeheartedly trying to help you, and we also gave you the greatest amount of support. But we find that this will not help. It will only deepen the conflict between you commoners and our sect's rebels. Therefore, one side must make concessions. Obviously, it should not be us martial artists who make concessions, but you commoners. As Zhu Buochuan spoke, his body suddenly flashed and he directly arrived behind the city lord. A bloody hole appeared on the city lord's chest. Zhu Buochuan smiled and said, People are greedy. You ordinary people will never know how to be satisfied. You even dream of sharing the world with us martial artists. We finally realize that this is the main reason why the Steel Continent is unable to remain calm. So, Zhu Buochuan raised his right hand, holding a beating heart in his hand. Therefore, our fallen snow sect has made the most correct decision. How dare you? The 12 Good Fortune Realm Guards were instantly enraged. They had already reacted very quickly, but they couldn't keep up with Zhu Buochuan's movements. The 3 guards immediately threw the city lord to the ground, while the other 9 surrounded Zhu Buochuan. This scene came too quickly, and when the audience reacted, they were completely finished. In an instant, the entire arena fell into a great panic. Zhu Buochuan held onto the city lord's heart and shouted loudly, Sect martial artists, it's time to retrieve everything that belongs to us. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky darkened. Everyone looked up and saw countless small black dots descending from the sky. Those were all combat puppets. The rebels are attacking. The fallen snow sect is colluding with the rebels. An audience roared in fear. Too many. There were simply too many of them. The battle puppets of the rebels fell down like a swarm of bees that had been shattered into a beehive. Rumble, 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 rumble. The sound of countless puppets landing on the ground caused the earth to shatter. This group of combat puppets numbered in the tens of thousands. Once they landed, they would madly slaughter all civilians. The puppets landed on the ground and the spectators' stands. They brandished their 10-meter-long sabers and slashed down with one strike, causing more than a dozen or 20 spectators to be slashed at the waist in unison. 5,000 puppets landed in the arena, while tens of thousands of puppets landed outside the arena. Like a flood of steel, they instantly engulfed the entire Pine Tree Avenue, cruelly crushing the spectators in the city who did not know the truth into meat paste and cutting them into pieces. The 5,000 golems in the arena swallowed up the spectators' seats. In just 10 seconds, they had already slaughtered 30,000 civilians. Fresh blood flowed down from the spectator stands like a river, gathering into a lake of blood. Stop, stop! Su Ran grabbed her hair and screamed in horror. Xianxia's pupils contracted and he said, It's too late. Everything is too late. They've obviously planned it for a long time. Let's go, Su Ran. Quickly follow me. Xianxian grabbed Su Ran and waved his right hand, dragging the 3 Heaven Scryer realm puppets into the storage ring. He brought Su Ran directly into the sky, but unexpectedly, more than 10 military flying ships had already slowly flown over, covering the entire sky. As the flying ships circled above the city, they continuously left behind a large number of combat puppets. An arrow of light pierced through the sky and accurately shot towards Xianxia's heart. As Xianxia was flying, he felt the threat of death again. He hurriedly kicked the sky and bounced himself, and Su ran back to the ground. Whoosh! The arrow thrust dangerously towards Xianxia's waist. Although it missed Xianxia, it hit a puppet that jumped off the flying ship. The arrow was so sharp that it pierced through the puppet's stomach without any hindrance. When Xianxia and Su Ran landed on the ground, they saw a combat puppet brandishing a huge saber, charging back and forth in a large number of seats like a war meat grinder. There were still 2 trampled living people on the feet of the combat puppet. One of the puppet's legs was crushed and blood stuck to the bottom of the puppet's feet. Every time the puppet took a step forward, its upper body was thrown back and forth. The key was that he was not dead yet, and his mouth kept letting out a miserable howl like a ghost. The other person had half of his chest crushed. but his mouth was wide open. His face was purple, and he could not let out any screams. However, he swayed in the air as the puppet sprinted back and forth. The giant puppet raised its saber and chopped down randomly. With a single saber strike, more than 10 or 20 ordinary people were cut in half. There were 5,000 combat puppets in the spectator stands like this. In such a short period of time, more than 80,000 people had died. The arena that had originally been used as a competitive arena had now become an Azura arena. Ah! Protect me! Protect me! Shui Bufan screamed in shock. Under the protection of a group of Shui family guards, he charged left and right, trying to run out. Just as they were running towards the northeast passageway, they were stopped by 2 giant puppets. They hurriedly turned and ran towards the northwest passageway. A puppet with a heavy hammer and hundreds of civilians on the verge of dying rushed over. Shui Bufan had no choice but to roar, "Attack! Send me out regardless of all costs." The Shui clan also had Heaven Scryer realm experts. 2 Heaven Scryer level 2 experts were the first to block Shui Bufan and fly into the sky. A streak of light pierced through the sky, and the arrow was as fast as lightning. Swoosh! The chest of a Heaven Scryer level 2 martial artist was instantly pierced through. His astral chi defense didn't even allow the arrow to stay for even 1,000th of a second. What? The other Heaven Scryer was stunned. He didn't care about that much anymore. He directly left Shui Bufan and fled for his own life. "Traitor, you traitor!" Shui Bufan screamed as he fell from the sky. The escaping guard turned into a beam of bright light that shot straight into the sky. Immediately after, an arrow that was 10 times faster than a Heaven Scryer's speed chased after him. Heavenly Dipper Yuan Chi Shield. The Heaven Scryer martial cultivator roared, and 6 layers of Dipper Chi shields were stacked together, enveloping his entire body. The arrow of light pierced through his shield, pierced through his heart, and then pierced through the other end of the shield, disappearing into the sky. "Kill out! Northwest!" Xianxia picked Su ran up and quickly turned into a shadow and flew towards the exit of the northwest passageway. Pooh! Suddenly, a figure fell heavily on the ground in front of Xianxia. The 2 of them saw that it was Shui Bufan who had fallen from the sky and was killed. "Ah!" Su Ran exclaimed. "Don't look!" Xianxia shouted in a low voice and continued to walk with Su Ran. Rumble! 3 Heaven Origin Realm battle puppets landed in front of Xianxia. Xiangnian's left hand was as fast as lightning. In an instant, he used his flower-picking finger many times to directly dismantle the 3 puppets into parts. Just as the puppet shattered, 3 shadows rushed out at the same time. All 3 shadows held sharp swords in their hands and slashed towards Xianxia with ferocious Yuan Qi. A martial artist! Xiangnian's heart skipped a beat. The person controlling the puppet was indeed a rebel. Hold on! Xianxia left hand pressed down on Su Ran's head. His right hand wrapped around her entire body, and then he charged on the spot. How could those 3 Heaven Origin Realm martial artists defend against Xianxia's charge? They were immediately blasted into meat powder. Boom! This time, Xianxia brought Su Ran and smashed into the wall of the arena, arriving at the street outside. As soon as he steadied himself, he felt his feet wet. He lowered his head and saw that it was blood. The entire Pine Street was like a storm of blood that had just descended. The blood on the road had already reached a foot deep. The common people's broken limbs, eyeballs, broken bones, intestines, and organs were all floating on the river of blood, slowly flowing towards the east. Even a few crushed babies drifted along in the river of blood. Seeing this scene, Xianxia's brain exploded. His eyes were incomparably red. "These bastards! I'll kill them! Hurry up and leave! You can't control them! Hurry up and meet me at the Crystal Palace!" A voice transmission entered Xianxia's ears. It was Old Man Tianji. Old Man Tianji's voice was very urgent. "Hurry up and leave! Don't linger on! This time, not only is the Fallen Snow sect attacking Amethyst City, there are also 12 second-grade sects and 55 third-grade sects. There are more than 300 Fortune Realm martial artists here. There are even more than 16 Divine Martial Realm martial artists. If you stay, There is no chance of survival. Hurry up and take Su Ran away. Xiang Nan's mind buzzed. He never thought that the sects on the Steel Continent would actually mobilize so many experts to slaughter Amethyst City. Water Golden Palace. Let's go. Xiang Nan immediately turned around and flew towards the Crystal Palace with Su Ran. Boom! A huge building that pierced through the clouds was blasted off from half of its waist. The huge building staggered down from the sky, breaking the entire Pine Avenue and killing hundreds of civilians. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than a dozen military flying boats patrolled the air, continuously shooting down rounds of arrows. Those arrows were all military grade, and their power was astonishing. These arrows directly pierced through the solid steel structure, directly nailing to death those who were still sleeping on the bed inside. A flying ship stopped outside the high-rise building, shooting arrows one round at a time. The steel building was simply unable to block such an arrow. In a blink of an eye, it was shot into a beehive. No one could see how many people had died inside. Only a massive amount of red blood gushed out from the hole that had been pierced through. Bastard! Xiang Nan's eyes were red, and the blood vessels in his eyes were about to burst open. He immediately slashed out with a beam of light. The light chop immediately broke the entire flying ship's waist. Boom! The enormous flying ship exploded in mid-air. Countless martial artists were blown out of it. Some landed on other buildings. They immediately went in and continued to massacre civilians. Some fell to the ground from high up in the air, got up and began to kill again. Xiang Nan's right arm was dripping with blood. He knew that the saber strike just now was a bit too angry. He shouldn't have used the inferior light slash. Let's go. Su Ran cried out in pain. I can't save you. You can't save the people in the city by yourself. The rebels have already controlled the military, and even the military airships were robbed by them. Xiang Nan gritted his teeth and continued to run wildly on the streets. He even turned around and threw out a beam of Dipper Chi saber light at another military flying ship. Almost at the same time, the feeling of death shrouded him again. An arrow of flowing light pierced through the horizon and shot straight at Xiang Nan. This arrow was clearly prepared in advance, and the moment Xiang Nan took action to destroy the flying ship, it also shot towards Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan's saber-chopping and arrow-shooting movements happened almost at the same time. That left Xiang Nan with no time to dodge. Dragon Spirit Steel. Xiang Nan's body trembled, and an air shield immediately wrapped around him. At the same time as the air shield appeared, an arrow clanged into the surface of the shield and crazily drilled into it. Xiang Nan held Su Ran and rolled on the spot. At the same time, the arrow pierced through the shield and pierced through the ground with a whoosh. So fast! Xiang Nan's heart skipped a beat. The arrow pierced through his dragon spirit steel in half a second. It must be a profound grade weapon. Xiang Nan slapped the ground with his left hand, and his entire body flew swiftly against the surface of the blood river. He wanted to lower his height, making it difficult for the archers hiding in the dark to locate him. The mysterious archer gave Xiang Nan a tremendous pressure. The archer's profound longbow had astonishing penetrating power. Not to mention ordinary Heaven Scryer realm experts like Xiang Nan, once they were hit by an arrow, they would definitely end up passing through their bodies. The Crystal Palace was already very close. It was only 5 blocks away. Rumble. 13 buildings exploded high up in the sky. Countless civilians were blown out like ants by the waves of fire and fell from the sky like rain. Pew-pew. Thousands of civilians slammed into the ground, directly smashing into the meat paste on the ground. We are not from the Iron Continent. We are from other continents. A group of more than 20 martial artists raised their hands high into the sky. We are not from the Iron Continent. We are martial artists from other continents. Don't kill us. We're just here to visit the Steel Continent. Ah! 2 combat puppets jumped over, and with a single jump slash, the martial artist who spoke was split into 2. The rest of the martial artists scattered in all directions, their faces filled with despair and fear. A flying ship arrived. On the bow of the flying ship was a heavy military crossbow that was 10 meters tall and 5 meters wide. Whoosh! 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 Heavy arrows 7 meters long and as thick as thighs shot towards him with a heavy sound of air-piercing. Those Heaven Origin Realm martial artists didn't even have time to resist, and they were all pierced through their backs and nailed to death in the river of blood. 2 other martial artists quickly circled the streets, using the buildings as cover. Immediately after, the flying ship turned around and aimed the heavy crossbow at the escaping martial artist. Whoosh! 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 Heavy arrows shot out one after another. Those heavy arrows pierced through a steel building of several hundred floors, the steel building behind the second building, and the third and fourth buildings. Finally, it pierced through the outer wall of the fourth building and nailed a martial artist to death. Rumble, 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 rumble. The 4 buildings were instantly shot into a beehive and collapsed. We're almost there. Xianxia was about to arrive at the Crystal Palace. He roared, "All martial artists who have the ability to protect themselves, hurry up and head to the Crystal Palace. That place will protect your lives." As he spoke, Xianxia also sliced out a 10-meter-long dipper saber light towards the flying ship. Whoosh! A streak of light arrow accurately exploded, shooting Xianxia's saber light into the air. Boom! Stellar energy waves swept out in all directions, instantly destroying more than a dozen nearby buildings. Even more than 20 rebel combat puppets were shattered into pieces by the shockwaves. Amethyst City, in an instant, was already the Apocalypse City. In the chaotic ruins, in the river of blood, there was only one building group, standing alone on the horizon. Crystal Palace. When Xianxia arrived at the Crystal Palace, it was already filled with people. It seemed that Old Man Tianji was not the only one who could think of the Crystal Palace's function. Many martial artists also knew the origin of the Crystal Palace. Move! Move! Xianxia hugged Su Ran and squeezed into the crowd. The person in charge of the Crystal Palace stood at the entrance, his heart burning with anxiety. He shouted to the person who was running towards him in the distance, "Hurry up! Hurry up! Come in! Everyone! Quickly enter the Crystal Palace." A small group of 7 men and 2 women was running towards this place from the ruins of the street. Their eyes were filled with hope of rebirth. At this moment, 700 arrows wrapped in yuan qi descended from the sky. The rain of arrows instantly enveloped the small group of 9 martial artists, piercing through their entire bodies and shooting them into pieces. They were shot into beehives, then shattered from the beehives, and then shattered into powder. Everyone in the Crystal Palace Hall was stunned when they saw this scene. Someone even broke down and burst into tears. "I don't want to die here. I'm just here to watch the match in Amethyst City. I still don't want to die. Who can save me? Who can save this pitiful person?" The bustling crowd remained silent. Boom! A huge battle puppet descended from the sky and landed heavily at the entrance of the Crystal Palace. The person in charge of the Crystal Palace shouted angrily at the puppet, "If you do this, you will be punished." The combat puppet carried a huge saber and quietly looked at the person in charge. However, under the gazes of everyone, the combat puppet actually raised its huge saber and was about to chop it down. "You dare!" The person in charge widened his eyes and unexpectedly opened his arms to protect the entrance of the Crystal Palace with his flesh and blood. He shouted, "Try touching a strand of my hair. My Crystal Palace is the property of the Huangpu aristocrat clan. If you dare to make a move, my Huangpu aristocrat clan will definitely let you see what the real end of the world is." A streak of light arrow pierced through the air and suddenly pierced through the combat puppet. Then, a faint voice sounded in the air. "I'm sorry that some of our subordinates don't know much about the Huangpu clan. I'm sorry to disturb you. We guarantee that the Crystal Palace will be safe and sound, and will not be affected in any way." A martial artist crawled out of the combat puppet. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Since when are you afraid of the Huangpu aristocrat clan? Isn't their clan amazing? At most, we can kill them together." "Idiot! Shut up!" A streak of light shot over and directly nailed the martial artist to the entrance of the Crystal Palace. So young Xianxia heard the archer's voice. He looked like a young man under 30 years old. The rebels no longer posed a threat to the Crystal Palace, but they sealed off all the land and air areas of the Crystal Palace to prevent anyone from entering. Rows of battle puppets formed a circle, each carrying a 10-meter heavy saber in a fierce manner. The 2 military airships circled above the Crystal Palace. The person in charge of the Crystal Palace shouted, "Everyone, don't go out. Don't take half a step out of the Crystal Palace. This is the only protection I can provide you. If you don't go out, could it be that you're trapped here?" A martial artist roared angrily, "Sooner or later, we will run out of water and food. You are from the Huangpu aristocrat clan. Hurry up and think of a way to solve the problem. Call for reinforcements. Kill all these rebels." The person in charge was also saddened by the scene of countless civilians being slaughtered. He said disappointedly, I don't have that much authority. As he spoke, a woman's trampled corpse drifted along the river of blood to the entrance of the Crystal Palace. The person in charge was stunned, but he actually covered his face and cried bitterly. "Xiang Bei, what should we do?" Su Ran also cried anxiously. "Those civilians are so pitiful." Xiang Nan lowered his head and gritted his teeth. He was already trying his best to endure. However, in the face of such a scene, he had no choice. "Come." Suddenly, a voice entered Xiang Nan's ears. Xiang Nan turned around and saw the back of an old man walking towards the depths of the Crystal Palace. "Let's go." Xiang Nan grabbed Su Ran and immediately followed the old man to the backyard. This was a residential area with many high-rise steel buildings. The old man turned around and said, "I have a way to leave, Uncle Tianji." When Su Ran saw the old man, he was immediately overjoyed. "Why are you here?" Old man Tianji dotingly stroked Su Ran's long hair and said, "Silly child, before your father died, he entrusted you to me. How could I not save him? How are we going to get out?" Xiang Nan frowned and said, "That Zhu Buochuan has already sealed off the entire city with his spirit formation. Presumably, he is at least an expert at the late divine martial stage. With my ability, I definitely can't bring Su Ran out." Xiang Nan could escape on his own, but if he couldn't take Su Ran away, he definitely wouldn't escape on his own. Old man Tianji said, "Don't worry. Before this, I have already dug a secret passage. There are a large number of formations in that secret passage that cannot be suppressed by the spirit formation. Let's escape through the secret passageway. It won't be a problem. Uncle Tianji." Su Ran was extremely shocked and said, "You knew about their plot long ago? But why didn't you say it earlier?" Xiang Nan was also furious. He grabbed old man Tianji's collar and shouted, "Why didn't you say it in advance? If we had been prepared earlier, how could so many people have died? Listen outside. They are still slaughtering civilians." Old man Tianji sighed. "What's the use of saying it in advance? Can you stop them, or can I?" The Fallen Snow sect has been colluding with the rebels for a long time. They have already planned for today's massacre. Even if they let the civilians move ahead of time, where can they go? The entire iron and steel continent is going to fall. There's no way to escape. Hearing this, Xiang Nan's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. The officials of the iron and steel continent didn't have a monarch like Emperor Haoyan who could defend one side, so they couldn't contend against the sects. No one could stop the local sect if they were determined to fight for territory with the civilians. "Hurry up and leave. It will be too late." Old man Tianji hurriedly said, "Right now, they won't rush in, but after they finish slaughtering the city, it's hard to guarantee that there will be experts who will sneak in and find Ran quietly." Su Ran gritted her teeth and said, "If you want to leave, bring along the people from the Crystal Palace. Otherwise, I will never leave." "Of course," old man Tianji shouted. "Everyone is in turmoil right now. It's hard for them to protect themselves. What do you care about other people?" Su Ran said, "Everything I have is bestowed on me by the people of the Iron and Steel continent. Without them, there would be no such thing as me today. I can't just watch as I die." "Don't mention it," Xiang Nan said. "It's fine to bring these people along. As long as we escape from Amethyst City, Everyone will go their separate ways and won't become a burden to us. Old man Tianji stomped his foot and said, "All right, Xiangbei, go and call everyone over. I'll bring Ran to the secret passage entrance to activate the formation first." Yes. Xiangnan nodded and immediately ran to the hall, announcing this matter to everyone. Hearing that he could escape, the ugly face of humanity was immediately exposed. Those people ran towards the backyard like crazy. There were even powerful martial artists who beat and kicked some civilians to the ground, even killing 7 or 8 of them on the spot. "Stop!" Xiangnan roared angrily. However, it was important to escape. No one could stop Xiangnan. A trampling situation had already appeared in the chaotic hall. In the air, Xiangnan Shang's aura suppressed down fiercely, directly crushing everyone to the ground. "Let go of me!" A martial artist with red eyes scolded Xiangnan. "Fuck your ancestor! Let go of me quickly! I still want to escape!" Xiangnan's aura directly exploded the martial artist. Blood and minced meat sprayed all over the floor. This move immediately subdued everyone. Xiangnan Han said coldly, "The secret passageway was provided by us. It is already very benevolent for you to use it now. But if anyone dares to take advantage of this mess again, don't blame me for being merciless. Listen to my orders. Mortals leave first. Those who refuse to obey will be killed." Xiangnan knew very well that he had to use his iron blood wrist in times of chaos. Otherwise, the more chaos there was, the less efficient it would be. The people hurriedly got up and thanked Xiangnan before rushing into the backyard. Afterwards, Xiangnan withdrew his dipper chi and let the martial artists go free. The secret passageway was on the 2nd floor of a building in the backyard. Normally, this training ground was still very open, but at this moment, there were more than 10,000 people squeezed here, making the space seem somewhat narrow. Old man Tianji waved his hand in the corner. A bright light appeared on the wall. Then, a circular formation opened and a downward-sloping passageway appeared. At this moment, the crowd immediately became restless. Everyone wanted to be the first to rush into the passageway. Xiang Nanxiang pulled out his huge saber and shouted, "Whoever dares to move, ask my saber first." Old man Tianji turned to look at the crowd and said, "There are a large number of formations in this secret passage to protect us from the rebels outside. After we enter, everyone will follow behind me. Don't act recklessly without my orders. All right, then let's go in." After saying that, old man Tianji led Su Ran into the tunnel first. Someone shouted, "Why are they walking in the front? We're walking in the back. If we want to die, we'll die, right? Damn it. I knew you were uneasy and kind. You're just using us as a cushion." Hearing this, Xiangnan's heart went cold. He let out a long sigh. "Sometimes I wonder if I should save these people or kill them." Xiangnan stretched out his hand and pulled the man to his front. He placed the knife on his neck and said coldly, "At such a moment, whoever disturbs the hearts of the people should be slashed." Swoosh! Xiangnan mercilessly chopped off the man's head. He did not hesitate, nor did he show any mercy. At such a time, the most terrifying thing was not the threat of the enemy, but that someone was spouting nonsense here, causing panic. Once this rat shit appeared, it had to be slaughtered immediately, and there was no mercy. Xiangnan glanced coldly at the crowd and said, "Is there anyone else who wants to talk nonsense?" Everyone was so frightened that their faces turned pale. Indeed, it was much quieter. Enter. Still the same rule. The commoners are in the front, the martial artists are in the back. Everyone padded the queue and entered. The passageway led to a depth of 500 meters underground. Walking in such a deep underground passageway, the massacres and battles outside had been completely isolated. The secret passageway was very quiet. Both sides of the wall were filled with profound Tao formations. Old man Tianji walked in front of them. Every kilometer he had to destroy the 4 formations, and then he stopped at the same spot, letting the people behind him follow him. After everyone arrived at where the old man was, they all stopped and waited. As for the formation that the old man had destroyed, he rearranged it and continued to lead everyone forward. In this way, the formation would be broken and rearranged every kilometer. Old man Tianji explained, these formations can evade the expert's detection of us. Breaking 4 formations will allow us to travel together. After that, we will have to make up for formations. If something unexpected happens, the experts outside will find signs of life here and will find us immediately. Therefore, everyone must be careful and listen to my arrangements. Yes, yes, yes. Whatever you say, we will do as you say. Everyone hurriedly nodded. Old man Tianji said, of course, Xiang Bei. The 2 of you are responsible for treating the wounded. I will lead the way. Remember, you must follow me and never trigger the formation. Xiang Nan and Su Ran immediately returned to the crowd and dressed the wounds of the civilians and martial practitioners who had been injured before fleeing into the Crystal Palace to treat their serious injuries. Xiang Nan had the 9 Purities Cosmos technique. He first saved the lives of those who were dying, and then Su Ran would bandage and treat the wounds. However, this kind of speed of advancement was not enough to see. At the beginning, everyone was still quite honest, but before they could walk out for a long time, someone was already starting to get restless. When can we get out? We've been walking for 4 to 5 hours. I'm afraid there's still a distance between us and the walls of Amethyst City. Right? Old sir, can you speed up? Yeah, we have to leave quickly. What if the rebels discover this secret path and catch up to kill people? Someone echoed. Old man Tianji was a little impatient and shouted, if it weren't for Ran's face, this old man wouldn't even save you. You actually dare to complain now. Xiang Nan walked over and wiped the blood off his hands. Senior, although these people are a bit unjust, what they said is not without reason. I've cured all the wounded. It's time to speed up. I'll help you break the formation. You can set up the formation. If we work together, we can double our efficiency. Right. What this little brother said makes sense. Everyone hurriedly shouted. You have such high attainments in formations? Old man Tianji looked at Xiang Nan suspiciously. Without 50 to 60 years of cultivation, it would be very difficult to break these formations. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Xiang Nan strode forward and pointed at the wall. Are you going to break these 4 formations? Old man Tianji nodded. Try it. If you can't, don't be brave. Otherwise, we'll be exposed. No problem, Xiang Nan said. With that, he circulated his Yu Hung finger and swished his 4 fingers out, causing the 4 formations to break. Old man Tianji's eyes lit up. Good. Good boy, you have some strength. With your help, the efficiency can really be improved. Let's go. Break the formation. I'll set up the formation. Everyone advanced once more. 1,000 meters later, Xiang Nan broke through the formation while old man Tianji set up the formation. Indeed, the efficiency had improved a lot. Everyone's nervous mood relaxed slightly because of this. Ah! Who is it? Suddenly, he heard Su Rance scream. With a whoosh, Xiang Nan directly dodged to Su Rance's side and said, What's wrong? Su Rance's expression changed and he said, No, it's nothing. Continue on your way. It's important to escape. Xiang Nan frowned. Speak. What exactly is going on? You can't hide anything now, or something big will happen. Su Ran blushed. It's really nothing. It has nothing to do with escaping. I told you to tell me, Xiang Nan said angrily. Then Su Ran bit her lips and said, Just now. Someone touched my butt. Hearing this, Xiang Nan's lungs exploded with anger. He shouted, What the hell are you doing eating? Since when did someone play such a small trick? Return him? Do you want to leave alive? You're full, aren't you? Who did it? Get out of here. If no one admits it, no one can take another step forward. It's good to die here. The crowd panicked. A woman walked out trembling and whispered, It's me. I accidentally touched it. Xiang Nan took a deep breath. Seeing that it was a woman, he did not intend to pursue the matter any further. He shouted, Be honest, or else I will leave you here and wait for death. With that, Xiang Nan strode forward. Thank you. Su Ran whispered to the woman, I know it's not you. Now is not the time for trouble. The woman sighed. To be able to stabilize for a while is a moment. Every 1,000 meters in the secret passageway, there were 4 formations. These 4 formations were like a door. In order to pass through the secret passageway, one had to open the door first and then close the door. The formation in the entire secret passage formed a great circle. At most, 1 door could be opened at a time. If 2 doors were opened at the same time, the circle would fail and Xianxia and the others would be directly exposed. Under such an environment, the 3 of them walked for 3 days and 3 nights before finally reaching the end of Amethyst City. In this pitch-black environment, it was exceptionally oppressive, and it could bring a great deal of depression to the hearts of people. Everyone was very tired. In addition, they were overly frightened. At this moment, they were already exhausted. Xianxia looked at Su Ran's dazed expression and waved his hand. Everyone, rest. Since they haven't found us for 3 days, they probably won't be in danger for a while. Hearing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. Some eating and some drinking water. You should sleep as well. Xianxia used his dipper chi to make a soft bed on the ground and let Su Ran lie on it. Senior Tianji, where exactly is the secret room you mentioned? Xianxia opened the wine jug and drank a large mouthful. He wiped his mouth and said, "We have found the 3 puppets. Do you have any clues on your side?" Old man Tianji took a sip of Xianxia's wine jug and whispered, "I'm not sure either. The clues senior brother left behind back then were very limited. After he saved me, he hid in the secret room and played with the things he brought back from the Devil's Sea. He didn't seriously discuss it with me until he was hunted down by the government and the sect. All I know is that those 3 golems are related to Ran girl, but it's not clear what kind of relationship they have." Xianxia glanced at Su Ran, who was sleeping soundly, and thought to himself, if this girl's life was counted according to the time, she would only have about 7 to 8 months left. If she couldn't find a way to extend her life, there was only one outcome. Where exactly is the secret room you mentioned? How long before we arrive? Xianxia asked. Old man Tianji took a sip of wine and said, "Follow me." Xianxia smiled and said, "Are you afraid that I will leave you behind and go to the secret room alone to retrieve the profound ice bomb? If that's the case, then I have nothing to say." Old man Tianji took a deep look at Xianxia and said, "After living for so long, the only thing I understand is that I absolutely must not trust anyone easily, no matter how reassuring this person's performance is. Thinking back to how much effort I put into helping the fallen snow sect, it would still be abandoned in the end." Old man Tianji's words caused Xianxia to sink into deep thought. After resting for 5 hours, the group set off again. After walking for a long time, old man Tianji raised his right hand and said, "We'll be able to escape from the Amethyst City area in another half an hour. Everyone be careful. Don't make any mistakes at the last moment." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately became excited and overjoyed. "Wait, what is that?" Xianxia suddenly stretched out his hand to stop old man Tianji. He pointed to the front and said, "There's something there. What is it?" Everyone hurriedly came over and looked into the dark passageway ahead. But they couldn't see why. Old man Tianji said, "Girl ran fire." Su Ran hurriedly handed over a torch. Old man Tianji casually drew a simple diagram in the air. Then he illuminated the flames. The diagram immediately fanned the flames and shone into the distance. All of a sudden, everyone saw something in the darkness ahead. On the ground 500 meters away, there was a dense patch of white eggs. The eggs were oval-shaped, one by one standing on the ground. The bottom of the eggs was inserted into the ground a little. At first glance, they looked like countless clusters of white crystals. But strangely, these white eggs were still slowly stirring, their frequency extremely similar to a human's breathing. "What the hell?" A martial artist came forward and said, "Snake eggs? Coincidentally, this daddy is very hungry. Roast these snake eggs and eat them. Don't act silly." Xianxia frowned and said, "That's not a snake egg. It's the Bai Chui anaconda." Old man Tianji sucked in a breath of cold air. "When did this damn thing lay eggs here? When I dug the tunnel, it wasn't there yet. By Chui Anaconda? Xiang Nan was also stunned. Shoo! Everyone, don't speak. This jade anaconda is a high-level demonic beast. It was born at the Heaven Origin realm. Adult jade anaconda can even reach the Heaven Scryer realm. So powerful? Suran was shocked. Xiang Nan said in a deep voice, "The jade green boa is born from the core of the earth. It feeds on ores. Its outer skin is as tough as a heavenly weapon. It must be the rich mineral resources of the iron and steel continent that allowed these ancient desolate beasts to survive. They have an extremely strong perception of metal and sound. Everyone, put all the metal items on your body into the storage ring. Don't leave any metal behind. Not even rings, necklaces, or buttons. Hurry!" Everyone was frightened when they heard this. Ancient desolate beast. I've only heard of that thing before. I've never seen it before. I didn't expect that I would personally see it in the depths of the steel continent. Su Ran fumbled through his possessions and hid all the jewelry in his storage ring. Xiang Nan also put his nightmare saber into his storage ring. "Are you ready?" Xiang Nan turned around and asked. Everyone nodded in fear. Xiang Nan glanced at the white eggs in front of him and whispered, "Those Bai Chui anaconda eggs happen to be near the formation. Senior Tianji and I will go break the formation. Climb along the corner of the wall and don't touch any eggs. Remember, no matter what happens, don't speak near the eggs. There are a large number of anaconda eggs here. There must be adult anaconda moving in the surrounding soil." After saying that, Xiang Nan and Old Man Tianji exchanged glances. The two of them immediately followed the wall and slowly walked forward. Anaconda eggs are scattered all over the ground, but they are not laid on the walls. Where the ground meets the wall, there are narrow paths that only allow one person to pass through. Xiang Nan and Old Man Tianji approached from the left and right, carefully arriving near the formation. Xiang Nan broke through the formation, while Old Man Tianji was ready at any time. As long as everyone passed through this place, they would immediately rearrange the formation. "Come!" Xiang Nan extended his hand to everyone and made a come gesture. Everyone covered their mouths and noses and carefully walked along the edge one after another. When it was Su Ran's turn, as soon as she stepped out, a skinny middle-aged man suddenly flashed over and covered Su Ran's mouth. He held a dagger in his hand and pressed it against Su Ran's throat. This scene happened so suddenly that no one could react. Xiang Nan's pupils shrank as he looked at the man angrily. He stretched out his index finger and wrote a few words in the air. "What are you doing?" The man smiled sinisterly. He also used the weather to write in the air. "You put me in danger. I must get some compensation. This little bitch is mine. After leaving, she must follow me." Xiang Nan wrote in the air. "Don't even think about it." The man put away the dagger and had already cut Su Ran's throat. Traces of blood seeped out. He continued to write and said, "If you don't agree, I will kill her here. Then, I will shout loudly and lure all the jade boa back to life. At worst, we will all die together." The rest of the crowd looked at the man angrily. It was clearly Xiang Nan and the others who had saved their group of people, and they didn't care about any rewards and they wanted to bring everyone out of the city. However, there were actually people who held such an idea and thought that it was Xiang Nan and the others who had put everyone in danger. Sometimes, the hearts of people were really hard to comprehend. Everyone was shocked. Everyone's lives were hanging on the line, and their lives were all on that idiot's body. Xiang Nan wrote in the air, "All right, I promise you, Su Ran is yours." The skinny man sneered and wrote in the air, "I don't believe what you said. Now, swear on your Tao heart." A killing intent flashed through Xiang Nan's eyes as he wrote, "Don't push your nose on your face." Right at this moment, Kacha! Everyone's nerves suddenly tensed up. A white anaconda egg actually cracked. Seeing this scene, Xiang Nan's heart was raised to his throat. He desperately waved his hand at everyone and quickly wrote, "Come over here! Quick! Anaconda eggs are about to break." If he didn't come, he would really die together. The man was scared out of his wits. His entire body trembled, but he still refused to let Su Ran off. He wrote, "Quickly swear on your Tao heart." Hurry up. Pa! The upper half of the anaconda egg fell off. A small lizard-like thing slowly crawled out of the mucus of the anaconda egg. This thing's entire body was cast like steel, shining with a metallic luster. There were 4 rows of sharp teeth in its mouth. Those teeth looked extraordinary. Could easily bite off metal and swallow it as food. The skinny man knew that Xiangnan was the strongest person here. Without Xiangnan's assurance, he would not let Su Ran go. In fact, he could tell that he was regretting it now, but it was too late to regret it now. He knew that Xiangnan would never let him off, so he could only think of a way to get Xiangnan's assurance. Xiangnan quickly wrote in the air, "I swear on my Tao heart that Su Ran is yours. If I break the oath, my cultivation will be stagnant for the rest of my life." The skinny man was overjoyed and immediately pushed Su Ran forward. The little jade anaconda swung the mucus on its body. Before it could fully understand, a pair of dripping eyeballs were wrapped in the mucus. It was still unable to see clearly. It only used its claws to slowly scratch its face. "Quick! Quick!" Xiangnan wrote in the air. The man pushed Su Ran forward, while the others followed the paths on both sides, trembling as they headed this way. 1, 2, 10, 100. Everyone filed over, not even daring to breathe out a single mouthful of air. The thin man was obviously afraid of revenge. When he arrived nearby, he stopped and let everyone pass by him. He wanted to walk at the end of the line to avoid being ambushed by others. Su Ran was so angry that her cheeks bulged. She wished she could push the man into the egg of the boa constrictor and let him be bitten to death. However, there were too many people here. There were more than 10,000 people. They passed through the eggs at this speed. They hadn't even finished walking for 10 minutes. There were still 2,000 people lining up at the back of the queue, waiting for them to pass. The skinny man was always vigilant about his surroundings. His spirit had already collapsed to its limit. He was threatening others, but he was the one he was most afraid of. The slightest bit of wind and grass would cause his spirit to collapse. Perhaps the tunnel was not stable enough, and a small piece of earth suddenly fell from the top, slamming into 8 pieces on the ground. "Ah! Don't come over. Nobody comes over. Ah! Whoever comes over, I'll fight to the death with him." The skinny man was frightened and jumped up, shouting loudly. At this moment, everyone was shocked. That idiot suddenly shouted loudly, and he heard a dense cracking sound. Thousands of anaconda eggs split apart at the same time. The dense jade anaconda crawled out like a swarm of insects. Seeing this scene, the skinny man completely collapsed. He waved his dagger and said, "Save me! You, that brat! Hurry up and save me. Otherwise, I will kill this woman. Fuck! Can't you hear me? Hurry up and come. I still don't want to die. Ah!" In the quiet tunnel, the thin man's voice was like thunder, rumbling endlessly. The young jade anaconda immediately became irritable and all of them pounced towards the thin man. "Shit!" Xiangnan's scalp went numb. The skinny man roared in fright, brandished his dagger and sliced towards the green anaconda. Xiangnan found an opportunity and pulled Su Ran back with a floral finger. The thin man's dagger was bitten by a small green anaconda, and with a clang, it broke into 2 pieces. Immediately after, the dagger was swallowed by the Bai Chui anaconda. With a cracking sound, the dagger was completely eaten. In the blink of an eye, the other jade constrictors swallowed up the man. In less than half a second, the man was completely eaten to the point of disappearing from the human world. "Run! Run! Forget about the formation and charge out!" Xiangnan shouted loudly. He released a strand of astral qi, sweeping over tens of thousands of people. He immediately sprinted towards the front of the secret passageway. There was only half an hour left. If he ran at full speed with Xiangnan's speed, he would be able to drive out in about 10 seconds. However, the bodies of those young jade anaconda were like lightning. Even though they had just been born, their speed was much faster than the flying gale sparrow. In the blink of an eye, 200 to 300 people had already been eaten clean from the crowd in the rear. Those green anacondas were like sharp arrows that pierced through the crowd, piercing through 7 or 8 people's bodies every time. Xiangnan dragged the crowd and sprinted wildly, trying to rush out of the Amethyst City area as quickly as possible. Boom! The wall of the secret passage in front of him suddenly exploded. An adult jade anaconda with a body length of 20 meters slowly swam out of the underground cave. Damn it! Xiangnan raised his right hand and the nightmare saber flew out with a clang. Bang! Old man Tianji shouted anxiously. Xiangnan had already arrived at the side of the adult jade anaconda. With a big charge, he sent the jade anaconda flying, followed by a beam of dipper energy saber light. With Xiangnan's close range and solid charge, it was enough to crush a Heaven Scryer second and third layer martial artist into powder. However, the jade anaconda's defensive power was so high that its scalp felt numb. It was actually unharmed at all. After landing on the ground, it immediately counterattacked. Kacha! The sharp teeth of the Bai Chui anaconda actually broke Xiangnan's astral chi saber light. Kacha! 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 He swallowed the astral chi into his stomach and ate it clean. Xiangnan charged again and sent the jade boa flying hundreds of meters away. Behind him, thousands of little green anacondas had eaten another 500 or 600 people in the middle of this battle. At the same time, the core area of Amethyst City was directly above. The entire Amethyst City was destroyed. Zhu Buochuan ordered his subordinates to pile up the corpses of the citizens in the city in the arena and count the number of people. Those corpses had already piled up into a mountain. The arena was filled to the brim, and the head of the arena even popped out from the height. At first glance, there seemed to be no less than 1 million people. Ha! In the sky, a woman dressed in tight leather clothes suddenly looked towards the northeast at the edge of Amethyst City. Her eyes turned cold as she said, "There's someone down there." After she finished speaking, she drew out a 2-meter-long bow with a whoosh. The bow shone with multicolored light. When the longbow was pulled to the full moon, she shouted in a deep voice, "The galaxy, stop flowing." Buzz! The longbow instantly bloomed with light. Countless starlight-like lights condensed on the bowstring in the sky, condensing into an arrow of light. Whoosh! The arrows pierced through the sky at lightning speed, piercing through the thick layer of soil. At the edge of Amethyst City, 500 meters underground. Clang! Xiangnan slashed at the head of the jade anaconda and sent the adult jade anaconda flying backwards. However, there was only a small blade less than 1 inch deep left on its head. The defensive power of this ancient desolate beast had already exceeded the scope of modern martial artists' cognition. Just as Xiangnan was about to speak, his pupils contracted and he subconsciously tumbled backwards. Almost at the same time, a streak of light arrow pierced through the soil and fiercely nailed onto the ground where Xiangnan was momentarily located. "I've been discovered." Xiangnan frowned. "It's that archer. Quick! Senior Heavenly Secrets. Hurry up and do something." Old man Tianji was also very anxious. He said, "I am a profound Dao expert, and I am not outstanding in martial arts." Again, Xiangnan rolled again, and another streak of light arrow nailed to the ground. The arrow even pierced through the hem of Xiangnan's trousers. This speed! The arrow must have come from 100 miles away. Xiangnan's heart skipped a beat. The Fallen Snow sect actually has such an expert. Even at such a distance, they can accurately determine my location. What was the concept of archery from 100 miles away? With just a single millimeter deviation, the arrow would have to be several hundred meters away. However, the arrow that the archer shot out was actually so accurate. Yes! Xiangnan suddenly pounced on the green anaconda. The Bai Chui anaconda also pounced towards Xiangnan. At this moment, Xiangnan suddenly rolled over the back of the Bai Chui anaconda. Whoosh! A streak of light arrow pierced through the soil and directly nailed into the back of the jade anaconda, fiercely hitting the jade anaconda to the ground. This arrow had actually pierced through the jade anaconda's defensive power. Instantly, it saw molten iron surging out of the jade anaconda's body. Xiangnan sucked in a breath of cold air. Once this kind of arrow hits a Heaven Scryer realm martial artist, it will definitely be killed in one blow. Old man Tianji shouted, "Hurry up! Hurry up! It's the starry river bow of the fallen snow sect. This kind of profound grade elementary level longbow can cross a great realm to kill. Not to mention the Heaven Scryer realm. Even if a good fortune first layer martial artist is shot, there will still be death and no life. Not good. Xiang Nan's heart tightened. This time, he didn't even have time to dodge. He could only lay the giant saber on his chest as soon as possible. Clang! An arrow hit the nightmare saber. The power of the arrow actually caused Xiang Nan's entire body to slide backwards, smashing into the wall of the secret passageway with a boom, causing the entire secret passageway to explode. However, the arrow continued to retreat into the depths of Xiang Nan's body. In the blink of an eye, it was already 1,000 meters underground. Damn it! The light arrow still hadn't disappeared. He continued to charge backwards against Xiang Nan, reaching a depth of 2,000 meters. Then there were 3,000 meters, 4,000 meters, 6,000 meters, 8,000 meters, 15,000 meters. Xiang Nan could already feel that the soil layer was starting to heat up. If he continued, he would probably touch the magma layer deep underground. Finally, the arrow of light disappeared. Xiang Nan charged to the left. At the same time, another streak of light arrow shot towards his back, directly cutting through the back of his robe. Whoosh! Xiang Nan rushed into the earth and instantly returned to the tunnel. He roared, "Follow me!" He released his Yuan Qi and swept everyone out. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Boom! At the end of the tunnel, Xiang Nan smashed it into pieces. The intense sunlight shone in, and everyone finally saw the sun again. That's great! Behind them, everyone cheered loudly. A large number of young green anacondas instinctively retreated when they saw the sunlight, not daring to follow them out. Xiang Nan glanced back and instantly felt annoyed. At this moment, there were only 7,000 to 8,000 people left in the group of over 10,000 people. A total of 2,000 people were eaten by the young jade anaconda. And all of this was due to that stupid man. It's all his fault, Su Ran shouted angrily. If it weren't for him hiding the dagger, how could he have triggered the cracking of the anaconda eggs? Evidently, the first anaconda egg split open because that idiot didn't put the dagger into his storage ring. There's no time to say this. Hurry up and leave. The people from the fallen snow sect are coming after us. Xiang Nan said anxiously. What should we do? The rest of them asked with trepidation. Xiang Nan cupped his fists and said, The fallen snow sect is chasing us. Everyone split up. They will not chase you. Please take care. With that, Xiang Nan grabbed Su Ran with his left hand and Old Man Tianji with his right hand. His entire body turned into an afterimage and quickly flashed towards the northeast. Those people were stunned for a moment and immediately dispersed with a loud boom, running in all directions. Outside Amethyst City, in the wilderness, Xiang Nan and the two of them quickly flew wildly, and thick smoke could be seen everywhere on the battlefield. Amethyst City is not the only slaughter ground. Xiang Nan's heart tightened. Outside Amethyst City, all the cities and towns were destroyed. Countless corpses were burned in the flames, giving off a choking smell. The thick smoke gathered into the sky, causing the entire sky to become dark. Flying in the sky and fleeing for his life had a particularly great drawback, and that was that it was extremely easy for people to sense it. Xiang Nan was only focused on escaping from the archer's shooting range, but he didn't expect that his spiritual energy fluctuations had already been detected. Who is it? Stop! Right in front of them, a large area of bright light suddenly rose, blocking Xiang Nan and the others halfway. Xiang Nan immediately pulled out his huge saber and waited in formation. But after seeing the person clearly, Xiang Nan was overjoyed instead. Star Guild! Right in front of him were 20 Heaven Scryer level 5 experts. All of them were in their early 30s wearing golden robes. A young man in front of him said, Stop! Are your sects in the Iron and Steel continent crazy? They actually dare to slaughter civilians. We've already received a distress signal. We've specially come to the Iron and Steel continent to investigate the truth. I knew something was wrong. Xiang Nan gritted his teeth and said, I have long felt that the situation is somewhat abnormal. Now that I remember it, This is indeed the case. The sects on the Steel Continent, no matter how courageous they are, do not dare to slaughter the city. Aren't they afraid of the Star Guild's intervention? Someone must be secretly supporting them, giving them the courage. The young man shouted, "Shut up! You are young, but your cultivation is so shocking. You must be the disciple of the fallen snow sect. Someone arrest him. The rest of you, follow me and go to Amethyst City to find out more about it. Let's see if the fallen snow sect has really slaughtered the city." Xianxia frowned and said, "I am not a disciple of the fallen snow sect. You have caught the wrong person.